Section 26 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 2. At a window. De la Vallée. Dans sa chère, sous un buret, ses fleurs sur le quai, et de venir, gaupier amène, ses fruits quatrés, un et fank. Jen gavo, potin as hot, crier Caron, pané et chou-fleur, saucy lamellé, à la Vosville, d'un noir ramoir, Paris, des Sorgiers. One night, as if by magic, the whole party found itself nearly packed away in a little omnibus coming from the northern station at Paris. Mrs. Marnie had met her boys and carried them off home to Neuilly in joyful triumph. The rest of the party were meanwhile jogging deliberately over the stones to the hotel, Phraisie asleep in her mother's arms, Wilkins buried beneath the parcels and shawls and umbrellas which well-bred people always carry wherever they go. Jo and Tempy, with their heads out of the windows, were exclaiming while the shops seemed to jolt past, and lights in public buildings ablaze, followed by black spaces crossed with lines of lamps. Finally the omnibus turned into a narrow street out of a wider thoroughfare. How familiar the echo of the wheels between the high houses sounded to Susy's ear. More lights flash, the omnibus stops, the landlord and landlady appear in the doorway. The newly arrived company is officiously escorted and assisted up the narrow staircase to its apartments. The cloth is laid, the candles are lighted. Phraisie's room and Susy's room are on the either side of the sitting room. Jo and Tempy find themselves established across the landing, with more tall windows, shaded by muslin blinds and red curtains, and all the echoes of Paris without. The hotel had been recommended by Madame Dupin as quiet and convenient. Their apartments were on the third floor, small enough and shabby enough compared to the splendour of Crowbeck Place. But Mrs. Dymond suddenly felt as if she should like nothing so well as to spend all that remained to her of her life in this little noisy place. She had seen her little Phraisie laid snug and peaceful in her bed. She had unpacked some of the many bags and parcels. How many more she had to unpack of different shapes and sizes than when she had first come abroad some 4 years ago. Her own bed was in a curtained alcove with griffin claws to hang the curtains to. A grey marble table stood in the centre of the room. The prints on the walls were of Napoleon and Poniatowski in Polish boots and a blue helmet. The walls were of faded red, shabby even by candlelight. Susanna thought the place a little paradise. Shabbiness is as much of a treat to people overdone with luxury as a silk gown is to a little Cinderella out of the ashes. Susy opened her casement wide and leant out, gazing straight down the dark precipice of walls and windows beneath her own with the sense of new breath and life, which most people feel when they breathe the pleasant foreign air. With this breath of relief she leant out farther and farther, looking up and down the chattering, half-lighted street, at the people passing by, so indifferent and unconscious of her existence, at the lamps radiating from the broad boulevard beyond. There was some heap of shadowy blackness at the other end of the street, but Susy had to wait till morning light to realize that the black shadow was that of the church of Saint Roch. "Susy, Susy, come to supper," cries Tempy from the next room, where she and Jocelyn are already hungrily established, and beginning to help the fishes and fried potatoes by the light of the 2 tall tapers. Very early next morning Susanna woke again, for she had not closed her window all the night, and the sun was shining in with dazzling rays. All the world's voice seemed calling up to her from the street below. Water, fruit, flowers, old clothes were being proclaimed with different intonations. Now by the bright daylight, as she leant against the wooden bar, she could see into the stone depths below, and the tall houses rising with their many balconies and shutters. The Rue du Dauphin is a sort of sunshine trap leading to the Tuileries garden, that were all festive with spring behind the railing and set with orange trees, beyond which rose the glittering mansard roofs and pinnacles of the old palace, where the Henrys and the Louises ruled so long, now followed by the Napoleons in turn. At the other end of the street the church of Saint Roch was standing in the early shadow still, like some huge mountain with flaming peaks. Already its doors were swinging, and people were ascending and descending the great flights of steps. The bells were tolling, the clocks were chiming, the people going in and coming out to their work again. The old women were sitting huddled, with their cloaks and their foot warmers, at the church doors, with chaplets and religious newspapers to sell. The carts and omnibuses had long since been rolling. The indescribably gay and busy chorus reached the travellers in their high lodging. The little party could scarcely tear itself away from the windows through which so much was to be seen and heard. Mrs. Marney had promised to come to Susy, for Marney was starting off on one of his expeditions, and she meant to join her at the hotel with the boys. Josselin went out, but Susy and Tempy, with Phraisie between them, absorbed in the contemplation of another little girl at play on a balcony opposite, spent their first morning looking out of window. As the day went on, the company became more and more varied. They watched the French women floating by, walking with quick and pretty steps and with neat black shirts, leading children drolly attired, elaborate and bedizened, and well-mannered. "Mamma, look at the funny boy," says Phraisie, pointing to a little fellow with an enormous collar covered with anchors and emblems, who was advancing up the street with a dignified and monkey-like bearing. The country nurses also go by with their bambinos and long cloaks and cap ribbons. Coachmen jog past with their white oilcloth hats. A gendarme passes, cocked hat, epaulet, white gloves and all, arm in arm with his wife. Finally up come Dermy and Mickey at a trot, Susy seeing the little boys down below, followed by her mother, who had stopped to speak to somebody in the street, went to the door and looked over the stairs, as people do who are on a holiday with time to look out for one another. Mrs. Marney came toiling up the winding staircase, breathless, but still conversing. "Do come up, I tell you," Susy heard her say. "My daughter will like to see you, and we can arrange our plans." She heard the little boys also joining hospitably from below. "Monsieur Max, do come. You shall not go," from Dermy, and then Mrs. Marney, looking up, sees Mrs. Dymond on the landing, and calls, "Here we are, Susanna. We're bringing Max to park to see you." Susanna retreated gently and rather shyly into the dignified safeguard of her own room, whither they all followed her, chatting and clattering up the wooden staircase. They brought with them Du Parc, who had not meant to come in, but who could not help himself, for Mrs. Marney went ahead announcing him, while one boy held firm by his coat tails and the other by his hand. Susy, willing to please her mother, and to show her guest that she was not unmindful of all his kindness to her family, came forward in her crape and blackness with her hand out. Du Parc, who was shy and French, bowed very low without noticing the friendly gesture and the stretched hand, and then Susy seemed to remember suddenly how stiffly he had always met her advances. She blushed, withdrew, and turned shy in an instant, and the young man saw with surprise that the colour was rising in her pale cheeks. He had imagined her belonging to another world and phase of life, far distant from his own simple estate, and absolutely indifferent to his pretence or absence. Was it possible that such blushes sometimes flashed out of marble statues? That such looks sometimes brighten and then die away when the gods come in presence with mortal beings? The little party started forth that morning, as so many have done before and since, with open eyes for the new sights and men and manners, Joe Tempy, Susanna by her mother, and the two boys walking on either side of Du Parc, who was on his way to a bookseller's in the Rue du Bac. What a walk it was across the gardens by the great place of the Carousel, with its triumphal mythology, then by the quays and the noble chain of palaces. They reached the river, and so crossed the bridge to the Quai Voltaire, where Mrs. Marney had some mysterious business to transact for Marney at a furniture dealer's. The business began with some discussion on the doorstep. It had then to be carried on in private into the dimmer recesses of the store among the bloated chairs, the gilt and ornamented legs of the Carpet dynasty, and the prim, slim, stinted graces of the early Napoleonic times. Whatever it was, Susy would not ask what it was. The discussion took a long and confidentially explosive turn. But the young folks waiting outside upon the quay were in no hurry. They watched the river and the steamers and the crowd upon the quay, where the lime trees were coming into leaf, where the shops were in full flower, and the many twinkling windows were full of varied hues and shapes. Curious, wonderful, century-old stores of goods, scattered from the past, lined these streets and shop fronts. Looking glasses reflected the blouses and the white caps passing by in the place of courtly splendours. There was silent music in tattered covers, and there were timeless clocks, and the flower pots empty of flowers, and uncut books, fans which had been lying asleep for 100 years, still ready at a touch to start into fluttering life, and wreaths of lovely old lace. There were wonders galore to amuse the country ladies. Susy looked with longing eyes at the delicate festoons and ivory-looking heaps of ice. Mechlin, with its light sprays flowering on soft net, carelessly thrown into a china bowl. The Point d'Alcon, like jeweller's work, chased upon the delicate honeycomb, devised by the human bees, who had worked at it year after year. Perhaps also some florid scroll from Italy would be hanging from a rusty nail, careful pattern travelling from one tendril to another. "What lovely lace!" cried Susanna. "Look, Tempy, at the shells upon it. How exquisite they are!" "Shall I ask the price for you?" says Tempy, instantly bursting into the low shop with its dark panes, where an old Rembrandt-like woman sits keeping watch. "Combien?" cries Tempy in her confident British tones. 400 francs. Beaucoup trop, cries the young lady, dashing out again into the warm sunshine. "Did you ever hear of such extortion?" cries Tempy, whose experience of lace does not reach very much beyond her tuckers. "It is a great deal of money," says Susanna. "Quite out of the question, Susanna," cries Tempy decidedly, and her stepmother blushed a little at the rebuke. Sometimes Tempy's voice sounds so like the Colonel's that Susy could almost imagine he was there to control her still. "Why is it quite out of the question?" says Jo, stopping short. £16 won't ruin the family altogether. What did your new habit cost, Tempy?" "A habit," says Tempy with a laugh, "that is something one really cares to have." "But Susanna will not care to wear lace again, Jocelyn." "Aunt Fanny is all over lace and stuffed birds and things," says Jo. "She is not a widow," Tempy answers gravely. "Jo, you should remember before you say such things." Mrs. Marney came out of her shop at that minute, and Max du Parc, who seemed only to have waited for her return, took leave of the party. They asked him to come again. He hesitated, and suddenly said yes, he would come, and he walked away with a swinging step along the quay. They saw him disappearing under the lime trees, looking across the river as he went along. End of section 26. Section 27 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE, Book 3, Chapter 3, Incense and Violets. Droop, droop no more, or hang the head, ye roses almost withered, new strength and newer purple get, each year declining violet. Herrick. Du Parc came shyly at first, because they had asked him to do so, but very soon he got into the habit of coming as a matter of course. The English ladies were not used to Paris and its ways. Du Parc acted as their guide and leader, thanks to whom they enjoyed many a pleasant expedition and sight of the old city, many an amusing experience. They had one other acquaintance, a Mr. Bagginal, at the embassy, who was from their own country and glad to be of use to them. But Max knew more of Paris and of its aspects than the young attaché, who moved in fashionable and restricted circles, and brought invitations, and callers, and bouquets, but who was of little use as a cicerone. How delightful is the dinning sound of a melodious church bell going in the early morning sunshine. It comes floating into the room and seems to be a part of the very morning and of its joy, a hint of other things to heighten the feast of life. Well, says Mrs. Marne, who has just come in as usual with her boys and her friend Du Parc, what are we going to do? An exclamation from Tempy, who is also as usual leaning from the window, replies to this pertinent question. Come here, what is this? She cries. All along the Rue du Dauphiné, from every quarter, people are assembling in crowds that gather thicker every moment. Youthful white figures led by parents and relations in their Sunday clothes, boys in shiny shoes and white trousers, girls dressed like brides. It is the première communion, says Mrs. Marne, all in one word. Susie, you should take them to see it. Let Wilkins go too, dear, and I will mind Phraisie. Phraisie thought herself quite old enough for any amount of sightseeing, but she was never happier than when alone with her grandmother, and she made no objection. But all of us in this crowd, mamma, said Susie doubtfully. Max will take the boys. Won't you, Max, like a good fellow? Cries Mrs. Marne, determined that everybody shall see everything that is to be seen anywhere. And so the party, after some further demur, starts off. Max goes first with the boys, then comes Susie and Tempy in their black dresses, then follows Joe with his hands in his pockets. He wears a Scotch cap, a rough cutaway coat, a pair of knickerbockers, less commonly worn in those days than they are now. The tidy French people turn to stare at him, ejaculate Anglais. They also look at Susie with more respectfully admiring eyes. Old Saint Roch has prepared a welcoming benediction for them all, heretics and Catholics alike. That morning, the centre aisle was full of a white snowstorm of muslin figures. The church was crowded from end to end. The altars were lighted, the candles were burning. Hundreds and hundreds of heads were bent in childish adoration. The little restless snowy figures swayed and tossed their white veils. The chorister boys were clustering round about the altars. The priests were passing up and down the middle of the church. The old abbé, in his silver and embroidered shining dress, leant from the pulpit and seemed to be calling a blessing upon the eager congregation. By the high altar stood the curé of the Madeleine, a noble-looking figure, also in splendid robes. The sisters and nuns who had had the teaching of so many of the children were keeping guard over their flock from beneath their bent white coiffes as they knelt. The priests beat time. Processions come swaying from one chapel and another, bearing virgins and saints embroidered on satin with golden fringes. The great organ strikes up, and all the children's voices break out into a shrill, sweet morning hymn as the whole dazzling tide sweeps in procession toward the high altar, carrying its 1,000 lights and emblematic candles, and followed by crowding parents, friends, sightseers. Then after a pause another discourse begins in sing-song from another pulpit. The monk, in his Benedictine dress, stands up to address the assembled congregation. His words are full of affectionate warnings, exhortations, incitements to religious life in the midst of the world and its temptations. He raises his worn hands as he appeals to his listeners, to the pale, motionless sisters, the rosy, awestruck children. It struck one man present strangely and sadly to hear these passionate warnings from those who had not lived to those whose life was not yet begun. He looked round at the sea of faces, at the blossoming company of youthful postulates, at the nuns who stood with bent coiffes and folded hands by the column where he was standing. Poor souls, what hearts had they wounded? What unfair advantages had they grasped from the world? What had all this to do with them? And a sudden revolt rose in his mind, an indignant outcry against the creed which superadded these cruel mortifications and sufferings to the stresses and starvations of daily life, where the poor day by day are expiating the ease of the rich. He thought of Caron's teaching, of his wider horizons. Some strange impatience came over him. He would wait no longer in this atmosphere of artificial light and smoke. The incense stifled him. He had an odd feeling that if he stayed, he should find himself adding up protesting against the golden pulpit. What was that written up on the wall? Meh, meh. Was the church feasting in pomp while multitudes were dying of hunger and ignorance? There stood his English friends in a shy group, the beautiful young mother with eyes full of tears, the young lady with an odd scowling expression. Let them look on. How could they know the meaning of it all, or realize the commonest truths of life? May they never know. Du Parc repeated to himself. Go to your sister, he said suddenly to the boys. I will wait outside. Susie saw Du Parc go. She was not surprised, but she was glad nevertheless to find him still waiting in the doorway when she came away followed by her little court. Her eyes were dazzled, her ears ringing with the music and voices of the people, the great clouds of incense, the thousand lights of the tapers, all intoxicated and excited her. Her heart beat. She looked up with almost childish delight. Du Parc looked grave, impenetrable, very handsome as he stood in the shadow of the arch. As Susie turned to Tempy, who was following, she wondered to find her cold, with a look of something which was almost disgust in her face. Good old Wilkins herself could not have seemed more scandalized by them popes and virgins, as she called them. Joe followed. He had been well amused, admiring and scrutinizing the ceremony from a more artistic and dilettante point of view. Now he was staring at the church, at the people, at the clouds in the street. Susanna stood for a moment on the steps looking out. Not long afterwards she remembered this minute, so strangely to be repeated by a grim freak of chance. Here were peaceful crowds in a fanciful excitement and ecstasy, in a rapture of white muslin and candlelight, shaken by the echoing organ sounds. The next time she stood here, she was watching these same people fighting for their lives, flying from death, worshippers at another shrine, fiercer, more terrible, and yet not less remorseful in its expiations and demands. Here you are, said Du Parc, with a sort of impatient cheerfulness. Well, now you have seen the great ceremony, and the Abbé and his 1100 virgins. They call him Abbé de Moselle in the Quartier. Why did you go away? Susie asked. I cannot stand it. The smell of incense always disagrees with me. You, madame, look as you did not mind being half suffocated, but you will like the lilacs down in the gardens better still. It seemed to me very beautiful, said Susie with dancing eyes. My daughter here disapproves of it as much as you do. It seemed all so wonderful to me, so beautiful, so full of interest. Tempy looked daggers. She had a vague idea Susanna was going over to the Roman Catholic persuasion, that Du Parc was a Jesuit pretending indifference, that the whole thing was a plot got up to influence and persuade her too yielding, too persuadable, stepmother. She too came down step by step with the crowd, following the stream of people. Some seemed still in a sort of dream, some on the contrary wide awake and most keenly alive to the dignity of the moment, to the splendour of their sons in varnished boots, with fringed ribbons on their arms, of their daughters in white muslin, with veils and white caps, and a general unction of new clothes and new blessings. And indeed, there can be but one feeling when the boys and girls at the outset of life come up one by one with beaming faces to ask a blessing upon their future from the old-time worn bishop and pastor, whose own life is so nearly at an end. This was what Susy said as they walked down the crowded street which led to the Tuileries gardens, when Du Pare again made some bitter joke. "I am like the gamin who put aside the faith of a Pascal with a joke," said Du Pare. "I'm afraid it's no use talking to me." The little shops were bristling with their treasures. The people were standing in their doorways to see the company disperse, the carts and carriages cumbering the road. They passed a flower cart standing in a gutter. A countrywoman with a red handkerchief on her head was changing the beautiful bunches of fragrance into halfpennies and pennies. It was another version of the old lamps for new. Many of the flowers were delicate, such as we grow with elaborate care in greenhouses and hothouses. White lilacs and pink carnations with their long blue stalks, some sort of early flowering poppy, pale and feathery, and then narcissus and roses in heaps, and white daisies in their modest garb, looking as if they too had been to their first communion. The violets in their fragrant heaps were piled together, all their sweetness tied with a wisp of straw. Susanna stopped exclaiming, but Du Pare hurried her on. Pass on, madame," he said almost impatiently. "You are stopping the way." Again Tempy drew herself up with a look of absolute amazement and impatience. What did this man, this drawing master, mean by speaking in this imperious tone to her stepmother? She deliberately stopped and began to ask the price of the flowers, and bought a bunch of somewhat faded rosebuds, which the flower woman thrust into her hand. The others waited while she bargained, not that she cared for pennies, but from an Englishwoman's sense of duty. "Why didn't you get violets?" cried Susy. "They seemed so sweet." A minute after they were crossing the Rue de Rivoli to the side gate of the Tuileries gardens. "One crosses at the risk of one's life," said Susanna, smiling and turning to speak to Du Pare, but he was gone. When he rejoined them a minute after at the iron gate, he was carrying a huge bunch of the sweet violets Susanna had liked. "I ventured also to add some lilies of the valley. Such flowers were created for you," he said. There was something indescribable in his tone which startled her. She looked up. She saw a look of bright admiration, such pride and homage combined, that her thanks suddenly failed her. "Violets and lilies," said Tempy, wanting to say something to break the momentary silence which seemed almost significant. "Violets are not so nice as roses." "Unhappy France has heard more than enough of them, mademoiselle," said Du Pare, recovering himself quickly, but with a well-pleased expression still showing in his dark eyes. "This is the first time for years I have cared to buy any, but today they have seemed to me emblems of peace and sweetness, instead of greed and wicked rapacity." Susy could not answer all this, she a mother, a widow, who should have known life, to be silenced suddenly, confused like a very schoolgirl. It was not to be endured. End of section 27. Section 28 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 4, Saint Damian and Others. That silver sphere whose intense lamp narrows in the white dawn clear. Shelley. All their time was not given to Paris, delightful as Paris was. It was a pleasure to escape the city on those glorious spring days. Marnie was still away, and Susie and her children often found their way to the Villa du Parc, and from thence to the Bois de Boulogne or the outlying country places. Little Phraisie used to remain with her grandmother. The others would stroll further afield, and Du Parc, who so rarely left his work, who never allowed himself a holiday, now seemed to have nothing better to do than to escort his mother's friend and her companions. One afternoon he took them to a village about a mile off. He led the way with his big stick along the high road for a time, then across a cabbage field, then by a country crossroad leading to a village not far from the Seine. There was an old church, one of the very oldest in the neighbourhood, that he wanted them to see. He had done an etching of it for the Beaux-Arts. The lamp was burning dimly in the little church before the high altar, where a black verger stood in his robes. There was a silver dove hanging from the middle of the roof, and a gilt sun, with brassy rays like an organ, which shone upon the altar. Little pictures, bright coloured, miraculous, covered the bare walls with representations of benevolent marbles. Heavenly hands and protruding arms interposing from the clouds to prevent disaster here on earth, runaway horses arrested, falling houses caught in the act. There was a huge black crucifix with a coloured figure of death, a somewhat terrible and striking reminder to the living of the future and the past. More cheerful tinselled ornaments were piled upon the altar, whose fine cloth was guarded by a checkered linen top. The wooden pulpit was painted to look like precious veined marble. So was the battered old confessional, with the thumb marks of the penitents. Outside the little church, in the place, the cocks and hens cackled, becketed in the grass. A stream ran close by the open door, with a pleasant wash of water. They had passed the curé's house close at hand, with its laburnums, and the field beyond where the linen strips were bleaching, and the children squatting in the dust, and the man with the wooden shoes and the oilskin hat and the torn blouse breaking flints in the sunshine. Everything outside looked hot and bright and delicate and businesslike, while everything inside was dark and dreamily fervent. To many people accustomed from childhood to Catholic chapels, the scent of the lingering incense seemed to be the breath of the prayers and hymns of the pious who have lingered here generation after generation on their way from the streets and the sunshine outside to the quiet churchyard across the field. Max looked round today with friendly eyes at his old playmates, Saint Cosmo and Saint Damian, whose favourite martyrs, at Saint Dominic in his black robe, Saint Catherine with her pointing finger, Saint Barbara with her wheel, good Saint Ursula with a detachment of maidens, standing by the well-remembered sketch of the Day of Judgment, where 6 or 7 just persons, escorted by 2 virtuous little angels, were being trumpeted up to heaven, while over a dozen wicked were being swallowed then and there by a huge green monster. All these quaint familiar things hung undisturbed as they had hung in the young man's recollection for the quarter of a century he could look back to. The bright silver hearts and tokens, the tallow candles peacefully smoking on the triangle, all meant childhood and familiar faces and everyday innocent life to him. Here in the little village church, as at St. Roch on the day of the great celebration, there he had chafed and revolted. Tempy herself could not have felt more repelled than Max du Parc, but this was his old childhood, one of the simplest and most intimate associations. How curiously the same emblems affect different minds. To Tempy they meant terrors and superstition, to Jo a picturesque and characteristic episode of foreign travel, and to Susanna they meant something like a strange dream of reality, like an image of all that was in her heart just then. There was the charm, the intense attraction of that which was not and must never be her creed, and also a terror of that remorseless law which spared not, which accepted martyrdom and self-renunciation as the very beginning of the lesson of life, of that life which since the world began had been crying out so passionately for its own, for its right to exist, to feel, to be free. This afternoon, Mrs. Dymond seemed to have caught something of Du Parc's antagonistic mood that day at St. Roch's. She was thinking how these pale saints had turned one by one from the sunshine and the storms of daily life, from the seasons in their course, from the interests and warm fires of home, to a faraway future of which these sad tapers, winking and smoking, these glittering silver trinkets were the symbols. They had given earnest and passionate prayers in the place of love and living desires and the longing of full hearts. They had taken pain and self-inflicted sufferings in place of the natural submission and experiences of life and the restraints of others' rights and others' needs. "I can't think how people can endure such superstition," said Tempy, flouncing out into the porch. "Come, Jo, it makes me sick," and she nearly tumbled over an old couple who had been kneeling in the shadow of the doorway. Susy blushed up, as she often did, for Tempy's brusquerie, and looked anxiously at Du Parc, who had caught the young lady by the arm as she stumbled. Tempy seemed to rouse some latent opposition in Max du Pare. "Take care," he said in English. "Go gently, and don't upset those who are still on their knees. After all, there are not many people left upon their knees now," he added as they came out together, "and I don't see that much is gained by having everybody running about the streets instead. At all events, it is something gained to hear people speaking the real truth, and saying only what they really think, as we do in our churches," said Tempy with one of her stares. Du Pare made her a low bow. "If that is the case, mademoiselle, I shall certainly come over to England and get myself admitted into your religion by a reverend with a white tie." Tempy didn't answer, but walked on. Jo burst out laughing. Susy didn't laugh. She was in this strange state of emotion, excitement. She could not laugh. Something had come to her, something which in all her life she had never felt as now, a light into the morning, a tender depth in the evening sky, a meaning to the commonest words and facts. There is a feeling which comes home to most of us at one time or another. Philosophers try to explain it, poets to write it down only. Musicians can make it into music. It is like a horizon to the present, a sense of the suggestion of life beyond its actual din and rough shapings. This feeling gives a meaning to old stones and fluttering rags, to the heaps and holes on the surface of the earth, to the sad and common things as to those which are brilliant and successful. Had this supreme revelation come to Susanna now? Or was it only that in France the lights are brighter, the aspects of life more delightful, that with the sight of all this natural beauty and vivacity, some new spring of her life had been touched which irradiated and coloured everything? But it was not France, it was the poetry of to-day and the remembrance of yesterday which softened her sweet looks, which touched her glowing cheek. It was something which Susy did not know of, which she had never guessed at until now, widow though she was, mother though she was. Susanna for the last few years had been so accustomed to silence, to a sort of gentle but somewhat condoning courtesy, that it seemed to her almost strange to be specially addressed and considered. Tempy could not understand it either. Once or twice Susanna met the girl's surprised, half laughing, half disapproving glance, and the elder woman would blush and look amused, appealing. She seemed to be asking her stepdaughter's leave to be brilliant for once, to answer the friendly advances of the French gentlemen who called with red ribbons, and the French ladies with neatly poised bonnets. One or two invitations came for them through Mr. Bagginal. Sometimes Susy, animated, forgetting, would look so different, so handsome, that Tempy herself was taken aback. Mrs. Dymond's black dignities became her long lappets falling, the silken folds so soft, so thick, that moved with her as she moved. She had dressed formally to please her husband, who, in common with many men, hated black, and liked to see his wife and his daughter in a cheerful rainbow of pink and green and blue and gilt buttons. Now that she was a widow, she wore plain long dresses, soft and black, suiting her condition and becoming to her sweet and graceful ways. She had bought herself a straw hat, for the sun was burning in the avenues of Neuilly, and with her round hat she had given up her widow's cap. A less experienced hand than Max du Parc might have wished to set this graceful blackness down forever, as it stood on the green outside the little chapel that summer's day. The children were still playing, the geese were coming up to be fed. The dazzle of light and shade made a sweet out-of-door background to the lovely light and shade of Susy's wistful pale face as she stood facing them all, and looking up at the carved stone front of the shabby little church. They walked home slowly 2 by 2. Tempy, who had not yet forgiven Du Parc his religion or his beau, took her brother's arm. Two figures that were hobbling along the path a little way in front of them stopped their halting progress, and turned to watch the youthful company go by. They were forlorn and worn and sad, and covered with rags and dirt. The woman carried a bundle on a stick. The man dragged his steps through the spring, limping as he went. "Yes," said Max, answering Susy's look of pity. "One is happy and forgets everything else, and then one meets some death's head like this to remind one of the truth. Think of one man keeping all that for himself," and he pointed back to a flaming villa of pink turrets beyond the field, "and another reduced to such shreds of life." "I don't think people in England are ever quite so miserable," said Susy. "You think not?" said Max. "I've seen people quite as dirty, quite as wretched in London. I remember one day at Caron's lodging in Brompton." Susy wondered why he stopped short in the middle of his sentence. Max had suddenly remembered when it was he had seen two wretched beggars thrust from a carriage door and by home. "And in Soho, near where you lived," the young man continued after a moment, speaking in a somewhat constrained voice and tone. "Any night, I think, you might have seen people as sad and as wretched as these. I used to go to a street in that quarter for my dinner very often, and while I dined they walked about outside. Once," he added more cheerfully, as another remembrance came into his mind, "I met a member of your family, madame, at my dining place, Monsieur Charles Bolsover." "Poor fellow," said Max, returning to his French. "I hope he is in happier conditions than he was then. He had a friend whom I met afterwards, and who took me to see him. He seemed in a doleful state." "Were you then present on that dreadful occasion?" said Susanna, turning pale. "Oh, Monsieur du Parc, he had been drinking to forget his trouble." "What, madame, even you?" said Max. "Do you find nothing kinder to say of the poor boy? Drinking? He had not been drinking any more than I had. He was ill. He was in a fever for a week afterwards. I used to go and sit with him in his friend's lodging. They told me the story." Max glanced at Tempy, who was walking ahead laughing and twirling her parasol. "Forgive me," he said. "I am meddling with what is not my concern." "But it does concern me, Monsieur du Parc," said Susy, trembling very much. "It concerns me very nearly. If Charlie has been unjustly accused, if he was ill, poor boy, and we did not know it." "It is a fact, madame," said Max dryly. "If you were to ask his friend, the Reverend White, he will tell you the same thing. Your nephew is not the first of us who has been overcome by an affair of the heart. I gathered from him that you disapproved of his suit. My husband was afraid to trust his daughter's happiness to any one of whom we had heard so much that was painful," said Mrs. Dymond coldly, and remembering herself. Max civilly assented. "A father must judge best for his child," she continued, melting as he froze, and speaking with an unconscious appeal in her voice and her eyes. Why was it that she felt as if Du Parc's opinion mattered so much? She could not bear him to misjudge things, to think anyone cold or hard. "Of course you have to consider what is best," said the young man, softening to her gentleness. "But believe me, that is not a bad young fellow. Poor boy, it was a heart of gold." "I can scarcely imagine the young lady having inspired such a devotion," he said, for a moment forgetting the near relationship between the two women. "But to me she seems strangely fortunate." "Ah, you don't know her," said Susy eagerly. "You don't know how noble she is, how good, how lovable." "What would you have, madame?" said Du Pare, laughing. "Of you I am not afraid, but of the Miss I am in terror. And she detests me too. Ask madame, your mother." They had come to the gates of the villa by this. Phraisie appeared in the doorway with madame to welcome them back. Mrs. Marney's voice was heard calling from within. Max was not overpleased to see a visitor under the tree, waiting the lady's return. It was their North Country neighbour, Mr. Bagginal, from the embassy, who had been making himself agreeable to Madame in the meanwhile. He had a scheme for a walk in the wood at St. Cloud and a dinner. The court was there and the gardens closed, but the young man with some pride produced an order of admission. "Thank you, we shall like it very much indeed," says Tempy. Susy looked at Du Parc. "Shall you have time to come too?" she asked. "Monsieur Caron is in the studio waiting for you, Max," said his mother. "He has got his pocket full of proclamations as usual." And without answering Mrs. Dymond, Du Parc slowly turned and walked into the studio. End of section 28. Section 29 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 5, Almsgiving. In that new world which is the old. As the actors pass across the stage of life and play their respective parts, it is not difficult at the outset to docket them with their different characters: a soldier, a parson, an artist, a lawyer, a lover, a heroine, a lawgiver, a widow, and so forth. But presently, after the play has gone on for a little while, on the stage of life, it is not the play that ends, but the actors who come and go. We begin to see that, although some of us may be suited to our parts, there are others whose natures are ill-fitted to their role. And very often we find the performers suddenly playing away in their own natural characters instead of those which they are supposed to represent, to the very great confusion of the drama which is going on. Here is the lawyer making love to his client instead of drawing up her will, the parson fighting his bishop instead of guarding his flock, the soldier preaching sermons, the actor taking his part in serious earnest and blessing his people with unction. 100 instances come to one's mind of fiddlers and tailors set to rule great kingdoms, with what tragic ill luck, alas, we all remember. Was not one mechanism born to a throne, whose life paid for his idiosyncrasies? And again, have we not heard of a Spinoza, patiently at work upon his lenses, earning his daily pittance, a true king among men, one whose wise and noble thoughts still rule the succeeding generations? Other instances will occur to us all, of travesties still more incongruous: a priest serving his king before his God, a poet with wilder blood and genius than his compeers, sitting with them at St. Stephen's upon a dusty cushion, which he presently flings in their faces, and, in generous wrath and excitement, goes off to die, fighting for liberty under the blue sky of Greece. When Max du Parc, the son of a dreamer and of a downright and practical woman, found himself started in life in the little studio at the end of his mother's garden, he was certainly to blame in that he did not keep with peaceful devotion to the career into which fate had launched him, with so little effort on his own part. His engravings were excellent, but still more so were his etchings, boldly worked out, remarkable for their force, their colour, and such a term may often be used with justice, even where black and white alone are used. He had received his red ribbon with the rest of them for work done during the last 2 years, for medals gained at exhibitions for etchings, some of which were now hanging in gilt frames at St. Cloud among the eagles. Among others, he had worked for money as well as for love. The day before, Susanna, seeing one of his most successful prints in a shop window, had blushed up painfully and looked away. Du Parc saw her turn crimson. He guessed that she had recognized his work. He felt as if he could gladly tear the picture with its insolent bacchantes from its place and destroy it then and there forever. Susy guessed what was passing in his mind. "I have never lived among artists," she said. "I know there are many things I do not understand, but I have lately learnt," she added gently, "how beautiful, how wonderful it all is, and I shall always be grateful to you for teaching Jo." And Duparc turned a searching look upon her, though he did not answer. Perhaps if his art had meant less to him, it might have led him further still. It was something beyond colour, beyond form that he wanted, in his work as in his life, which flaunted him at times and made him ashamed of mere clever successes. All this moralizing equally applied to my heroine Susanna, a woman of natural aptitude and impressionability, placed by no unkind fate in a peaceful and prosperous position. And now the moment had come when she was to play her touching part of a mourning Dido no longer, and lo, flinging away the veils and the dignity of widowhood, wiping the natural tears, she found herself true to her nature, not false to her past, alive, not dead as she imagined, existing still, not having ceased to feel, a human being, not an image in a looking glass, not remembering only, but submitting to the great law of life, which is stronger and less narrow than any human protest and lamentation. Once more Mrs. Dymond was leaning from her high window, impatiently scanning the figures coming and going along the pavement. Why did he keep them? The day was passing, the hours were waning. She was the most impatient of the party. There sat Joe, absorbed in his painting. He was trying to copy the great blue china pot he had brought home from the quay, and the pink poppies that Tempy had stuck into it, with their blue shadows and their silver-green leaves. Joe had a natural taste for still life. His stepmother was grateful beyond words to those squares of colour, to those never-failing interests of form, of light arrangement, which interested him. She herself had no such natural gift. She was all the more glad when Joe, under Duparc's guidance, had tried his hand at art. Mrs. Dymond was less pleased when she heard her stepson announcing that he had also adopted some of Monsieur Caron's doctrines. Joe had met Caron once or twice at the studio, where the good old man used to call with the various handbills and tricolour announcements which he was having printed to herald a coming look. Tempy, who had wanted to start half an hour before, now sat half asleep upon the red couch with its red cushions. The faint aroma of the poppies in the sunlight seemed to taint the drowsy air in the little room, where time passed to the slow ticking of the clock, and where Apollo in his car was forever galloping beneath his crystal dome. Little Phraisie was in the next room, also sleeping on the bed with drawn curtains. When the heat of the day was over, Henrietta Wilkins was to take her into the Tuileries gardens close by. It was her pride to sit there at her work and to hear the people admire the little cherubim while she piled her gravel pies at her nurse's knee. Mrs. Dymond had insisted on waiting for her mother and Duparc. As the flood of people passed on down below, in vain she scanned the figures, seeking for the persons for whom she looked. A vague sense of uneasy disappointment came over her. So absorbed was she watching the endless procession that she did not hear the door open, nor become aware that Duparc was in the room, until Joe's loud cries of Mrs. Dymond made her look round. A dark figure was standing in the doorway. Tempy started up. Joe put down his brush, and Susanna, with a clear sense of ease and tranquillity, turned from her window and faced her new friend, blushing a little, looking more beautiful than he had ever seen her. "Madame," said Duparc, bowing very low as usual. "How do you do, Monsieur Max?" said Mrs. Dymond, welcoming her visitor. "Where is my mother? Is she not coming? I was not able to see her when I called. Madame Marny was in her room. She sends a message," and Duparc brought out a folded scrap from his waistcoat pocket. "My darling Susie, do not wait for me. I had rather not come. I am keeping the boys, for I expect their father home. Your loving mother. P.S. I will call if I can and see the darling baby in the course of the day." The note was disappointing, but it was no use delaying any longer. "We are late," says Tempy, starting up. "We ought not to have waited so long. Mr. Bagginal will be quite tired out." "I have been with Monsieur Caron. I am sorry you delayed for me," said Duparc, as usual only addressing Susanna, who was giving Wilkins some parting directions as he took her cloak and her parasol from her faithful attendant. Max seemed preoccupied at first, and unlike himself, as they all walked along the street to the quay whence the steamers started. Susanna and the pursuit of pleasure were not at this moment the great preoccupations of his mind. Other things less peaceful, less hopeful, were daily closing up around him. There was a terrible reality to him in his apprehensions, all the more vivid because of his artistic qualities. He belonged to the upper and more prescient classes, while from experience and birth he was near enough to the people to understand the tones of his voice, the wants of its daily life, its angry rising, and its present moods. But by degrees, being in Susanna's company, he brightened up. Love requires time and space if it is not able to accomplish absolute impossibilities, but it certainly makes the most of the passing lights and moments of life. Monsieur Caron detained me over the proofs of his book, said Duparc. You need not explain. We have nothing to do but to amuse ourselves. You have your work to attend to, said Susie gaily. Susanna had felt of late as if her relations with Duparc were changed, and it seemed quite natural that he should give her details of his day's work. Max too realized that he was someone in her life, not a passer-by, but a fellow traveller. The two might very well have walked out of one of the galleries of the Louvre hard by, she with her Grecian goddess looks, he of the dark southern head with the black hair, that beaked nose, the dark sudden eyes so deeply set, eyes that were hard and soft by turns, and now at this moment, not for the first time, a sense of his reality, of the importance of his presence, of his goodwill, of his approbation and acquiescence with her conclusions came over her. There was a curious simplicity about Duparc which impressed people. Either he said what he meant, or he let you see that he mistrusted you and was silent. He had great powers of work and a gift for enjoyment as well, which is perhaps more rare, and as he walked along by Susy's side, with his bright looks and his odd swinging gait, he had seemed the very impersonation of a holiday maker, of a man at one with the moment. They were crossing the great court of the Louvre when a shadow came from behind a statue, and a frightened woman, starting out into the sunshine, suddenly put on a trembling white hand for alms. Susanna and her young people from their English training were passing on. They had a vague idea it was wrong to give to casual beggars, but Duparc stopped short. "Why are you begging, Madame Lebris?" said he roughly. "Are you ill?" "I am dying," said the woman quietly. "My children are starving." "Where is your husband?" "You know better than I do," she answered. "Go home at once," said Duparc. "I will come and see you this evening." He thrust a napoleon into her hand. She took it with a weary look, and he nodded and hurried after the others. They were all standing a few yards off, waiting for him. "I know the woman. She is the wife of a man who has worked for me," he said in French, looking vexed and confused. He had paid away his last gold piece, and he had but a few sous left in his pocket. How was he to go on with them and pay for his share of the dinner? Max had hardly recovered himself when he saw Mr. Bagginal. "Ah," said he, "there is your friend," and, as he spoke, our attaché, with an umbrella, a grievance, and a flower in his buttonhole, came up to meet them from the steamer steps. The holiday of the year had begun, and with the sunshine the shores had quickened with green, with song, with the air, with the stir of spreading life. There were 2 or 3 young men and women and some children on board, 1 or 2 experienced excursionists, some housekeepers carrying their baskets, a village wedding, returning home after the ceremony. As the steamer stopped at each landing place in turn, the company passed off the boat, scarcely as one remained by the time they were nearing St. Cloud. Joe was practising his French upon the man at the wheel. Tempy, much amused by the smoothly talkative and attentive Mr. Bagginal, sat somewhat mollified and relenting on a bench, red hair and Parisian checked cotton dress, and her big white ombrella open to shade her pink cheeks. Susy, at the other end of the same bench, sat smiling, watching the lights and the shadows, listening to the song of the birds and the wash of the ripples, answering a word now and then when Duparc, who had been smoking at the other end of the boat, came up to speak to her. At first conscious of pecuniosity, and also under the restraint of Mr. Bagginal's presence, he had kept silent and aloof. Now he began to talk again. He told her stories along the shores, pointed out the prettiest walks, the pleasantest chalets where the Parisians go on summer afternoons, and dine and enjoy the sunsets in the sky, while the fish come leaping from the river into their plates, and the white wine flows into the glasses, which the damsels bring with serious smiling looks, and the white boats glide by. and birds fly home to rest, and the glorious sunset says, "Come, clink the glasses and quaff the golden wine." "Ah, do you know that place?" interrupted Mr. Bagginal, as Max pointed out a restaurant with white balconies standing by the water's edge. "I'm told it is first rate. Shall we dine there?" "You will find a very good dinner," Max said. The steamer travelled on between the shores in the new sunshine. It was so early in the season that but few people were on board. One of those glorious bursts of spring had overtaken them. Susy saw villas amid budding sycamore trees, with fringing poplars, whitewashed walls, terraces, gardens breaking into flowers, high roads whence people hailed the steamer with friendly signs. She watched the pale blue spring sky, the high floating clouds. "Are you not afraid of being burnt?" said Du Pare. Susy opened her sunshade. Though she loved the sun, was she awake or asleep? Was she herself, the sad, harassed, bewildered, lonely widow? This happy being basking in this delightful, invigorating present? Vivid admiration is a disturbing element sometimes. We thankfully absorb the hour tranquilly, exist to the uttermost while it lasts, scarcely understand it all. So sits Susanna while the water beats fresh against the sides of the big boat and the warm sunlight comes quickening. Everything flows into the very soul of the hour. That mysterious natural soul which people share with one another, with place, with time. They travelled on peacefully in this floating companionship and sympathy while the new life stirred along the banks. End of section 29. Section 30 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 6. St. Cloud Before the Storm. Amidst the Hesperian garden, on whose banks, bedewed with nectar and celestial songs, eternal roses grow and hyacinth, and fruits of golden rind, on whose fair tree the scaly harvest dragon ever keeps his enchanted eye. Comus. "I wish my mother had come with us," said Susy, as the steamer stopped at the landing place of St. Cloud, just where the public place and the barracks and the terraces all meet, while beyond these slate roofs and balustrades the tufted green and lilac and silver and gold of the lovely hanging gardens rise, and the white walls and windows of the palace. A flag was flying, for the court was there, the emperor, the empress, the young prince imperial, and their attendants, and indeed as they landed, the soldiers were presenting arms to some smart open carriages, which were rolling by with glittered outriders, a flashing of harness, a waving of plumes, a click of arms. It was a pretty, brilliant sight. "Shall we dine first or walk first?" said Mr. Bagginal gaily. "Monsieur du Pare, you know the place better than I do." Du Pare hesitated. "If ces dames are not afraid of a long walk," said Du Pare, "we might stroll back through the woods to Sèvres, and I can recommend that little restaurant you were looking at just now for your dinner," he said, finishing his sentence to Susanna himself. Susy agreed at once. She was in childish spirits, and behaving like a child, thought Tempy severely, somewhat in Mrs. Bolsover's frame of mind. Jo stared at Susanna. He too did not know her. He too liked her best in her old subdued condition, though he was glad to see her happy. There was a pretty little girl in the village, about little Phraisie's age, and as the steamer started, Susy stood looking after the child, and thinking of her own with some natural maternal solicitude. Then she turned and found Max, as usual, waiting by her side, and watching her with something the same expression as that with which she had looked at the departing child. "I should like to have made a sketch of that child," he said, a little confused at being surprised. "No wonder women are pious," he added, "when they have pretty bambinos of their own to worship. I should think for you, madame, the difficulty must be not to believe, but to keep rational in your convictions. Then Max moved on again and joined the others, for he had seen, though Susy did not notice it, a somewhat gloomy exchange of looks pass between Tempy and her brother as they stood waiting on the slope above. It was a general holiday of sunshine, lilacs, lime trees, dazzling, blossoming flowers on every slope and terrace. The steep sides were heaped with colour. The wrought iron railings were overhung with garlands, with ivy and laburnum and sweet flowering bushes pushing through the bars. Whitsuntide had come with an exquisite burst. All these French people, natural lovers of beauty and sunshine, were out basking in the flood of sudden happiness. At the gate of the great court stood a girl with a half penitent, half laughing face. She had stolen some overhanging branches of lilac and May blossom, and had been called sternly to account by one of the old veterans in uniform and metal buttons, guardian angels of this earthly paradise. The girl, undaunted by the buttons, looked up with merry, entreating eyes. The brave old veteran, unconquered in 100 fights, seemed hard put to it now, for all his stripes and gold braid. Just overhead from a second terrace, bordered by scrolled iron rails and ivy creepers, hung an anxious audience of girls, also provided with the plunder of spring, and wondering what their own chance of escape would be. "She will come over him," said Mr. Bagginal, laughing. "Look, he is yielding." Max shrugged his shoulders in an irritating way. "Why do you look so angry?" said Susy. "She will get as a veniality what is her natural right," said Max. "That is how morality is taught in our schools." "But if you think everybody else has a natural right to pick everything, there will be only broken stalks for you and me," says Mr. Bagginal with his usual drawl. "I don't know about you," said Max, laughing. "I myself have long ago made up my mind to broken stalks." And as he spoke, he flung a little spray of lilac he had picked over the railings of the terrace. "Monsieur Caron should be here," said Jo. "What is it he was saying in the studio last night? That an equal subdivision of material was an absurdity, that all gifts should be spiritual and capable of infinite division?" "I don't suppose even Caron could tell you the difference between material and spiritual," said Max, shrugging his shoulders. "He certainly doesn't practise his precepts. But I suppose the patron meant that if you give a man a fish he is hungry again in an hour. If you teach him to catch a fish you do him a good turn. But these very elementary principles are apt to clash with the leisure of the cultivated classes. Well, Mr. Bagginal now produced his ticket, the result of favour and the unjust subdivision of spiritual enjoyments," said Du Pare with a smile. Mr. Bagginal stared at Max for a moment. Max stared back. Du Pare had a quiet, confident manner which did not, however, always put people at their ease. Mr. Bagginal's order was produced, and the veterans unlocked the gates and admitted those wanderers into deeper and sweeter glades and beauties. They skirted the avenues, advancing by the stately green arcades, walking under the chestnut trees in flower, climbing from one ivy-bound terrace to another, from stone flight to stone flight, from avenue to avenue again, and so onward through the glorious spring into greener and yet greener places. The larks were singing overhead, nightingales and thrushes were answering from end to end, with notes so sweet, so loud, so mellow, that all these human beings, with one accord, ceased talking to listen to the sweet, pertinacious melody. After a time they found themselves coming out into an open place where a lake lay glistening in the spring. "There is a terrace somewhere near this," said Mr. Bagginal. "Who knows the way to it?" Du Pare went to inquire of some women with flowers in their hands, who stood smiling and pointing out the road. "One certainly gets a capital panorama of Paris here," says Tempy breathlessly, and ascending the steps of the terrace, and talking in her loud cordial voice to Mr. Bagginal. "I should like to sketch it, but I'm not good at sketching. Jo should do it. Couldn't you, Jo?" "Would you also like to see me stand on my head on the dome of Invalides?" said Jo gravely. "What do you mean, you silly boy?" said Tempy. "You sketch beautifully, doesn't he, Monsieur du Pare?" But Max didn't answer. He had not yet reached the others, and stood leaning against the lower end of the stone parapet by Mrs. Dymond,
and looking out at the wondrous circle of hills. Susie lingered for an instant. She had almost forgotten that such happiness was possible. Such a moment, such a springtide. The whole air was full of a wonderful perfume. The very branches of the trees all seemed to be singing and flinging their incense upon the air. As Mrs. Dymond stood, flushed and motionless, a new sense of the universal community of life reached her. Was it her sorrow that died away in the flame of the sunshine? Her black gown turned to purple in the light. Suddenly she seemed to know that she was young, that she belonged to the world in which she was breathing, to now, not only to the past, that the present claimed her, that the past was past. "Come up this way, come, come," cries Jo, looking back, and in a sort of dream Susanna moved on, still followed by Du Pare. At their feet spreads Paris in its sober robe of white, with its 1,000 domes and roofs and spires, pale and shining and beautiful, delicately outlined and shaded, while the hills lie like a charm enclosing all, and the silver turns of the river are flowing on into the very heart of the great city, as though to wash away every shadow and stain from its stones. There are some things that can scarcely be remembered, much less written down. Among these is the quality of moments which come to us now and again, the complexity and multiplication of happiness and beauty which can give these life. "And what about dinner?" says Mr. Bagginal. "How does one get away from here?" "There should be a path somewhere through this wood," says Max, looking about him. He found the way presently along the shade and the sunshine under the trees, past a sunny glen where some milk-white goats, like creatures out of an idyll, were disporting themselves. Pan was perhaps hidden among the bushes, or Actaeon was sleeping among the ivy. The little wood led downhill to iron gates. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 7, Moreau. As they came jogging gaily along the lane, Jo leaped up in the air, broke a branch of lilac from one of the overhanging trees, and coming up to his stepmother, flung it to her. "Take it home for me," said Jo. "Put it in your parasol. I'll try and paint it when I get back," and he hurried past her to overtake the others. "Don't you think he has great talent?" said Susanna with a thoughtful look, which brightened as it fell on Jo's red shock head. "He must work on and find out for himself what he is capable of," said Du Pare, looking not at Jo but at Susie herself with unconcealed kindness and admiration. Even for Susanna, or perhaps because it was Susanna, to him the sweetest, fairest woman he had ever known, he could not say more than he felt. Her concerns seemed to him next to his own the most important things in all the world. Perhaps his own also gained in importance from her coming, her interest in them. They were reaching the gate where the sentry was standing, armed to the teeth, and Susie, with a woman's disregard of lawful authority, drew a fold of her dress over the lilac blossom. The iron gates led by a lane to the village green of Sèvres, where the children were at play, and where many people were coming and going, while old people talked in the sunshine. The green led to the river, spanned by the bridge soon to be the scene of so many desperate encounters, of unavailing appeals and hopeless parleys, the boundary line between victory and defeat. Who could have realized that day the piteous tragedy already near, while the children danced and the peaceful elders rested at the end of their long day's work, and the young people advanced gay with the mirth of the hour? Neither Jo nor Tempy, as they went along, noticed a strange-looking figure, who, however, seemed greatly interested in them. He was a tall, pale man in a workman's dress, with long fair hair reaching to his shoulders. He had been resting on a beach. He got up, seeing Du Pare, and laid his hand heavily and familiarly upon his arm. "Ah, at last! I hoped we might meet," he said, drawing him a little aside. Then quickly and excitedly, "Hast thou heard the news?" The police have paid a domiciliary visit to Papa Caron. They found nothing except some of thy calligraphies. Happily, art is privileged. The commissaire was told that Di, goddess of liberty, was the portrait of the late Madame Caron. I have seen Lebris, the stranger went on. He tells me Dombrowski is in Paris. He will be in the Rue de la Hotte tonight. Are we to expect you? Mademoiselle, où sera? Said the long-haired man, somewhat familiarly, with a stare at Susie. Du Pare looked at his acquaintance with a very haughty air, which took him of the long hair somewhat aback. Lebris had much better be looking after his family than meddling in things he does not understand, said Du Pare, and turning away without a further answer, he rejoined Mrs. Dymond and almost hurried her way. Is that an artist? Said Susie, rather awe-stricken. An artist, no. That is one of our rising politicians, said the young man, with a shrug of the shoulders as they walked on. I confess that if it was not for Madame Caron's sake, I could gladly knock him down for his impertinence to you. His name is Jourdet. He is one of the best of them. But the whole thing seems like a bad dream now as I walk along by your side, cried Du Pare, suddenly forgetting his reserve and realizing the utter gulf, the absolute distance, the impassable barrier which divided him from the sweet and gracious being whose looks rested so kindly on his, whose voice filled his ears, whose every word and motions seemed to him touched with peace, beauty, goodwill upon earth, some harmony almost more than human. And was all this to be put aside, thrust away, for what? For a hopeless cause, a nightmare, for these dirty hands holding out a grotesque semblance of liberty and justice. Then he thought with a bitter pang of self-reproach of his dear old master and friend, of that lifelong sacrifice and devotion, that patient following of truth in its many disguises, and that aspiration after greater things than tranquillity and ease. Suddenly shaken and stung back to the reality of life, Max put a hard and dogged control upon himself. For the rest of the walk, he would not let himself think, and yet he could not enjoy the present any more. Mrs. Dymond wondered what had come to him. His manner, his voice, his face had changed. He seemed no longer her friend and companion, but one strange and far removed from their simple merrymaking. The others saw no difference, and came up laughing and in high spirits, when Max called to Jo to hasten, or they might not get their table at the inn where they were to dine. They turned down along the river side again, and Peche, miraculeuse, stood at a silver turn of the Seine, and the hungry excursionists were coming up from various sides to the many tables which were set ready, some in the dark dining rooms down below, some on a broad balcony or terrace from which the river could be seen, floating into those glorified distances where the sweet resounding woods and visions through which they had been passing lay hidden in the sunset. The lady in the camisole sitting in the little lodge below smiled an affable welcome, and put out 5 ivory counters for her guests. "Will you take your entrance tickets?" said Du Pare, holding out 4 of the counters. "And what will you do?" says Mr. Bagginal, rather relieved to find Max was not to be at the dinner. "I am not coming. I must go back," he answered. Susy exclaimed in disappointment. Max heard her exclaim as, lifting his hat, he turned away quickly. He could not explain to them all that when he had thrust his last Napoleon into Madame Lebris's trembling hand. He had given his share of the feast to the poor woman who had appealed to him as they started. At the time he had regretted the sacrifice. Now he was glad to give away. His mood had changed. He was in no difficulty about his meal. There was always a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine in his mother's cupboard at home, and he now started to walk back to the villa and to partake of this frugal repast before visiting his protégé on his way to joining Caron at the appointed place. Dombrowski had been sent on some mission, Du Pare knew not what, only that it was of vital importance to the cause, so at least Caron's friends affirmed. Max himself had little faith in these mysterious expeditions and conspiracies. He was ready to do his part, even to go on missions if need be, at all events to help those that wanted help, to send a share of his own strength and goodwill to others, but he had no fancy for plots and secret societies, and it may as well be explained at once that, although he lived in the company of schemers and plotters, he himself belonged to no secret societies. His godfather had promised the sturdy madame that Max should not be involved. Caron was scrupulous to keep his word and his promises. He was absolutely trusted and respected. Introduced by him, Max was welcomed, although bound by no promises. He was even courted by many of those who were able to see his utility to their cause, if he once heartily joined any one of the many cliques and brotherhoods which were secretly growing round about. But in truth his mind just then was full of other thoughts and preoccupations, and one's own experience perforce comes before that of others, however unfortunate. As he walked along in the dusk by the riverside towards home, something seemed calling to him, calling from the little eating-house where the lights were beginning to kindle up. "She's going from you," said a voice. "Who knows, she might remain, she might be yours, but she's happier as she is, and you would not have things altered." He knew enough of the world to realize that Susie and her surroundings were utterly unsuited to him and to his life. Max was not over-diffident. Modesty was not one of the qualities with which nature had endowed him, and something in Susanna's eyes and voice and manner told him that to her he was beginning to be no less interesting than she had long been to him. Poor child, she had better go before she knew the truth. Return to her home, her comforts, her religion, her friends, the reverends in their white ties, to her narrow prejudices, her well-mounted household. Hie thee to a monastery. What had induced this lamb from the flock to come in innocence and thrust itself into his gueule? Dear woman, she should go as she had come. She should not know how near he had been to asking her to make the sacrifice of peace and home and country and consideration, for she might accept me. She is a woman just like any other, so reasoned Max, who was himself a man just like any other. Meanwhile, Susanna sat silent in her darkening corner, also changed and silenced, disappointed and angry with herself for the difference she found in everything, wondering why Du Parc had left them so abruptly, where he was gone, what his going meant. The western light shone on still, but with long radiations. The fisherman's boat, catering for the guests, pushed out across the river to a reservoir of trout. The oars flapped with a sad, chilling sound. Tempy's spirits rose as Susy's fell, and she and Joe and Mr. Bagginal joked and laughed with an extra gaiety and noisy enjoyment which jarred upon poor Susy, sitting lonely and motionless, with all the fading glory of the sunset for a background to her depression. It was the same thing on board the steamer in the evening grey, where their youthful sports offended not only Sally, but a little French couple sitting by the wheel. "Anglais," said the man. "Barbare," hissed the pretty little lady, to Joe's immense amusement. End of section 31. Section 32 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 8. Susanna's Correspondence. We let false whispers, breeding hidden fears, break gentle sleeps with mesmerized doubt. Susy came home still tired and dispirited. She left the others to their cheerful, interminable leave-takings down below, and hurried up the stairs to her own room. As she passed through the sitting-room, she saw some letters lying on the round table, and she carried them with her candle into her own room to read. It was nearly dark, the light was dying out of the sky, and she untied her bonnet and sat down in the chair by her bedside with some sense of rest and peace. The first letter was from Mrs. Bolsover, and in her own handwriting. Bolsover Hall, April 22nd. My dear Susanna, we are all glad to think the time for your return is so near, though I am afraid you will find us very humdrum after your foreign friends and amusements. I only write to say that we are expecting you. News concerning such old fogies as we are is generally nothing but a catalogue of ills, more or less tiresome. Happily, we are all much as usual, with nothing more to complain of than when you left the place. Aunt Fanny has been up in town and has brought back a couple of white rats, which Phraisie will approve of. The squire is very well satisfied with his lambs and the look of the spring crops. He goes over to the place on Tuesdays and says all is as it should be. He brings us back cartfuls of fruit and vegetables, which the gardeners might otherwise appropriate. Our nephew Charles has been staying with us and left us this morning. He is thinking of trying for the civil service. I was delighted to get your letter contradicting the unfavourable accounts which had reached us of his conduct in London, and which, as you know, I never believed. I was glad to tell him how completely you had justified him. We are rather anxious at the last accounts from Paraguay, where my brother Peregrine is now living. The country seems in a very unsettled state. He has written us a very long and no doubt interesting letter on the subject of the last ministerial changes there. He promises to send us another box of curiosities before long. Pray remember us very kindly to your mother and her family. Give our fond love to Joe and Tempy, and with a hug to the precious child, believe me, my dear Susie, ever your affectionate old sister-in-law, Caroline Bolsover. Tell Phraisie we shall be looking out for her by the end of the week, and that we shall keep the rats till she comes for them. The second letter was also stamped with the Bolsover crest, but it bore the London postmark, and was directed in a dashing and blotted handwriting at which Susie wondered as she opened it. Then she began to read attentively, and having finished she read the letter through a second time. And then, still holding it in her hand, she sat motionless, trying to think, to realize how much it might mean. The words were simple enough and to the point. D Street, Soho, April 23rd. My dear Mrs. Dymond, many months have passed since I have troubled you, either by writing or by coming. When I last saw Tempy, I felt she would prefer that I should absent myself for a time. I think, however, it will be better for all our sakes to get a definite understanding. My time at Oxford is at an end, and it is necessary to make some plans for the future. My Aunt Fanny has been in town, visiting Jamrach's and the spring exhibitions, and kindly exerting herself on my behalf. A former admirer, she tells me, has promised her to give me a nomination for the Foreign Office, and this, with what my uncle allows me, will enable me, I trust, to pay my washing bills, and to keep me not only in crusts but in cigars. My Aunt Caroline has also shown me a letter which you have been kind enough to write, contradicting a report which I never heard of till now, and which certainly confirmed my poor Uncle John in his prejudice against me. I will not dwell upon this unexpected éclaircissement, for which in this particular instance appearances were hard upon me. Other facts that I am heartily ashamed of now may not have reached his ears, which would have undoubtedly seemed to him good reasons for opposing my marriage with my cousin Tempy. But at the same time I protest that I was hardly dealt with on the whole. If he had lived, I should have appealed once more to him, to his sense of justice, to his great affection for his daughter. He's gone, leaving you, her guardian, in his place, and I come to you. If you could see my heart, you would understand that I am sincere. You would see how truly I love her. I also think that no one else could ever make me so happy as I could. If she still loves me, I will come at once and meet you anywhere you like. To her, I would rather speak than write. Meanwhile, I only ask you to believe me. I am yours, very sincerely, C.P. Bolsover. As Susie sat there, her mind was quickly made up. Something in Charlie's letter rang true and seemed to find a ready answer to her feeling. Ah, she knew now, as she had never known before, what it was to divide yearning hearts. John would forgive her even if he did not approve. But he would approve. True himself generous, considerate for others, how could he not approve? Why should she mistrust his unvarying goodness? As she sat there, she found herself almost speaking, almost appealing to her husband, and a feeling of oneness with him in her wish to do right seemed to set her mind and her heart at ease. Her eyes filled with tears, her hands trembled with excitement. Her dreams of the past and of Tempe's future were not altogether dispersed by the voices coming into the next room. Jo and Tempe, having taken leave of Mr. Bagginal, had come upstairs after her. It would have been a delightful day if it hadn't been for that tiresome Monsieur du Parc, said Tempe, very loud and cheerfully, drooping down once more on the red divan which she had left some 8 hours before. I can't think what Susy finds in him. He is a thoroughly disagreeable man, and so are all his friends. He has scarcely the manners of a gentleman. Do you think so, Jo? I don't know. I like him and I like his friends, said Jo, lighting the candles. They are rather tough, to be sure, all except Monsieur Caron. But I don't care so much about manners. You like superfine cream-laid people like Bagginal and Charlie. Jo said all this walking noisily about the room, looking for matches, soda water, opening windows, etc., as people do after a day's absence. Mrs. Dymond likes them rough, he went on, without too much polish, like me and Du Parc. He looked up and stopped short, for Mrs. Dymond had come back. She was there, she had heard what they said. She was blushing crimson and waiting in the doorway. Jo gave one glance at Tempe, then another at Susy, as she stood quite still, looking down and nervously smoothing the ribbons of her cloak, which she had not laid aside. Then he took up his hat and was preparing to go out again for an evening pipe in front of the house. Don't go yet, Jo, said Susanna in an odd voice. I have something to say to you and Tempe, something which has been on my mind for some days. Tempe sat bolt upright on her sofa and wondered what on earth was coming. Monsieur du Parc, whom you dislike, Tempe, so much, said Susy, with a touch of severity in her voice which Tempe had never seen before, has done us a service for which we all ought to be grateful. He has cleared away a cruel injustice. Do you not both remember the things which were said of your cousin Charlie, that sad time when he first spoke to your father? They were all false. Monsieur Max knows it was all untrue about the drinking. Your father never knew it, and now I too have heard from Charlie. The letter was here when I came in. Tempe, said Susy, trembling but recovering herself and speaking more quickly and looking very sweet, it is for you to answer the letter. I should no longer feel I was doing right if I continued to oppose your marriage. I think I cannot say for certain, but I think your father would agree to it now. He used to say, said Susy, turning to her stepson, that her husband must be a good man, Jo, a man to be trusted and that she could depend upon. And surely Charlie has proved himself faithful and to be trusted. Susy's voice failed her from sheer emotion and excitement. Her eyes were full of tears. She felt terrified by the responsibility she was taking, and yet she had no doubt in her mind. She came up to the divan, and sitting down by Tempe in her excitement, she caught her hand in both here. But Tempe started to her feet and shook off the gentle fingers which Susy had laid upon her own. The letter between them fell to the ground. You will not oppose. You want to get rid of me. That is what you mean, cried the girl in a sudden jealous fury, speaking with volubility and vehemence. You want to be free to marry that Frenchman, and you expect me to be grateful to him and to you. For months and months you have looked on at my misery, and now because that man tells you to change your mind, to forget my father's wishes, oh Susy, I don't know what I am saying, said Tempe, breaking down suddenly, flinging herself back upon the cushions and bursting into wild, passionate sobs. Susanna sat, scared, terrified, too deeply wounded to speak or to show any sign. Jo, greatly embarrassed, came forward and stooped to pick up Charlie's letter which was lying at Susy's feet. You read it, Jo, said Mrs. Dymond in an odd chilled voice. You can show it to her when she's more reasonable. You can tell her that I did not look on unfeelingly. I have tried to be sincere with your father and with his children. Tempe ought to trust me and to know that I have no secret reasons, though I understand better than I did once, perhaps, what she has had to suffer. As Susie spoke, the meaning of her own words seemed to overcome her. She started up. She was wanting to go back to her room, to be alone, to hide her agitation, to rest from her fatigue and exhaustion of spirit. Her tears were gone, but as she stood up, suddenly everything became dim to her eyes. In one instant, life's perplexities, joys, and agitations ceased for Susie Dymond, except indeed that in some utter depths of unexplored darkness, something was still struggling, amid strange and distant clangings and reverberations, struggling and floating back towards life. A something which became herself once more as Susie opened her eyes to find herself in Tempe's repentant, loving, trembling arms, dabbed and fanned, sprinkled and dribbled over by tears, eau de cologne and wet sponges. Jo was rubbing her hands. Wilkins was present. Susie found herself lying back in a chair by the open window. The moon and stars were looking in at her. A soft wind was blowing in her face. The windows of the opposite balcony were lighted up. A chance spectator in a white waistcoat, leaning over the rails, was watching the incident with interest. This was the first trivial fact which impressed itself on Susie's reviving senses. "Another cup of water, ma'am," says Wilkins, sympathetically. "Them expeditions is too much for her. Ah, your colour is coming back. Let Miss Tempy fan you." "Darling, sweet Susie," whispered Tempy in a tender voice, like a child's treble. "Oh, my Susie, I nearly killed you." "Well," said Jo, who looked still quite white and frightened, "I thought you had, Tempy, and no mistake." End of section 32. Section 33 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 9. Susanna and her mother. "I drink it as the fates ordain it. Come fill it and have done with rhymes. Fill up the lonely glass and drain it in memory of dear old times." Ballad of Bouleraise. Early next day Susie was standing at the gate of the villa. After the events of the night before, they had all come to the conclusion that it would be best to go home at once, and Tempy, agitated and surrendering, had written to her lover to meet them. Susie knew that her mother would approve of the engagement, but she was doubting how she could best break to her the news of their approaching departure. She herself was loath enough to go. Her heart was not light. She could not feel as Tempy did, whose new life was waiting for her on the English shores, whereas it seemed to Susie as if she was leaving all hers behind. Her true interest, her truest self. As she drove along, she wondered whether she could see Max presently and be able to tell him of all that had happened and of the great determination they had come to. She wondered what he would say, how he would look, approving, disapproving. Would he be in the same mood as when he had left them the night before? She found no answer to her question. The villa was silent and deserted, and as she crossed the garden, she saw that the studio windows were closed, as well as Madame's kitchen doors. She went in at the passage, passed through the Marneys' dining room, where the breakfast things were still upon the table, and so came into the little sitting room where she found her mother. Mrs. Marney was lying on the old yellow sofa. For once she was not at work. Mikey and Dermy's piles of underclothing lay ripped unheeded, seams opening wide, upon a chair. Their mother was leaning back with her hands upon her lap. Pair of horn spectacles and a newspaper lay upon the table. "I think I'm better, dear," said Mrs. Marney peacefully, like a person going on with a sentence already begun. "Madame has been in to sit with me. She has been reading to me. I have heard about St. Cloud. Max du Parc came for a minute last night and brought me news of you all. What a lovely day you have had for your walk. Marney is in the Tuileries today. Yes, indeed, Marney. Madame de Mornay sent for him. You don't know how much they all think of his opinion. Nobody knows more about politics than he does. I wish he understood his own affairs half as well as those of Europe," said Mrs. Marney with a sigh and something of her old manner.
As Susie stood in the summer light against the green of the windows with all her black rippling around her, the mother looked fondly and proudly at her daughter. "What a beautiful cloak that is, my child. How well your widow's mourning becomes you." Susanna blushed up crimson. "Oh, don't, mamma, don't say such things. Why, the Colonel always liked you to look well and becomingly dressed," said Mrs. Marney. "I used to tell him it was he, not you, that cared for the bonnets. I myself like pretty things. I can sometimes think of your clothes, Susy, when I can't look at my own for worry. I was upset yesterday. The police came just after Max was gone. Madame was in a terrible taking, and talked some nonsense about Marney." "What nonsense, mamma?" Susy asked. "Oh, we have made it up," Mrs. Marney said, taking Susy's hand and stroking it. "Max, like a good fellow, brought her in this morning." "Well, what have you got to tell me? I see there is something by your face." When Susy began, with no little reluctance, to break her own news, she found that her mother received it better than she had dared to hope. "So you have made it all right for the poor girl. I am glad of that, my Susy. It's ill work putting those whom God has joined together. I shall miss you sorely, but promise me to come back if ever I want you. Promise, Susy, and I shall not fash over the parting." And Susy eagerly promised. "Oh, mamma, any time, any time." "I can keep the boys a few days longer," Mrs. Marney continued. "Caron is going over to England next week, and he will leave them at school for me." Mrs. Marney was very tender, very motherly, but absent in manner. "Is that Madame's voice?" she said uneasily. "Don't wait, Susy, you must have so much to see to." But almost as she spoke, Madame appeared upon the threshold, concentrated, forbidding in aspect. When she saw Susanna standing near her mother's sofa, Madame stopped short, stared fixedly, and immediately turned and walked away out of the room. Mrs. Marney flushed up, then laughed at Susy's look of bewilderment. "I did not want her to see you here, Susy." And when Susy asked what it meant, "She has got some nonsense into her head. People trouble themselves too much over other people's affairs," was all Mrs. Marney said, and then she kissed her daughter's face, holding it between both her hands and looking into her eyes as tenderly as if Susy had still been a child depending on her for everything. Mrs. Marney promised to come up with the boys, and to say good bye next day in the afternoon, when Marney was gone. Susy would gladly have remained longer. She hoped to have seen Max before she left. She wanted an explanation with Madame, but her mother seemed only anxious to hurry her away. For one moment at the door did Mrs. Marney detain her wistfully, and in that moment Susy found courage to say in a low voice, "Mamma, will you tell Monsieur Max we are going? We expect him too to say good bye." Then Mrs. Marney flung her arms around Susy's neck and began to cry. "Ah, poor Max, he will miss you, but not so much as I shall. Oh, remember, I must always count on you for my boy, Susy. You are young, but no younger than I was when I was left a widow, and I took my own course. And it has been a hard life, but indeed I would not change it," said the faithful, inconsequent woman. "Go, darling, go." Poor Susy drove home disappointed and perplexed by her visit, and wondering at the meaning of it all. She was used to her mother's ways, used to the mysteries of the household from which she had so thankfully escaped. She could imagine, alas, what good reason her mother might have to try to avoid a meeting between Mr. Marney and myself, but Madame du Parc's behaviour distressed and troubled her. Some crisis had occurred, of that she was assured. They were all against her, her mother and Madame and that hateful Marney. People in an excited and abnormal condition are quite quickly suspicious, and Susy crimsoned at the thought that it must have all to do with her friendship for Max. Ah, what business was it of theirs? If only she could have seen him once more, if only he had come to her, then she felt that everything would have been plain. Mrs. Dymond found active preparations for their departure going on when she reached the hotel, and a general confusion of Wilkins among the bandboxes, of parcels without number, and milliners in waiting. Tempy was writing in the drawing room, and looking up with a face so changed, so radiant with transient beauty and happiness, that Susy could scarcely believe that was the Tempy she had known all along. "I have had a telegram," said Tempy. "Charlie will meet us at Folkestone the day after tomorrow. And, oh, Susy, Mr. Bagginal came this morning, and Monsieur du Pare.
I was very civil indeed, and nice to them both. They want to take us somewhere to breakfast tomorrow, and Monsieur du Parc is coming to the Louvre afterwards, so he will have all day long to say good-bye, as we don't leave till after dinner. Susie didn't answer. She sat down rather wearily. He had been there. She was glad of that, even though she had missed him. But at the same time she had an odd feeling of some intangible, unrecognized trouble at hand, one to be avoided, not faced, to be fled from, never to be realized. All day long the thought possessed her while she packed and paid and parted, and settled the various details of their going. Du Parc saw Susie again that evening, though she did not see him. Susie and Tempy, with Phraisie between them, were driving at foot-pace along the Champs-Élysées. They were rolling home from the Arc, behind which the sun was setting, a huge dropping globe of limpid fire. Max had been staring at the glories that were lighting up the Arc and its stony chariots and heroic memories, while the triumphal clouds above were heaped in a present apotheosis of splendour and commemoration. The victors and victresses of this present generation were complacently driving out in the soft evening air after the heat of the day, and issuing from their houses, or strolling leisurely, or resting on the benches along the way. Many of the passers-by looked up at the two English ladies in their equipage, with the pretty blue-eyed child between them. Among these came Max du Parc, trudging home from Monsieur Caron's, with a portfolio under his arm containing his completed work. Susie did not see him, but he saw her, and the prosperous serenity of the little party struck him painfully, and the carriage seemed to him somehow to be rolling and rolling away, right away out of his life. End of section 33. Section 34 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 3, Chapter 10, Saying Goodbye. Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou knowest thine estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing, my bonds in there are all determinate. Mr. Bagginal was also of the farewell party. They were to breakfast at a certain old-fashioned cafe near the Pantheon, which Du Parc had recommended, and to adjourn to the Louvre for one last morning in the galleries which already seemed so familiar. That last day in Paris, the lights, the streets, the cafe with its shining tables and deep windows and criss-cross shadows, the blazing garden without, long haunted Susie, who was destined to live so many of these hours again and again in other scenes and other surroundings. She had met Max with an effort, trying to be calm. Alas, her effort to be wise and calm only revived for him the memory of that stiff, doll-like Susanna who used to seem so meaningless once. Now he knew better. He did not think her meaningless. On the contrary, he attached too much meaning to her coldness. As they all sat at their table with the snowy cloth by the grated window, Mr. Bagginal and Jo kept up the ball. Tempy was too happy. Susanna was too sad to talk very much. "I shall be coming over to see my people in a few weeks," said the attaché. "I hope I shall find you at Crowbeck, Mrs. Dymond." "That is all right," said Jo. "You must come and see us, and you too, Du Parc. When shall you be in England again?" But Du Parc did not respond very warmly. He felt some jar, some constraint in this semblance of a meeting. "I don't like making plans," he said abruptly. "Plans are for landed proprietors and diplomats. We working men are obliged to take things as they come." "Here come the cutlets," cried Bagginal, who thought Max's sallies not in the best taste. Susie, too, was vaguely vexed by his roughness. Things mended a little when they reached the Louvre. The work of great men, which makes a home for us in strange places, is often not unlike a living presence, influencing us, just as some people do, calling something that is our best selves into life. There is something in the highest art which is like nature,
bringing people into a different state of being, sweeping away the reticences, the hesitations of the different grades of life. The different manners and ways of men and women are realities in their way, but they scarcely count when the greater truths prevail. Max walked ahead, suddenly more at home and more at ease. He led the way from room to room, from one eventful picture to another. And yet all the time as he went along, the voice of that night before was haunting him still, and even while he was speaking he sometimes broke off abruptly to listen to it. "She is going from you," this voice still said. "She might be yours, she might remain." Perhaps some vein of English blood had taught Max to feel for women some deeper, more tender sentiment than the passionate ferment of romantic admiration and excitement which seems to play an all-important part in France, if we are to judge by its yellow and bilious literature. Some gentler and more noble instinct was in his heart than that strange emotion which, according to these same observers, belongs to any one but to a wife, to a passing dream, to a flaunting venality, whereas, according to these same records, for the mothers of their homes, for the companions of their life, a family lawyer's acquiescence, their parents, their grandparents' approbation is to be considered first and foremost human nature, instinctive feeling last and least. But Max was but half a Frenchman after all, as he walked along by Susy's side through the long galleries. They came down the glowing pictures into the cool stony halls below, and passed from one century to another in a few lingering steps. The tombs of Egyptian kings and warriors lined their way. Then came the tokens and emblems of the great Roman Empire, with all its pomp of funeral rite, followed by the bland and lovely emblems of the Greeks, those stately figures still treading the earth in some immortal fashion, while the present waves of life flow on, washing away the relics of the past as they flow. Max looked at the woman he loved, as she stood before the statue of some bygone nymph. The young man, who was an artist as well as a lover, made a mental note of the two. The stony, impassive nymph, the noble human being so wistfully radiant. Susy felt his eyes upon, and as some feel the sunshine kindling their chilled veins, so to her unacknowledged perplexities that bright odd glance, part sympathetic, part scrutinizing, seemed to bring reassurance and to give life to her very soul. That one moment was the best of all those moments. Almost immediately a look, a something, a nothing seemed to come between them again. Long after, an eau-forte, signed Maxwell, had a great success, and was for a time to be seen in the window of every art shop in London. It was very slight, but also very complete. The stony statue was faithfully copied. Its grace and solemn life were repeated as it stood upon its pedestal with its finger on its lips, and a woman, also draped in flowing folds, also bareheaded, and with a strange likeness to the marble, stood with innocent eyes, gazing up to the stone that recalled her, who once was a woman too, who was now only a goddess, but still somehow whispering of the beauty and of the love of 2,000 years ago. Mr. Bagginal, loath to go, had to say good-bye presently and return to his embassy. His departure scattered them all. Susy felt a strange impatience of this long-drawn leave-taking. She wanted to get it over, and to escape from Tempy's eyes and Jo's. She was not herself. Her nerves were irritated, and the restraint she put upon herself only added to this nervous impatience. "Shall we walk home through the gardens?" said Mrs. Dymond with an effort, in a stiff and formal manner, and without a word Du Pare turned and led the way to the entrance gates. The great doors let a blaze of life into the cold marble galleries. The cocked hat of the Suisse was resplendent and reflected the fine weather as it flashed in the doorway. The great place without looked like a triumph of summer. The rearing stone horses and chariots rose high against the deep blue of the sky. Short black shadows marked the arches and the pedestals, and Susy breathed deep as she passed out, followed by Jo and Tempy. Opposite was the piazza of the Louvre, where the lovely lights were floating from pier to pier, while high overload, one or two diaphanous clouds were mounting in the air. As they came out of the shade of the portico, they seemed almost blinded by the glaring sun. The place was burning with scorching heat. It flashed from every arch and pinnacle and window. "It is a furnace," said Tempy. "Hadn't we better wait another hour in the gallery?" "I have to go home," Susy said hurriedly. "Tempy, I cannot stay longer. I have to pack. Don't come. You will find me at home. Jo will come with me." But Tempy clutched Jo fiercely by the wrist. She did not want to be left alone with Du Pare in the gallery. The heat seemed to confuse them all. Susy found herself crossing the burning place alone, as she thought, but when she looked around, Du Pare was striding by her side, while she hastened to the more shady gardens of the Tuileries. It was the ordeal by fire through which they were passing. "Everything seems on fire," said Susy, looking about. "See, we shall escape over there," and she pointed with her hand. The young man was unconcerned by the heat, and chiefly conscious of the cool shadow of her presence. He remembered her words and her action one day long after, remembered them for an instant amidst the flash of fiercer conflict than with that which stirred him now, and yet at the time he scarcely seemed listening when she spoke, and now and again forgot her presence in the sudden realization of what her absence would be to him. He had imagined once that she understood him, cared something for him. It must have been a mistake. How quietly she spoke of her departure. These Englishwomen are made of tougher stuff than a poor Frenchman is aware of, Max thought bitterly. The sentry in his shady box stared at Mrs. Dymond and her companion, quickly passing in the burning silence. They reached the gardens, almost deserted in the midday heat. If it had not been for Tempy's jealous words the night before, Susanna might have parted from Max naturally, with regret, sadly, but without this cruel pang, this self-reproach. As it was, she could not trust herself to be sorry. She must take leave coldly. She must not allow herself to feel. Then she looked up suddenly, just once to remember him by when she was gone, when this cold, unmeaning good-bye had been said, and she saw Du Pare's keen brown face turned upon her with a look which seemed somehow to stab her, and she started as if she had been hurt. "What is it?" said Du Pare. "What is it, madame?" Susy's heart began to flutter oddly. She could not answer. Her face had been pale before, was now burning with her self-betrayal. Was the final decision to be made already? Was there no escape from it? It seemed to her as if Tempy had cruelly taken down the shutters and let bright daylight into a darkened room. Now for the first time Susy seemed to know that the daylight was something so clear, so beautiful, that all other lights and flickering tapers were but as shadows before it. Susanna's changing looks touched Max with some odd mixture of pity and alarm. He had been angry with her for her coldness all the morning, but this was no cold indifference. Had she too felt this estrangement? If it was so, he forgave her, took her into his confidence, once more began to speak naturally. "Yes, madame, this vile good-bye has come already," he said, "and yet too late for me. Good-byes come most easily to those who, like you, take everything with them, almost everything," he repeated with a sigh. "I cannot pretend to know how it all may seem to you. We belong to different worlds. It is best we should part. Ah, you could not face poverty," he went on suddenly. "You are not made for sufferings. You belong to the wealthy, happy, placid people, not to us who are struggling for our lives." Susy felt hurt by his strange tone. "What do you mean?" she said. "I have been poor too." "You have been poor," he said, looking hard at her and smiling coldly, "but you have never known what it is to suffer, not to be bound and helpless, watching others day by day, condemned by their race, and dying from sheer incapacity for the struggle of life. Pass on," he said, almost fiercely. Susy's eyes filled up suddenly, and again her tears softened his mood. "You have courage and you have heart, but you cannot help these things any more than I can," he went on more gently. "To have known you is a possession to those you leave behind. When I remember you after you are gone, it will be with the thought of peace in the midst of noise and confusion." Susy, as many a woman before and after her, stood listening, scarcely taking in the words, only the sense of the moment. All she knew for certain was that they were parting, that he was there still, that he was happy, and presently she should see him no more. They had reached one of the stone benches of the Tuileries, which stood in the shade of a tree, almost opposite a little gate that led to the Rue du Dauphine. "I must go," said Susanna, speaking very quietly, and he nodded, and yet detained her, absently holding her hand, which she had given him. "Ah, yes," he said, suddenly dropping it. "It is indeed time we parted." She did not dare to answer or to comfort him. She did not dare tell him that for her too the parting had come too late. "Good-bye," she said, still in the same quiet everyday manner. As she moved away slowly, he sat down upon the bench. The time had come, as she had known it would, and she walked on as she drilled herself to do. With what sad steps she climbed the street none but herself could tell. She walked till she reached the door of the hotel, where the waiter was standing. He asked her some trivial questions about her bill and an omnibus. She looked at him without understanding what he said. Then she mounted the wooden stairs, up and down which they had so happily clattered on their way in and out. She might have been kinder. This was what she kept thinking over and over again. She might have been kinder. How sad and stern he looked. Was it her fault she had only thought of herself, not of him, in all she left unsaid? Every sound, every touch seemed to jar upon her nerves and to reproach her. As she opened the sitting-room door, she was met by a loud, discordant crash. Little Phraisie was passing the long, hot morning by thumping on the keys of the piano, in tune to her nurse's packing. "I's playing," says Phraisie, triumphant. "Oh, Phraisie, Phraisie, don't make such a noise," said her mother irritably, stooping over the child and trying to lift her down from the chair. "I's not done," protested Phraisie, struggling. "Leave off, Phraisie," Susy repeated, and the child looked up surprised by her mother's tone. She ceased struggling instantly. "Mamma," said she, "are I so very naughty? Is that why you's crying?" And then Susy found that her own eyes were full of tears. She had been selfish and unjust to Phraisie, as she had been to Du Pare. Wilkins came in hearing the discussion, also heated and cross with packing, and asking one question after another about her overflowing boxes. Susy could scarcely force herself to listen. Du Pare's wild sad looks were before her eyes, his bitter words in her heart. She might have had the courage to speak the truth to him. She might have been kinder. Was it even yet too late? "Phraisie, darling," she said suddenly, "you may play a little bit longer. I have forgotten something. Wilkins, I shall come back. I am not feeling very well. I must leave the packing to you." And before Wilkins could ask another question, she was gone again, hurrying as she went. "Madame, Madame!" cried Auguste, flying after her with his napkin. But Susy did not turn, and only hastened out into the street, tying the long ribbon of her silk cloak as she went. She thought she heard her name called. She would not look back. She must see him once more, if only to leave him more happy, if only to tell him that she was not ungrateful for his friendship. It seemed to her as if he was wanting her, as if it was her least duty to go to him, say to him, "Ah, you do me injustice. It is not that I am rich and prosperous and heartless, but because I am poor and have others to think of, others depending on me, that I leave you." Yet others to whom she was bound by 1,000 ties, but in her secret heart she knew that never again would she feel for anyone what she felt for this stranger. Surely two less propitiously matched people never came together than this man and this woman, who seemed to suit each other so well. She, tender, practical, humble, and yet exacting, as different people are who are not sure of themselves and require constant convictions and reassurance. He, reserved, overconfident, with a courageous power of self-command, perhaps somewhat blunted to the wants and pains of others by circumstance. For him the real material wants of life existed chiefly. The hunger for affection, the thirst after sympathy was a fancy not worth considering. He was suffering now, but he also knew, perhaps better than Susy did, that his pain would pass in time. He was still sitting on the bench. He had not moved since she left him. He was not conscious of the minutes which had passed. He loved her, he knew it. Whether or not she loved him seemed to be a secondary thing. A man loves, a woman longs for response. Max had not stirred except to light a cigar. For a few moments he had gloomily puffed at the smoke. Then he took it out of his mouth and sat holding it between his fingers. Then he heard her quick step advancing. He did not look up or turn his head, but when she came close up and sat down on the bench beside him, he turned at all. He was all changed, Susy thought. It was as if an east wind had passed over some landscape. She was not shy now. She was not thinking of herself any more, only of him, and her sweet eager face was lighted with solicitude and kindness. "Won't you speak to me?" she said after a moment, forgetting all her dignity, all her gentle pride. "I want to say a real goodbye, since we must say goodbye. I came back, for I could not bear to part as we did just now. I am like you. I am not free to think only of my own happiness. I wanted to tell you this. I have my mother, my brothers, my children depending on me. I should forfeit all means to help them if I married again. I too have my duty. I want to hear you say you forgive me," she went on, more and more agitated. She spoke in her pretty English French. He was silent, and she turned very pale as she realized how little her words must mean to him. He looked up with dull eyes and spoke at last. "I have nothing to forgive," he said. "I do not complain. You have judged wisely. You are perfectly justified. There is nothing to regret, nothing to forgive." "Oh, Max," she said reproachfully, unconsciously calling him by his name, "when you speak to me like this, how can I answer you? How can I feel you are my friend? What am I to say to make you understand?" She wrung her hands with sudden pain, for indeed his pain seemed to her harder to bear than her own. His happiness seemed to her to matter far more than hers ever could matter. She felt herself in some way accountable for this man's happiness. The thought was almost more than she could bear, but he would not help her. "Yes, I understand well enough," he answered. "And you have also to understand me," he continued in a hard, commonplace voice. "Don't you know that graves have to be dug? Do you expect me to grimace and make phrases while I am digging a grave?" Then he looked up at last, and his eyes met hers for a moment. Then, still dully and wearily, he rose from the bench. "Your stepfather is coming," he said, "and his family. I cannot stay here any longer." And as Susy looked up in that bitter moment, she too saw Marnie advancing, and the little boys running towards her, and her mother following through the iron gate by which she herself had come into the gardens but a moment before. Max du Pare had got up deliberately, without hurrying. He stood for an instant, still looking at her. Then he took off his hat without a word and turned and walked away. The clocks were clanging 4 o'clock. He crossed the stiff shadow of the orange tree, and with long swinging steps reached the shade of the avenues beyond. He was gone. She had longed to help him. She had only disgraced herself. She had done nothing for him. Nothing. Was it the sun's heat sickened her? Was it some overpowering sense of shame, of hopeless regret that seemed to burn into her very heart? Some children who had been watching eagerly from behind the orange tree came running up and established themselves upon the vacant bench and began to play an eager game with stones and sticks, while the Mamey party cheerfully closed round Susy. The little boys were especially loud in their demonstrations. "Sister, Auguste told us you were here. Didn't you hear us calling? We knew we should find you." "I am only come for one moment, just to take leave, Susanna," said Marnie with extra heartiness, advancing with both hands extended. "But here is your mother for the rest of the day. Is not that du Pare going off? I may as well catch him up. Well, take care of yourself, my dear girl, and don't forget to write." Susy was still in a sort of dream. She scarcely returned her stepfather's easy salutations. She met her mother, but without a smile. The poor woman had lingered behind. Had she guessed something of what had happened? Mrs. Mamey more than once looked anxiously at her daughter as they walked back together to the hotel. As the day went by, the elder woman seemed silently to be asking Susy's forgiveness. She took up her daughter's hand and kissed it. "Don't, mamma," said Susanna, pulling her hand away. All the same, she was glad to have her mother near her until the moment of departure came. They sat side by side on the old red sofa, saying little but grateful to be together. Once they heard a man's step in the passage outside, and Susy wondered whether Max after all had come back again for a few last minutes, but it was only Mr. Bagginal with some flowers and bonbons for Phraisie. Then the train carried them all away, and Susy looked from her sleeping child to Joe, peacefully nodding in his corner, to Tempy sitting absorbed and radiant, and then something within her suddenly cried out in deep despairing protest in tune to the wheels of fate as they carried her away. To have so much, yet to be so utterly disheartened and alone, to have felt as if the world itself could scarce contain her happiness, and now it seemed to her that the worst of all was yet to come. What would he be doing? Who would he be talking to? Of what would he be thinking? It was well for her that she did not know what the future had in store. End of section 34. Section 35 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 4, Chapter 1, War and the Rumours of War. For the angel of death spread her wings on the blast. To all of us who were safe at home in 1870, the distant sound of the cannon, the cry of the ousted, sorrowful inhabitants of the country, but a couple of hours' journey from our own shores, came softened by distance, and by that stultifying sense of our own safety. It was not indifference. Our neighbour's trouble was present to us and keenly realized. But we know that the Good Samaritan himself, after walking by the ass and upholding his sick and wounded neighbour, left him to recover alone at the inn. With the first alarm, Michael and Dymond appeared in Tarndale, sent by their mother to finish their holidays in safety. Mr. Marney, whose trade was flourishing at the moment, forwarded a letter by the boys in his dashing handwriting. I send the boys, my dear Susanna, trusting to your sisterly care. I cannot bring them myself. This war gives absorbing occupation to men of my trade. I am trying to persuade my wife to pack up her boxes and also rejoin you in your luxurious home. Poor Polly has some impression that her presence at the Villa du Parc acts as a pledge for her unworthy husband's safety. Think of the Prussians, says I. Let them come on, says she. I will not desert my post. Though what good she can do me here and I at the other end of France is past my comprehension. Your home will be always ready, says she. You can come back at any hour of the day or night, and when I represent to her that I can do that anyhow with a latch key and a couple of sovereigns, she bursts into tears. Madame du Pare, being of a less valorous constitution, has chosen the better part under present circumstances, and discreetly retires to her vineyard near Avignon. Seriously speaking, my dear Susanna, I do entreat you, who have more influence over Polly than most people, to persuade her that there is no advantage to me whatever in her remaining here, only great inconvenience. Even though the Prussians should not advance beyond the frontier, there are all sorts of ill-looking adventurers and frank stirrers hanging about the place just now. Poor Mrs. Marney! She scarcely knew how to withstand the united commands of her husband and her daughter. Crowbeck seemed so far away, so utterly out of reach. There was no one there, not even Susanna, to whom she could speak of Marney. What should she do there? If he was ill or wounded, Susy would never let her go. She would keep her from him. The poor thing wandered about the empty villa, pale, anxious, huddled in an old cloak, wistfully watching Madame's independent arrangements as she prepared for her own departure. Torn with terrors for Marney, unable to decide for herself, Mary Marney was utterly miserable and wearying to others. Susy's letters, full of entreaties and of the preparations for Tempy's wedding, only elicited a faint return from her mother. Phraisie's printed messages, the boy's round hand, seemed alone to bring some gleam of interest to the poor soul. She studied the papers for news. She cross-questioned everybody. Marney had been ordered to the front to join the Emperor's headquarters at Chalons, to be in the triumphant train of the journey to Berlin. Marney used to shrug his shoulders when his wife appealed to him as to his probable destination.
I don't mind taking the odds against setting up my quarters in the royal palace at Berlin, if that is what you mean, my dear, he said. Heaven knows where we shall all be this day month. You will be more in the way of news at Crowbeck than anywhere else. They take in the velocipede, don't they? Country bigwigs as they are, crowing on their dung heaps. Mrs. Marney only turned away to hide her tears. One day Madame, at once touched and irritated beyond measure by her friend's imploring looks, suddenly said, emerging from a huge caisse of cooking utensils, which she was carefully packing, I believe you would be happier after all if you came with me, Madame Marney. If your husband joins the camp at Chalons, you will be nearer at Avignon than anywhere else. Not that you need fear anything for him. He is not one of those who get drowned or shot, mutters Madame, with her head in the saucepans again. But Mrs. Marney did not care what Madame muttered. She clutched at her offer as a child might seize upon a toy. Marney, who was absolutely indifferent to his wife's movements, did not oppose the scheme, except by the usual shrug. You know your own mind best, he said. When he took leave of her soon after, her beautiful sad eyes, her mute, tender, passionate farewell touched him. Poor Polly, he thought, as he turned away, what the deuce possesses her to be so fond of me? Marney actually took the trouble to write to his wife once or twice during the first few days, and when his letters came, Mrs. Marney, radiant and delighted, would send on long quotations to Susie at Tarndale. For once Susie was thankful to receive news of Mr. Marney, and to know his whereabouts, and that he was prospering, for this also meant that her mother's mind was at ease and able to rest. When Marney took the trouble to write to his wife, he would send brilliant accounts of his own doings, and graphic descriptions of the events as they occurred. Other news there was, which Susie read quietly, turning a little pale as her eyes followed the straggling lines of her mother's correspondence, which was not all confined to chronicles of her husband's doings. Madame du Pare was, it appeared, actively engaged in a lawsuit with the neighbouring proprietor. She was indignant with her son for leaving her to bear the brunt of it all alone. Why did he stop away among all those cutthroats and conspirators? The first news of him came from Tours, where he had joined General Dehors. Then Mrs. Marney wrote that he had been sent back to Paris with a regiment of mobiles in which he had enlisted. How many things happen to us up in the air! Whole seasons of life seem to pass not on the ground, not ruled by hard tangible things and details, such as events and chairs and tables, but overhead in some semi-mysterious region, where we turn to the vague, inscrutable fancies which belong no less to our lives than its facts and statistics, where amid the chimes and the song of birds, or among storms and clouds, so much of our secret life is past. Susanna Dymond was a timid woman in some way, half educated in the art of feeling, of living beyond. She would not let herself face the thoughts which she could not always dispel, nor dared she try to measure the load of anxiety at her heart, with which she lived through all the long months of that glaring summer-time, with its cruel arid hours, dividing her from the soft dreams of the spring. Those past days had been so lovely, so natural and easy, and now it seemed so unnatural to be unhappy. From day to day, from hour to hour, she never knew what the fate might be of that one person who had changed her life's secret course. What was it that had come to her? A sense of the nothing in life, a bitter impatience of that terrible decree by which time after time we are swept away from our nearest and truest. And then there would dawn for her the sense of possible happiness, of companionship, which might have made a heaven for her, of all those anxious days and heavy hours, and she dared not even think of it. She must not even realize the tender blessing. Every material comfort was hers. Tempy's affection touched her deeply. She had means to help those she loved. She had been faithful to her husband's trusts. All round about her were grateful sights and sounds. His legacy of comfort and happiness, the beacons of golden gorse lighting along the high moors. As the sun sets, the sky turns to gold and crowcrab to purple. Suddenly a great burst of evensong comes from the birds overhead. All is peace except for the melodious din of whisperings and chirrupings and sweet repeated notes. She can hear the church bell across the lake ringing for evening service. It is a strange confusion of light and sound, of rest and life, but nature is often like the children piping in the marketplace. There are times when beauty only jars and aches and stings. No one seeing Susy all through these months could have guessed at the hard fight she made, struggling to put aside vain regrets, to live in that wholesome hour, the present, which is so much better for all of us than the past moods and future tenses to which so much of our life is strained. No one seeing her calm and smiling on Tempe's wedding day could have guessed at the longing, strange pain, self-reproach in her heart. Indeed, some of the neighbours could not help contrasting her coldness with Miss Bolsover's warmth of overflowing tears and feelings. Tempe's wedding had been fixed for the 4th of September, a day peaceful and of good omen for the inhabitants of Crowbeck Place, one full of terror and alarm for the dwellers in a city not 24 hours distant from Tarndale. While Tempy put on her travelling dress with Susy's help, a weeping woman standing among other women, also in tears, overwhelmed by disaster upon disaster, by desperate news of armies flying and broken, terrified by the angry cry of the gathering populace outside the windows, was also taking leave of her own forever. Her attendants came up one after another to kiss her hand. One of them hurriedly tied a black hood over the lady's beautiful hair, helped her off with her gold-embroidered mantle, and flung a darker wrap upon her shoulder. Then, followed by one of her faithful women only, the Empress came out of the golden gate of the palace, trembling, because some passing urchin called her name. Meanwhile, the Tarndale bells were ringing across the lake for Tempy Bolsover's wedding day, and the young couple was speeding northward on their happy wedding journey. Aunt Fanny, in garments gorgeous beyond compare, stood taking leave of the wedding guests. Good Mrs. Bolsover sat subdued and emotioned in a corner. Jo had gone off for a solitary walk over the hills, and when the last of the company was gone, including Uncle Bolsover, who had lately started a tricycle and who departed zigzagging along the road, Susy went upstairs to her own room and changed her silk dress for a grey country gown. She called the children, Phraisie and the little brothers, and crossing into the wood beyond the road, she took the woodland path leading upward to the moors. Phraisie, trotting along the lane, looked like a little autumn berry herself. The leaves were turning brown upon the trees and sparkled, repeating the light. Tiny leaves of gold, amber brown, crimson, or lingering green overhung the winding way. Presently they came to a little pool of all colours, gold with the reflection of the ash trees, crimson where the oak trees shone, into which the boys flung their stones, and then set off running ahead once more. Susy still followed in silence. Tempy's happiness had warmed her heart, and she was thankful to be quiet in the unconscious company of the happy children, glad to be recalled from her sadder world by their happy voices. From the shade of the wood with its nuts and birds and squirrels they came out upon the moor, whence they can see the silent tumult of the mountains beyond, crest and crescent, and sweeping ridge and delicate sunlit peaks, silent and very still, yet shifting perpetually and changing with every minute's light. As Susy stood there, the old cruel feeling which she had hoped to subdue suddenly came over her again. Everything seemed so confused, so short, so long, so many things to do, so many to undo. There were so many words to say, so many to unsay. Ah, why had she ever tried to explain to one who would not understand? Ah, how gladly she would have waited for years had he but agreed to it. But with him it was a man's strong passing feeling, with her it had been a new self only then awakened. Now she knew what it all had meant as she went back in mind to those early spring days, remembering the new light in the sky, the beauty of the world, the look in people's faces, the wonder of commonplace. She understood it all. "Susy," cries Dermy, "come, come, Phraisie wants you." Little Phraisie had tumbled into a furze bush and refused to be comforted by her uncles, and her mother, suddenly awakening from her dreams, now hurriedly ran to pick her up, to kiss away her tears, and to wipe her wet cheek with her handkerchief. End of section 35. Section 36 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 2, Chapter 2, The Black Shadows. Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end, each changing place with that which goes before. As disaster thickened and closed in, Mrs. Marnie's letters became more scarce. She was still alone with Madame, whose chief anxiety was for Max, little as he deserved it. All those friends of his were drolls, and he should tell them so, said the old lady, who seemed to think that this was the way to settle matters at once. Then came the news of the siege of Paris. Max was there, shut up with the rest of them. But Mrs. Marnie wrote in happy excitement, for that same post had brought a letter from her husband. He was safe at headquarters, and day by day the readers of the daily velocipede might trace his brilliant career. Emperors, princes, marshals, diplomats, Marnie seemed to be the centre and the leading figure of them all. It was not till January was nearly over that the confirmation of the surrender of Paris reached Tarndale. This news was followed by rumours of every sort, and finally by a long rambling letter from Mrs. Marnie, full of many laments. She had seen but little of Marnie, who had been at Chalons and Metz most of the time, and who was returning to Paris now that the siege was being raised. Did Susy know that poor Max had been wounded at Champagny? They had had a letter by a balloon from Mademoiselle Fayard, who had seen him in the Wallace ambulance. Madame du Pare was also determined to nurse her son, and planned returning to the house at Neuilly, which she heard was safe and scarcely injured. "Do not be surprised if you see me after all," wrote Mrs. Marnie. "I cannot stop here alone with all I love so far distant from me. Ah, Susy, I should have done better to come to you, as you wished, but with my husband in danger, how could I leave the country?" Susy was full of alarm at the thought of her mother's dangerous journey through such a country at such a time. She wrote at once to Neuilly and to Avignon, imploring Mrs. Marnie to wait until things were more settled, promising to meet her later in Paris if need be. To her letters she received no answer, and a week passed full of anxiety. Jo was at Cambridge. She had no one but Mr. Bolsover to consult. She might as well have talked to a looking-glass as to the sympathizing little man, who invariably reflected her own expression of face. One day Susy thought of telegraphing to Neuilly to ask if her mother had arrived. The answer came sooner than Susanna had dared to expect it, early next morning before she was up. Madame du Pare, Neuilly, to Mrs. Dymond. Crowbeck Place, Tarndale. Your mother is here, very ill. Pray come. Susy did not wait to consult Mr. Bolsover again. She wrote a line to Mrs. Bolsover, sent her little Phraisie to the hall with the nurse, and started at once by an early train to town. And thus it happened that at 3 o'clock in the morning, awakening out of a commonplace dream, Susy found herself on board a steamer nearing the shores of France, and the stars shining through the glass in the roof of the cabin. A lamp is swimming, some of the passengers are preparing to land, wrapping rugs and parcels together. There are dull sounds and tramplings overhead, and a couple of low voices are whispering to each other such things as people whispered in that disastrous year of 1871, when all voices were telling of changes and death and trouble, and people gone away and families ruined and separated. "We shall be in directly," says the first voice, that of the stewardess, "but I don't think you will find one of them left as you expect." "Ah, those Prussians," says the second speaker in that whispering voice which people use in darkened places and at night, and still the steamer paddles on. Susy's own thoughts are too anxiously travelling ahead for her to take so keen an interest as she might have done at any other time in this new and unexpected phase of life. Is her journey too late, she wonders? Is her mother still alive, still calling for her and wanting her?
Susie is superstitious, as anxious people are. The two melancholy voices depress her, and seem like an echo of evil things to come. The look of her own hands lying listless in her black lap frightens her. She starts up impatiently and begins to hope again as unreasonably as she had feared. Is everything changed? Is nothing changed? Can it be that she shall find it all as in old days, when troubles were not, nor wars to call men from their quiet toil to join the ranks of devastating armies? Presently they reach the French coast. It is time to go up on deck with the rest of the passengers. Susie, keeping to the protection of the other two women, comes up on deck and sees the dark line of the quay. Lights go by, ropes are hauled in, and once more Susanna hears the familiar French sing-song of the people exclaiming and calling to one another. The voices sound melancholy, but that may be her fancy, or because it is a cock-crow sort of hour. Mrs. Dymond, carrying her handbag, walks along to the hotel in company with her fellow travellers. She had come across by chance with a party of Cook's tourists, availing themselves of the escort of the great circumnavigator of our days, whose placards and long experience seemed to guarantee the safety of his adventurous followers. The only other ladies of the party were Englishwomen like Susanna herself, and also evidently travelling with a purpose. One, the friend of the stewardess, an old bedizened creature belonged to the race of the wandering British spinster, walked ahead, still bemoaning herself as she went. The other, a handsome young woman, of sober dress and appearance, stopped short suddenly as she crossed the quay by Mrs. Dymond's side. "Look," she said, "a German," and with a thrill they recognise a brazen spike and the gleam of a helmet, and the sentinel passes steadily up and down under a lamp-post in front of a garish-looking restaurant, of which all the doors and windows are awake and flaring with gas, and evidently expecting guests. Susanna, for all her sad preoccupations, stopped short with the rest of them, and experienced a curious thrill, seeing the first ripple of that brazen tide which had overspread the desolate country of France. There the whole story seemed told as she watched the spike of the helmet and the big boots steadily pacing the pavement. She wondered at the courage of the English girl, who went straight up to the sentry and asked him in abruptest German, how soon was he going back to Berlin? The helmet stopped and answered good-naturedly enough. He didn't know, and the king was at Rheims. They expected to leave in a day or two. He was a big, tawny young fellow with a handsome, heavy face. Mademoiselle Celestine, the waitress at the Hotel et Restaurant des Etrangers, pouring out her café au lait, told the passengers that he and his companions were très gentils, and they had done no harm. They had good appetites, but the mayor paid for all they ate. She didn't believe the stories people told. They were there with the general and his staff. Mademoiselle Celestine would have gone on blessing her enemies at greater length, but people from above, from around, from below, from within, from without, began calling out, "Garcon! Gargon!" Bells rang violently. Cook's tourists shouted, and Britons demanded their suppers. The house was so crowded, so noisy and uncomfortable, that Susy and her two casual acquaintances, after listening for some minutes to the landlady's glowing descriptions of blazing fires and velvet sofas at the railway station close by, started boldly into the night to find this haven, and to wait the 6 o'clock train there. A few gas becks were flickering at the station, where they found looking-glasses and velvet sofas according to promise. In the first-class waiting-room a group of officers in white uniforms with many accoutrements were dozing away the time, with their boots and swords extended upon the chairs and couches. Susy looked at them and instinctively left them to their slumbers, and went into the second-class waiting-room with her companions and sank down into the first-come seat. A lady and a little girl were already sitting upon the wooden bench beside her. It was too dark to see their faces, but not too dark to hear the lady's plaintive voice. What a journey! What nervous terrors! What delays! After 6 months' enforced absence, to return to a country in such a state, no lamps, no omnibus, no trains to depart, Germans everywhere. Two tall, jangling officers with great cloaks and boots came in from the next room, look round and walk away. "Ah!" shrieks the lady with fresh exclamations of alarm, "and I without a passport! I could not get one where I was at Whittington, a little village in the eastern Conte, nor have I one for that child who only yesterday was studying her piano at a school. For why should she lose her time because her country is being ravaged?" And so the poor lady talks on unheeded, finally nodding off to sleep. The time passed slower and strange and chill. The dawn began to grow. Susy was sitting by a window looking on the platform. A veil of early dew was upon everything, and figures began to move like dreams across the vapour. At last a train arrived with snorts and clamour about 5 o'clock, conveying among other passengers some wounded Prussians. Then for the first time Susy, forgetting her own preoccupation, realised the horrors of war, and as she looked again she saw that these were the victors, these wounded, wearied men, scarce able to drag themselves along. Some were carried in their companions' arms, some sick and languid came leaning on their guns, some again were loaded with spoil and bags. One soldier passed the window carrying a drawing-room clock under his arm, and a stuffed bag like an old clothesman's upon his back. The wounded were to change carriages, and went hobbling from one train to another. Among the rest came a poor Prussian soldier, pale, wasted, with one leg amputated, slowly, painfully dragging on a single crutch, with another man to help him, and in the crowded rush the crutch slipped and the soldier fell to the ground half fainting. His companion tried in vain to raise him, not one of the shadowy figures moved to his help. Susy, with a cry of pity, started up, but the glass door was locked and she could not get out. It was a Frenchman at last who came forward and picked the poor fellow up, helping to carry him with looks of aversion and deeds of kindness. And then at last, the way being clear, the weary Prussians having departed, another train drew up in the early morning light, and Susy found herself travelling towards Paris and her journey's end. The light grew, and with it came the thought of the coming day. What would it bring to her, of good or evil? This much of good it must bring, that she should be with her mother. And Du Pare, did she hope to see him? She could not have answered or acknowledged, even to herself, what she hoped. From her mother she hoped to hear something of Max's doings, and to get news of that one person in all the world who seemed most to exist for her. She longed to see him, to speak to him once more, to get some certainty of his well-being, to be reassured by one word, one look. She dreaded the meeting, its inadequate explanation, its heartbreaking, disappointing silence. The English girl opposite had taken off her hat and smoothed her long plaits of hair, and now, with a Testament in her hand, was reading her early horizon. The morning grew, the sun touched the wide country, they passed orchards in flower, green spring shining upon every cottage, and pleasant garden and spreading fields. One little orchard remained fixed in Susanna's mind, pink with blossoms, and in the midst upreared the figure of one Prussian soldier in full uniform, stretching his arms while the children of the household clustered about him, and the rays of the rising sun flashed from his brass helmet. As they travelled on, stopping at the various stations, more passengers got in, all with the same miserable story, sometimes piteous, sometimes half laughable. An old lady with frizzled curls described her home as she found it after 80 Prussians and inhabited her house. The linen, the crockery, the clocks all stolen and spoilt, the flowers down trampled. They even took my son's cigars, which I had hidden in my wardrobe, said the poor lady, waxing more and more wroth, and the monsters left a written paper in the box, Merci pour les bons cigars. Ah, that emperor, says the old lady, to think that what he has brought to us, with his flatteries and his vanity and his grand army. Another woman dressed in black, sadder, more quiet, who seemed to be returning home, utterly worn out, now spoke for the first time. One thing we must not forget, she says. We have had 20 years of peace, and yet only one man in France has had the courage to adhere to the fallen emperor. Susy's heart failed her as they neared their journey's end, for they came to a desolate country
of broken bridges, of closed houses, of windows and palings smashed, of furniture piled in sheds along the line. And, as they neared Paris, to a wide and devastated plain across which the snow was beginning to drift. The plain spread dim and dreary, sprinkled with ghosts of houses, skeletons of walls that had once enclosed homes, now riddled and charred with burnt beams, and seams and cracks telling the same sad story, reiterated again and again, of glorious conquest and victory. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 3, 3 Miles Along the Road. With what sharp cheeks I in myself am shent, when into reason's audit I do go, and by just counts myself a bankrupt, know of all those goods which heaven to me hath lent, unable quite to pay even nature's rent, which unto it by birthright I do owe. Sonnets. When Susie stepped out of the train and looked around, she was struck by the change in the people standing all about the station. They had strange, grave, scared faces. They were more like English people than French people. Every woman was in mourning, which added to the sadness of the place. A cold east wind was blowing up the silent street and across the open place in front of the railway. A man came to offer to carry her bag. When she told him she wanted a carriage to take her to Neuilly, he shrugged his shoulders. "A carriage?" said he. "Where am I to find a carriage? The Prussians have made cutlets of our horses." Susie looked round. There were porters and trucks in plenty, but not a carriage was to be seen. It was a long, weary tramp after a night spent in travelling, but there was no help for it, and after a minute's hesitation, Susie told the man to take up her bag. She had walked farther in old days, when she was coming and going and giving her music lessons. The man trudged in silence. It was a good 3 miles' walk across the boulevards and by streets and shops. Some were open, some were not yet reassured enough to let down their closed shutters. One of the very first sights which met Susie along the road was a dispirited, straggling regiment marching into Paris from the frontier, torn, shabby, weary, the mud-stained officers marching with the men. These men were boys, for the most part half grown, half clothed, dragging on with a dull and piteous look of hunger and fatigue, while the piercing wind came whistling up the street. "They are disarmed, that is why they look so cold," said the porter, stopping for a moment to look after them. "There is one who can keep up no longer." As he spoke, one of the poor fellows fell out of the ranks, too much exhausted to go on any farther. A halt was called, and many of them sank down on the pavement just where they stopped. The way seemed longer and longer. More than once she was obliged to rest upon the benches along the road. It was now about 12 o'clock. The sun had come out bright, though without warmth, and it somewhat cheered the shivering city. They reached the Arc at last, still swathed in its wooden shields. Susie thought of her last sunset drive, and of the glories in which the stony heroes of the past had then brandished their spears. Here Susie saw an empty carriage coming out of a side street, and she told the porter to secure it. The man thanked her for the money she put into his hand, as she sank tired out into a corner of the coach. The driver leant back upon his seat, and seeing she was tired and prepared to pay, began to make difficulties. "Ville du Parc, Avenue de Neuilly," says the coachman. "You will not find any houses standing in the Avenue de Neuilly. The Prussians have taken care of that. I will drive you if you like, but you will have your course for nothing." "Pray drive on," said Susie, wearily. "I will tell you when to stop." when I tell you that there are no houses left to drive to," persists the coachman. "But I must be paid all the same, whether the house is there or not." "Yes, of course you shall be paid," said poor Susie, utterly tired, frightened, impatient, scarcely knowing what to fear or to expect. Madame du Parc's letter had been dated from the villa, but Susanna's heart began to fail her as she drove on. They drove past blackened walls, by trees half destroyed and charred, and breaking out into pale fresh green among the burnt and broken branches, and by gardens all trampled and ravished. Susanna was almost too weary to think, too sadly impressed to be frightened. She seemed to herself to have gone through some great battle, some long and desperate siege, and now again, when the victory had been so sorely won, the enemy repulsed with such desperate resolution, now that she was so tired, so worn, came a fresh assault more difficult to withstand than anything that had gone before. Should she see him again? Would he be there at home once more? Was he well of his wound? Was it Max or her mother that she had come for? She suddenly asked herself with an angry, desperate effort. Mrs. Dymond, absorbed in her own thoughts, had driven past the house without seeing it, and the coachman had stopped of his own accord in a sunny, windy corner, where 3 ruined streets divided from the broad avenue. "Well," says he, "I told you how it would be." She looked blankly up and down the road. She scarcely knew where she was. Then, as she looked again, she remembered once seeing du Pare coming up one of these streets in his workman's blouse. "Am I to turn up these roads? Am I to go on?" cries the coachman, again stamping his wooden shoes upon the box to warm his feet. "I will get out. Follow me," says Susie, suddenly remembering where they had come to, and she sprang out and walked back along the avenue to the villa, which was not far distant. It seemed like a miracle to see the old green gates actually standing, and the villa unaltered in the shaded garden. The gates were splintered and half broken down, the garden trampled over, but the house was little changed, and stood in the cold spring sunshine, with no sign of the terrible wave of war which had passed over the village. Even the weathercock was safe, glittering and quivering changefully, for the east wind had gone round to some warmer quarter. A sick woman, propped up by pillows, was sitting out in the garden. A stout old lady was trotting backwards and forwards from the house with wraps and bottles and all that miserable paraphernalia of sickness. How well one knows the look of it! One could almost believe that pain and suffering and sleepless nights came in those bottles and round china pots. Nervous miseries, brown studies, blue devils, pink, yellow, white decoctions, there they all stand, waiting to be taken at bedtime or dinner time, or whatever the proper time may be. Poor Mary Marney was looking wild and worn, and strangely changed in these few months. "The wind blows chill," she was saying querulously. "If only I could get into that patch of sunshine, but I can't move. I can't get there," she cried, suddenly breaking down. "La, la, la, la," says Madame du Pare, extra noisy, trying to be cheerful. "What is there to prevent you being in the sunshine?" "Aye," adds Madame, "if it was not for this rheumatic arm, I could carry you there myself. Denise, what are you about?" Susie stood frozen in the gateway for a moment, too shocked to move. Was this her mother, this her busy, hard-working mother, thus changed, thus terribly altered in so short a time? While she paused, Mary, looking up, saw her daughter, and gave a faint cry. Madame also looks up. "Ah, la bonne heure," says the one cheerful, unemotional person present. "You see she come at once, and I was right," cries the old lady, rushing to the front and bestowing 2 hearty kisses on Susie's pale cheeks. All Madame's preventions were gone. Susie was in her highest favour. "You are a good girl, come," she repeated, pronouncing it as if it was one single word. "Mamma, my dear," Susie whispered, kneeling down by her mother's side, for she could not stand. "I have come to fetch you. I have come to make you well again. Mamma, mamma." She hardly knew what she said in her low, tender whisper, but Mary saw her looks of love, felt her warm, panting breath, and the quick beat of the pulses, and asked no more. Madame took Susie upstairs after a while. The house had been used as an ambulance. There were beds everywhere, in the dining room and the drawing room. Most of the appliances of the ambulance had remained. Susie followed her hostess into one of the rooms. It had been the little boy's nursery. It was now full of empty iron bedsteads. The old lady made her sit down on one of them, as she told her, not without kindness, but plainly enough, what the doctor had said. He had declared Mrs. Marney to be suffering from an aneurism. Her very life depended on perfect calm and quiet. Calm, quiet. I ask you how that is to be procured. And that vile husband, oh, I could tell her how deceived she is in him, but she will not hear reason. And Madame, in that peculiar voice in which people repeat scandal and bad news, assured Susie that Marney was not far off. He was comfortably established in the neighbourhood, and absenting himself on purpose. Max had heard things in his ambulance. A wounded man there had had dealings with Marney. "We will go together," says Madame. "He will make inquiry. When we are chased from this, as my son declares will be the case, your dear mother must not be abandoned. I must go back, have no rents, nothing to depend upon here. In the south Max has a little farm, which will keep us both. I sent for you, my poor child, when I heard the doctor's terrible announce, and we will arrange presently what we should do. Here is your old room. The doctor of the ambulance has been living here. You see, nothing is new. It is all the same." There is something which appeals to most imaginations in places scarcely altered, when those who inhabit them are so changed. Susie looked round as she sank wearily down upon the old creaking wooden bedstead. How often before this had she cried herself to sleep upon it! She looked at the whitewashed walls, at the shadow of the window bar travelling across the tiles. Then a curious shock reminded her of the difference of the now and of the time to which she had travelled back again. She came down to find her mother impatiently waiting for her. Mrs. Marney had been carried into the sitting room, and Susie's hope sank afresh as she looked at the changed face, turned to the door, and expecting her so eagerly. One little crisp familiar wave of curly hair beneath her cap seemed the only thing which remained of Susie's mother, as she had been but a few weeks ago. Poor Mrs. Marney was worn by many sorrows and anxieties besides her illness. Of Marney she knew scarcely anything, and that was the chief of her many pains. "Oh, Susie, I would not trouble you with my troubles," she said, "but I have gone through more than I could bear. After the first weeks at Avignon he scarcely wrote, he scarcely gave one sign, and I knew not what to fear. I have been mad to see him. Madame has said cruel things which I seem to have no strength to hear. I wrote to him when I first came here, and now I hear nothing, I know nothing." Susie turned scarlet, but she soothed her mother again with many gentle words and caresses. End of Section 37. Section 38 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 4, Adieu, les cendres d'or. Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wreckful siege of battering days? Things come about simply and naturally, which seem very terrible and full of emotion beforehand. Here was Susanna, after all that had happened, standing with Madame du Pare by Max's bedside, and neither of the three seemed moved beyond their ordinary looks and ways. Had they parted yesterday in a garden of roses, they could not have met more quietly, though they met with disaster all about, among omens and forebodings of worse evil to come. For a moment the room seemed to Susie to shake beneath her feet, but it was only for a moment. The sight of his pale, worn face, so sad and strangely marked with lines of care, and yet so familiar withal, called her back to the one thought of late so predominant in her mind, what she could do for him, how she could help him best. Of sentiment and personal feeling she could not think at such an hour. Great events carry people along into a different state of mood and being, to string them to some greater chord than that of their own personality. In all these strange days and stirring episodes, Susanna seemed to herself but one among the thousands who were facing the crisis of their fate, a part of all the rest, and yet at the same time she knew that every feeling she had ever known was there, keenly alive, unchanged by change. "Ah, we have had a narrow escape," said Madame. "They got the ball out of his chest, a little more, and it was in his lungs. But he is well now, and he was able to save his man, eh, Max?" "Save my man, mamma?" said Max, smiling faintly. "There was not much of him saved, poor fellow. I pulled what was left of him from under his horse, then some one helped me up. By the way, can you arrange for Adolphe to return to the villa to morrow? Caron will bring a carriage for us." "Why, of course. Comment donc? I will speak to the sister at once," said Madame du Pare, jumping up. Then she paused. "Susie has something to ask you," she said. "Who was it, Max, who saw Marney at St. Cloud? Who can give us his address?" "It was Adolphe," said Max shortly. "You had better leave Mr. Marney to his own affairs." "I wish it were possible," Susie said with a sigh, "but my mother cannot rest day or night. I am driven to look for him. It is only to help her that I am here." "You will find Adolphe in the next room," said Du Pare, looking disappointed. "My mother will guide you. Good bye. Do not stay now," and he put out his hand. He spoke advisedly. He was still weak from illness. This meeting was almost too much for his strength, and he dreaded one kind word from Susie, lest, like a woman, he should break into tears. These were not times for tears of sensibility. There had been too many tears shed, Max used to think. Statesmen wept when they should have resolved, made speeches where silence would have been more to the purpose, and Du Pare felt that for the present, for Susie's sake and for his own, they must be as strangers together. His was a somewhat old-fashioned creed, but one which, after all, has kept the world going in honour and self-respect since the beginning of all honour, and Du Pare, having made up his mind, was not in the habit of wasting his time by undoing it again. He was but half a Frenchman, but he loved his country, its welfare, its good name beyond all other things. For the last 4 weeks he had laid patiently waiting for his wound to heal. Now that his strength was returning, he longed to be at work once more. It was little enough, but it was something. One more pair of arms to help to keep order in the chaos, one more recruit on the side of justice and of law. Max followed Susanna's tall, retreating figure to the door with his sick man's wistful looks. She stopped for a moment, looked back, faintly smiled, and passed on. The two were in deeper sympathy in their silent estrangement than in any romantic protests and explanations. The next room had been a grand lady's boudoir once. It was still hung with a few smart pictures and ornamental glasses. A young soldier in undress, with a wounded shoulder, who was standing in a window, greeted them cheerfully, and immediately began fumbling with his good arm at his red trousers pocket. "Good morning, Madame du Pare," he cried. "Your son told me he was expecting you. I want to show you this," and he produced a purse in which, with some coppers, was a piece of his own bone, wrapped up in newspaper. The next man to him, who was bedridden, brought a bit of his knee cap from under the pillow. He had a handsome brown face, and lay looking up wearily. He couldn't sleep. He was never at ease, he said. His comrade had been writing home for him. "He won't tell them of his wound," cried the man in the window. "He made me say that he had a slight sprain in the leg," and the good-natured young fellow roared with laughter at the joke. "Never mind, we shall see thee a captain yet, Jean," he said gaily. "A captain, not even a corporal," answers poor Jean. Some other men, who were playing cards and dominoes at a table in the centre of the room, looked up and greeted Madame du Pare, who seemed to know them all. One poor fellow, who was looking over a comrade's cards, came striding forward with both hands in his trousers pockets. This was the Adolphe whom Max had saved at the risk of his own life. He was a sergeant, a superior sort of man, with a handsome face. He had been a carpenter when the war broke out. He had been wounded in the side. He had a wife and 3 little children. He told Susanna he was going home to them. "But I shall never be able to work for them again," he said sadly, and Susie could hardly repress a cry of compassion as he showed her his stumped fingers. They had been clean cut off both hands. "Tu vivrais de tes rangs," cried one of the card players cheerfully, and again the poor fellows all laughed, not heartlessly, but with the real courage and humility of endurance, which is more touching than any bitter complaints. Adolphe, who had been taken prisoner, had seen Marney at Versailles in the Prussians' headquarters, and it was Marney who had helped his escape, giving him money and also certain commissions to execute in Paris. Adolphe, being questioned, told Susie of a place where Marney was always to be heard of. He had often carried letters for him there, a café at St. Cloud. It was easy enough to find. While they were talking, Madame, who hated being quiet, was walking round the room with her basket on her arm, distributing various things which she thought might be useful to the patients. She offered a newspaper to one of them, who refused it gaily with thanks. "I never read them," said he, "since the war began. They are nothing but lies. Hullo, who wants the last number of the Fausse Nouvelle?" he shouts. A few beds off lay a poor Englishman. He had enlisted in the line. He had been with General Failly at Lyons. "He has been very ill, poor fellow," said Madame, as Susie joined her. "John Perkins, here is an English lady come to see you." "See me! There is not much of me fit to see," muttered poor John Perkins, wearily, pulling up the sheet over his face. The sister in charge now came up. She was dressed in her sister's dress, with a white coif and loose grey sleeves. She had a fine and sensitive face, and spoke like a person of some distinction, but she seemed distressed and overtasked. "Your son has a home to go to. He is ready to go, the doctor tells me. So many of my patients would be the better for a change, but I have nowhere to send them. Everything is in ruins. Our convalescent hospital has been wrecked. The furniture has been given for ambulances. All is gone. All is destroyed. We do all we can for them. Mr. Wallace says they are to have anything they want." It was a handsome house, polished and shining. There were Englishmen to wait. Carved ceilings, tall windows, and yet it was a sad place to think of. Susie came away haunted by pain. Madame was not a comforting companion. The consciousness of all this suffering rendered her morose and irritable. She was anxious about her son, and she had the fate of her old friend, Mademoiselle Fayard, on her mind. Mademoiselle Fayard, after being driven from Neuilly, had lodged over an undertaker's shop in the same street as the hospital, and thither Madame insisted on going. The young undertaker received them in the uniform of the National Guard. Mademoiselle Fayard and her brother were gone, he said, but their address was always to be had at the convent of the Petites Sœurs. In reply to inquiries about himself, he answered, blushing, that he had volunteered. He had been in 3 battles and had got his discharge. He had been wounded. His wife had given him up for dead. He found her in mourning for him when he got back. It was but a few hours since Susie had left her home, and already it seemed to her natural to hear all these histories, to see ruin and trouble on every side, and incongruous things which no longer surprised her. A few minutes later she was standing with Madame du Pare in the old courtyard of the convent. A pile of knapsacks was heaped against the old grey wall. Some soldiers were coming in at the gateway, and 2 nuns were advancing to receive them. The soldiers looked well pleased, and the nuns too seemed amused. They were all on the best of terms. The nuns smile and fold their hands. The soldiers laugh and nod, and scamper upstairs to their allotted cells. "Poor fellows, they would have had to sleep out of doors all night if we had not taken them in," said the nuns. "We had one ward of the infirmary empty, and the Superior said the soldiers might occupy it." The sister went on to tell Madame du Pare how they had kept their infirmary open almost all through the siege, until one morning, when a poor old fellow had gone out early to get a drink at the fountain in the garden, and an obus fell and killed him. "Just there where the sun is shining," said the Soeur Marie Joseph. "All of the nuns wanted to go to him, but Bonne Mère ordered us down on our knees and went alone." The Prussians seemed to have got the range of our convent, for the shells fell at intervals all that day, and we moved the old men, not without difficulty and danger. We had hardly got them out when a great bomb came crashing into the infirmary. "You can see for yourself," said the sister, opening the infirmary door. All was restored again. The holes were mended in the floor with squares of new wood. The orderly beds were in their places, and the old men safe back in their beds. "Nothing happens to us," said an old fellow with a long white beard, sitting up in bed. "Here we lie, tied by the leg." "I've been to Prussia," says another, in an arm chair beside him, with a white nightcap pulled over his ears, talking on continuously, whether anybody listened to him or not. "I have pillaged too in my time, but thank God, Dieu merci," he pronounced it. "We are not bad men like those Prussians. We used to take to eat because we were hungry. We didn't pillage for nothing at all. No, no, we are soldiers, not bandits," says he, bringing his hand down upon his knee. "If we hadn't been betrayed, we should have smashed those Prussians." "Yes, we should have smashed them," cries a third old feeble fellow on his pillow just beyond. A lady in black was sitting by his bedside, a sweet-faced woman, a dame de charité, they called her, an Englishwoman living in Paris, who gave herself up to visiting the poor. When they asked the nuns about Mademoiselle Fayard, they said she too was well known at the convent, and often came to read to the old men. She was lodging close by with her brother, next door to the Carmelite convent in the adjoining street. Mrs. Dymond was longing to get home to her own sick woman again, and Madame du Pare promised that this should be their last visit. Susanna could not help thinking of Dante's journey as she followed Madame's steady steps. They came out into the street, and presently found themselves standing in the Rue d'Enfer, in front of an old grim house with grey and silent walls, against which came the beating sleet and the cutting winds. Two men were at work in the yard, carting away a heap of stones and plaster. A little girl was standing at the door, too much engrossed by the bombshells to understand what they said at first. "Look, they are removing the ruins from the chapel. The bombs fell just there, mesdames, piercing right through into the cellar beneath. The director of the ladies escaped as by a miracle. We only came home yesterday. Our lodge is in an indescribable state." By degrees the little girl was made to understand what it was they wanted, and after consultation with her mother, who was at work indoors, she came back with the news that Mademoiselle Fayard was at home, upstairs at the very top of the house, and Susie and her old guide now climbed flight after flight of stone steps, bound together, as in old French houses, by wrought iron banisters. At the very top of the house, under the skylight, they found the door to which they had been directed, and rang a bell which echoed in the emptiness. Presently they heard steps, and the door was opened, and Mademoiselle Fayard, the shadow of herself, so thin, changed, worn, limp, opened the door. Madame's grunts of compassionate recognition nearly overcame the poor lady as she fell weeping into her old friend's arms. She flitted before them, exclaiming, and hastily opened the door of the room where she had been sitting with her brother. It was a long, low room in the roof of the old house, littered with books and packing cases. They had prepared to fly at one time, Mademoiselle Fayard explained, and had commenced to pack. "Brother, brother, here is Madame du Pare," cries the ghost of Mademoiselle Fayard to the skeleton of her brother, who was sitting in an old dressing gown by a smouldering stove in the semi-darkness of the room. The old lady had already lit up her lamp, and as they came in she hospitably turned it up with her trembling hands, while he disencumbered two chairs for the ladies. "Oh, my poor friends," says Madame, sitting heavily down, What have we all suffered?" Susy could only look her pity as she listened to the sad reiteration of cold, hunger, hope deferred, darkness, and anxiety. The Fayards were both speaking together. They described their past alarms, their weary waiting, how the food and the fuel failed first, and then the light. They used to go to bed at 7 o'clock, and lie awake the long hours listening to the boom of the guns. How towards the end of the siege the bombs began to fall in their streets and upon the houses all around them. The old lady and gentleman felt the crash of the first that fell into the linen closet of the ladies of the Carmelite convent next door. The pompiers had hardly put out the fire when another bomb broke into the chapel. The petite sœur Tourière, who was arranging the altar, stood alone and unhurt in the midst of the falling timber and glass. But the pulpit was destroyed, and the marble columns were injured. The sisters could not escape because of their vow, and had to remain in the cellars. For a whole fortnight, every day, the priest went down to say Mass, though it was dangerous to cross the court, for bomb after bomb kept falling there. "Once we went away," said Mademoiselle Fayard, in her extinguished voice, "but we had to come back for food. Our ticket was of no use in any other district, and we thought it best to remain at home. Many days I have waited for 3 hours in the pouring rain to obtain our daily allowance of food. We could hardly cook it. We had no fuel left. Oh, it was bitter cold," said she. "We have endured very much, and if only it had been to some good end, we should not have felt our sufferings." The old people promised to come over very soon. They asked affectionately after Max. Mademoiselle Fayard had been to see him in the ambulance as soon as she heard of his wound. He, too, had been to see them during the siege. He had brought them a couple of new laid eggs as a present, said the old lady. "I know he paid 15 francs for the two. Oh, madame, the price of everything! Cabbages were 5 francs apiece. Elephants, monkeys, cats, all were at exorbitant prices." As the two women turned homewards, the streets were full of people in black, with sad faces. They passed soldiers and more soldiers, all disarmed and ragged to look upon, and francs-tireurs in top boots lined with old newspapers. As they passed the Luxembourg Gardens, they could see the tents of the shivering soldiers sleeping within. Many of them were sick, just out of ambulance. Some had not even tents. Madame du Pare walked on steadily, and Susy hurried after. They were both anxious to get home, but as they passed a bookseller's shop on the quay, Madame du Pare went in for 1 minute to ask some questions about Monsieur Caron, who was a friend of the shopkeeper. Monsieur Caron was down near Corbeil looking after his mills. He was coming up next day. Nobody was doing any business. The bookseller himself had only opened his shop for company. He directed them to a coachyard close by, where they now went in search of a carriage, and thought themselves lucky to find one. Their journey home was enlivened by the coachman's remarks. What did they think of his horse? It was one of 3 left out of 150. The man stopped of his own accord before the column of victory. A flag was flowing from the top. Garlands had been twined about its base. "A mirliton, that is what it looks like," he cried, cracking his whip gaily. As he spoke, a little cart was slowly passing by, in which sat 2 women dressed in black. End of section 38. Section 39 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 5, Saint-Cloud, After the Storm. Or of the church clock and the chimes, sing here beneath the shade that half-mad thing of witty rhymes which you last April made. Max and Adolphe came back next day in the carriage Monsieur Caron had sent for them. They were a pale and depressed-looking couple, as their strength returned day by day. In common with many of the wounded, they seemed to feel their country's cruel wounds more and more keenly. Bourbaki was not alone in his despair and passionate regret. Many men committed suicide, many lost their senses, but others pulled themselves together, and bravely by degrees began to reconstruct their lives once more. Max tried to make a rally when he came in to see his old friend Mrs. Marney, but he could not put away the lines in his face, the hollow rings round his eyes. He laughed, but it was only a melancholy echo of long past gaiety. "Why, Maxwell, you look thin and half starved, and yet none the less handsome for that," said Mrs. Marney, smiling faintly, and indeed what she said was true enough. As he stood there in his torn and shabby uniform, he seemed to the three women more stately than any general in brilliant orders and triumphant prosperity. "We must keep him with us, and make him strong and fat," says Madame, who was the least changed of the party, as she stood beside her son in her Rembrandt-like old age. "Are ye a general, Max, or only a colonel?" said Mrs. Marney. "I wish you would tell them to cease firing their cannon, and to leave us in peace." "I am neither a general nor a colonel," said Max gravely, "and as for telling them to leave off, I might as well speak to the winds and the seas. Our troubles are not over. You must let your daughter take you to her home, madame. This is no place for women. There is no time to lose. She should be away from here." And yet he was glad that Susie had come. He had doubted her at one time, tried to do her cruel injustice, to put her away out of his thoughts, with some hatred mixed with his feeling, some angry resentment for those very qualities for which he had loved her. Now they met with an abyss between them, but he could not see her unmoved even at such a time as this, and as Max went on packing, ordering, arranging, the thought of her was in all he did. She looked worn and tired. The worst had not yet come. Max stopped to consider what would be best for them all. His mother must go into safety, and chance had favoured him there. Susie must be sent back without delay, taking her mother with her. But Mrs. Marney would not hear of going away. She almost screamed when her daughter gently and tenderly suggested it, and repeated what Max had said. The mere hint of a move drew her into a state of such hysteric grief that Susie feared she might die then and there in her arms. "Go without seeing Mick, Susie. Are you made of stone? Don't you know that he is my husband, my love, my life? Go home yourself, and indeed your child must be wanting you. Leave me, only leave me in peace to die." "Madame must go. I know that well enough. Has she not said so a dozen times a day? I only ask to be left. My husband might come back and find me gone, I who never failed him yet." It was all so piteous, so incoherent, so tragical, that neither Susie nor her old friend knew how to reason with it. Madame du Pare was preparing to start at once. Her affairs were weighing on her mind. "If I delay, there are those who are ill disposed, who are hungering to lay their hands on our propriety. I must have a 'ome for Max." In despair, and scarcely knowing what to suggest, Mrs. Dymond determined to go and find Marney himself, if he could be found. He would be the best person to persuade his wife. Madame du Pare had been talking to Maxwell's coachman. It happened by chance that the carriage Caron had engaged belonged to Versailles, and was returning that afternoon. Carriages were rare, and Susie, finding that she could hire this one after a couple of hours' rest for the horses, determined to set off on her quest without loss of time. Denise was left in charge of the sick woman. Madame, availing herself of the opportunity, proposed to accompany Mrs. Dymond. Max is at home, she said. Your mother is used to him. He will go up if he is wanted. And that Adolphe is very handy, poor fellow. It was Adolphe who saw them off, and who told the coachman where to drive when they reached St. Cloud. So they started along the desolate road. Madame's grunts, groans, and exclamations seemed the most lively and cheerful sounds by the way. "Oh, oh, oh! Only look at the ruined houses! That is poor Mademoiselle Fayard's apartment up there, right up there." Mademoiselle Fayard's late apartment was now nothing but a sort of hanging grotto in the air, and consisted of 3 sides of a blackened room, of which the floor was gone, the ceiling was gone, although by some strange freak of chance and war the gilt looking-glass still hung upon its nail, in which Mademoiselle Fayard had been used to crimp her curls. All the rest of the tidy little home had crumbled and fallen away. "Ah, Susy, I must call you Susy still, how terrible it all is! Only just now I say to my son, 'Let us go together, Max. Come away to the south, bring your tools and your work, and let us live rational lives once more.' But he will not. He say to me, 'Go, mother, you go. I will follow when my work here is done.' His work, what is it, I ask you? He have finished Monsieur Caron's book, and now when I go into the studio I see nothing on the walls. Why does he not come away? If only your dear mamma could travel with us, she too might enjoy the peace, the beautiful clime of Avignon. But she have you now. You are a better cure than an old patriarche like me. You must take her to your home and make her happy with you." Susy looked away. Her eyes were heavy with tears. She felt that no nurse, no care could ever make her mother happy again. Madame went on talking and exclaiming. When Susy could listen to her again, she found she had gone back to the war, to her terrors, to her joy, when she found her house spared as if by a miracle. They had floated the ambulance flag over the roof, and those abominable Prussians did not dare fire the villa, and now they say there is still danger, and we must go. It is horrible." So the voice monotonously droned on, and meanwhile they drove their way by a desolate road, a Pompeii of the 19th century, past deserted houses open to the winds, past fallen walls, between the blackened homes, all alike forsaken and abandoned. The pleasant country seats, the schools, the shops were all empty and wrecked. Here and there they passed soldiers leading horses, and carts loaded with household goods slowly labouring along the way. Men and women came slowly dragging trucks piled with what few possessions they had saved from the storm. At last they reached St. Cloud itself, and once more Madame exclaimed in consternation. Overhead the sky shone blue, and the clouds were floating gaily, but the village of St. Cloud looked like a pile of children's bricks overthrown by a wayward hand, so complete was the change and confusion. The stones were heaped in the streets, only the shells of the tall houses were standing still, with strips of paper fluttering from the ruined walls. Here and there were relics and indications of the daily life of the inhabitants. In one place a bird cage was found hanging unharmed among the ruins, at the corner of the principal street. How well Susy remembered standing there, little more than a year before, with Max, when the imperial carriages rolled by, and all seemed so prosperous. A tall pile of ruined houses upreared their black walls. High up overhead a kitchen range with its saucepans was still fixed, and some toppling chairs were wedged into a chimney stack. At the foot of the ruin 3 women in country cloaks were standing together, looking up vacantly at the charred houses. They had but just come home to find their homes gone and utterly desolated. A few steps farther on Susy saw a child playing battledore and shuttlecock in front of the blown-up houses. High up against the sky she could see the gutted chateau still standing on its terrace, while the sky showed pink through the walls. Some sightseers were standing looking about. "Papa, montez par ici, si tu veux Vois quelque chose de beau?" cries a boy, springing up on a heap of bricks and pointing to a falling street. Although the whole place was thus ravaged and destroyed, by some odd chance the spire of the church and its bells remained untouched. The café was also little harmed, and some people were sitting, as usual, drinking at the little tables in front of the windows. For once the presence of these indifferent philosophers was reassuring. One of them, who had already imbibed more drink than was necessary to prove his philosophy, began a song with a chorus, in which 2 or 3 of his companions joined. "Listen to them," said a workman going by; "they drink and sing while their country is in ruins." And he flung some common word of disgust at them, and trudged on his way. Madame was looking at the address Adolphe had given her. "This must be the very place. See, Café de l'Empire is painted outside. Here, garçon!" and she beckoned to the waiter. The waiter professed to know nothing of Monsieur Marney. He had never heard the name. No Englishman was staying there. In vain Madame harangued and scolded. Madame was not to be repulsed by a little difficulty. She slipped a 5-franc piece into the waiter's hand. "Try and find out Monsieur Marney's address within," said she, "and I will give you a second piece." "His wife is very ill," said Susy, bending forward. "He is sadly wanted at home. We have come to find him." "Can it be the Capitaine you want?" said the waiter, suddenly relenting as he looked at her entreating face. A fine man, not tall, but well dressed and well set up, curly hair, moustache en croque. And as they assented, "I did not know his name. Our patron sends all his letters to Versailles. Wait," and the man ran back into the house. "Ah, you see, he knew very well," says Madame du Pare, with satisfaction, and in a minute the waiter returned with a paper, on which was written in Marney's writing, "15 Rue des Dominicains, Versailles." "Ah, that is just what we wanted. And now the coachman must take us on quickly," said Madame. "Good morning, young man." The waiter refused the second 5-franc piece that Susy would have given him as they drove away. "One is enough," said he. "If the captain comes, I will do your commission," and spreading his napkin wings, he flew back again to his work. Section 40 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 4, Chapter 6. At Versailles. Even kings and kaisers bidden fortune's throes. The carriage rolled on along by the banks of the river, by more ruin, by desolation in every form. A few people were out, a few houses and shops were opening once more. The gardens bloomed with spring and lilac and laburnum. The skies were bright and the ruins black. The coachman stopped at a village to give his horse a drink. A great pile of crockery stood in the middle of the street. All about, houses, wine shops, wayside inns, alike abandoned, a blacksmith's forge, empty and silent, a great seared barrack standing gaunt and deserted. It was one continuous line of desolation all along. Here and there a face looked out of some rifled home and disappeared into the ruins. A cart went crawling by, piled with household goods. Out of one big broken house, with shutters flapping and windows smashed, issued a grand carriage with a coachman and groom in full livery and twinkling harness, and horses looking strangely smart and out of place. A little farther on was a china shop that seemed to have escaped by miracle. Its broken panes were mended with paper. Then came children 2 by 2. They reached Versailles in less time than they expected. It was barely 5 o'clock. The sun was sinking in a warm and cheering stream of light. As they drove into the city, they heard the distant sound of a military band. Great changes were taking place, not the least being that the Germans were leaving. As they came up the street, they met a company, spiked and girt, tramping out of the town. The soldiers marched past the old palace that had sheltered so many dynasties with stony impartiality, bearing in turns the signs of each invading generation. The noble gardens were flushed with blossom and growing summer. The shops were all open. The children were at play in the streets. On the walls were affixed papers in French and German, sales of horses, of camp furniture. Susy read of the approaching departure of the such company of the Hessian division, with a notice requiring any claims to be immediately sent up, and a list of the articles to be disposed of by public sale. As they waited to let the soldiers pass by, some more Germans came out of a stable across the road, carrying huge bundles of straw upon their backs, and talking loudly to one another. How strange the echo of their voices sounded, echoed by the stately old walls of Versailles! The soldiers were gone. They were driving on again along the palace gardens, when Madame leant forward with a sudden exclamation. "There is Marney," she said. "I see him. He turn in there at the palace gate." And the old lady, leaning forward, loudly called to the coachman to stop. "We will go after him," she said to Susy. "There is no time to lose." Susy did not say a word. It had to be gone through, and she silently followed Madame, who was crossing the great court with heavy, rapid steps, in pursuit of the figure she had recognized. They met with no opposition. The guardian of the galleries stared at them as they hurried by. The place was nearly empty. They saw a distant figure rapidly retreating, and Madame hurried on in pursuit, from one echoing floor to another, past the huge pictures of Napoleon and his victories, past a great gilt frame boarded carefully from view. One or two people were passing and repassing along the gallery, but Marney, if Marney it was, vanished suddenly and was nowhere to be found. Madame severely questioned a guardian standing by a doorway. He had seen no one pass within the last few minutes, but there were many exits. There was one door leading to the great hall, which had been turned into an ambulance, and people were constantly going out by it. The officers were gone, he told them. A few of the men still remained, and one young lieutenant whose sister had come from Germany to nurse him. Susy had hardly patience to listen during Madame's various questions and observations, to which the custodian, being a cautious man, returned guarded answers. That was a portrait of the Queen of Prussia, boarded over by command. Now that the Prussians were going, it was to be unboarded by order. Yes, he had been there all the time. He had faithfully served the Emperor. He was prepared as faithfully to do his duty by any one who came. A Coriolanus could not have uttered sentiments more noble and patriotic. At last, finding it was hopeless to inquire further, they got into the carriage once more and drove to the address in the Rue des Dominicains. "Number 15. This must be number 15," says Madame, stopping before a low white house with a high roof and a door opening to the street. She knocked with two loud, decided raps, raising the heavy scrolled knocker. In a little while the heavy door was opened by a stupid looking girl in a white cap, who seemed utterly bewildered by her questions. "Yes," she said, "Mr. Marney lived there. He was not at home. He was gone to St. Cloud." "When will he be in?" says Madame in her loud voice. "I will wait for him. I am Madame Marney's friend." The girl looked more and more stupid. "Madame is here. I will call her," she said, and she went into a ground floor room. Almost immediately a woman with strange glittering eyes and yellow tawny hair, and some sort of a pink dressing gown, flung open a door upon the passage. "You are asking for Madame Marney?" she said with a defiant air. "What do you want?" "I come from Madame Marney," said the old lady, looking very terrible. "She is ill, seriously ill. She wishes to see her husband at once, and I must insist—" But before the old lady could finish her sentence, the woman screamed out to the girl, "What are you doing, Marie? Turn out these German spies." and with a look of furious hatred she sprang forward, violently thrusting poor old Madame backwards out of the doorway and banging the heavy door in her face. Susy, who had not come in, had just time to catch Madame du Pare, or she would have fallen. It was a horrible scene, a hideous, degrading experience. The old lady was a minute recovering her breath. Then the two looked at one another in silence as they stood together outside the closed house. "Oh, what abomination!" said Madame, shuddering and putting up her hands. "Oh, my poor, poor friend! Oh, Susy, my poor Susy! I have long feared how it might be. I have now the certainty." Susanna, who had turned pale, rallied with a great effort. She would not acknowledge, even to herself, much less to Madame, what a miserable revelation had come to her in that brief moment. "That woman had been drinking," she said very coldly. "She seemed half mad. Dear Madame, we will go no farther. Mr. Marney is sure to receive my mother's message from one person or another, and perhaps to make sure, you will kindly write to both his addresses when you get back. Let us go home now. Mamma will be waiting." And then, telling the man to drive them to the station, they drove away slowly in the rattling carriage with the tired horses, scarcely speaking another word. The wreck of her sweet mother's generous love and life's devotion seemed to Susy sadder and more terrible than any crash of war, any destruction and ravage. What were broken stones, what were overturned walls and fortunes, so long as people could love and trust each other? Once more that idea came into her mind, which she would never let herself dwell upon, a thought of what two lives might be, even tried, even parted, but with trust and love and holy confidence to bind them together. They were too soon for the train, and had to wait some few minutes at the station. As they stood there in the sunset, two deputies were walking up and down the platform, talking gloomily. "So the young men of Metz and Strasbourg are to wear the Prussian helmet," said one of them as they passed. "It is of a piece with all the rest." "I don't know what there is left for us now," said the other, speaking with emotion. "Where is our safety? Paris is at the mercy of the first comer. I have seen as many as 200 young men in a week passing in a file through my village to avoid conscription." And the voices passed on. The train arrived at last, puffing along the line, and Susy and Madame got into the first vacant carriage. There they found a trio, a father, a mother in a smart bonnet, a son, a pink-faced youth holding a huge cane and tassel. All these two were talking eagerly. They paid no attention whatever to the entrance of the two women. "Father, yes, yes, yes. Talk to me of change. What does change mean?" "A revolution. Quick, add 2,000,000 or 3,000,000 to the national debt. Do you know what the debt was 30 years ago when the Minister of Finance proposed to pay it off? Now it is just 4 times the sum. Give us another revolution, and we double it again. Liberty, oh yes, liberty, or every man for himself. As for me, I vote for the man in power because I love my country, and I wish for order above all. I voted for the emperor, and now I shall vote for a republic. And believe me, the only way to preserve a republic is to take it out of the hands of the republicans." Son (angrily). "But, father, our armies were gaining. If only we republicans had been allowed to have our way." Father (sarcastically). "Yes, everybody gained everywhere, and meanwhile the Prussians advanced." Mother (shrilly echoing the father). "Pyat, Flourens, these are your republicans, Auguste. They are mud, do you hear? Mud, mud, mud." Enter an old lady, handed carefully by the guard. "Ah, sir, many thanks." "Madame, I thank you. I am a poor émigré returning after 6 months' absence. Alas, I had hoped to be spared the sight of a Prussian, but that was not to be." Mother (proudly). "We, madame, remained. When one has a son fighting for his country, one cannot leave one's home." Son looks conscious and twirls his cane. Old lady. "Alas, you have more courage than I have. For my part, I am grateful from my heart to Trochu for his surrender, for sparing useless slaughter." Father, what could he do alone? He was driven on by your so-called patriots. This is the result of your free press. Son, but papa, give us progress. You would not refuse us progress. Mother, vehemently echoing the son. Yes, progress and liberty of discussion. Father, desperately. I give you progress, but I do not give you leave to talk about it. Progress comes best alone. When people begin to talk nonsense and pass votes in favour of progress, they show they are not ready for it. Sad and preoccupied as Susy was, she could not but listen to the voices on every side. They interested her, though they were anything but cheering. When she and Madame du Pare reached the villa, tired and dispirited, a figure was standing at the gate and evidently looking out for them. It was Jo, only a little more dishevelled than usual, and bringing with him a feeling of home and real comfort of which poor Susy was sadly in need at that moment. It was the simplest thing in the world. He had started off then and there. Hearing that Susanna was gone to her mother, he had come to see if he could help to bring Mrs. Marney back. He had left his bag in the train. While Susy walked on with her arm in his, listening to his explanations, Madame du Pare poured out her pent-up indignation to Max, who also came out to receive them. He had been at home all day finishing a couple of sketches ordered by Monsieur Haas for his pictorial newspaper. He had been up once or twice to see Mrs. Marney, whom he thought very ill. "You must tell her nothing, except that you failed to find Marney," he said compassionately. "But for God's sake, mamma, leave this place, and try and get your friends to go. The sooner the better for us all. The Federals are sure to come down upon Neuilly another day, and it may be too late. I must go back to my work now, for I have no time to lose." End of section 40. Section 41 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 7. Red comes into fashion. With your hands and your feet and your raiment all red. Macaulay. Du Pare was still at his work late that evening when he heard a knock at the door, and he cried, "Come in," without looking up. He was bending over his plate, with the gas jet flaring above his head. His black curly hair was in the light, his brown face in shadow. He had taken off his worn uniform, and was dressed in an old velvet coat, shabby enough for any communist. His dog was lying at his feet. "What is it?" he said, looking up, half blinded. "Is it you, mother?" "It is I, Susanna Dymond," said Susy, standing in the doorway and hesitating to come in. "I want you to help me, Monsieur Max. I am in great perplexity, and I want you to advise me." And as she spoke, she came forward into the light. "I have been expecting Mr. Marney, but he has not come yet," continued Susy, with a faltering voice. "I fear it will kill mamma outright to be moved to England. I think it will be best to take her somewhere into Paris, where she can be safer than here. And meanwhile your mother must not be delayed by us." "My mother had better go," said Maxwell, after a moment's thought. "I will see to that. I would not urge Mrs. Marney's departure. But if the Federals make a stand at Neuilly, this place may be in flames at any moment." "You know I am in their councils," he said with a shrug. "You see, I am working all night to finish up my plates. I have already tried to talk to Madame Marney," he continued, putting down his point and rising from his seat. "You must act for her. Pack everything in readiness, and I will make arrangements and have a carriage here to morrow. I know of a house in Paris where she will be safe for the present. And we must get hold of Marney," he added. "Thank you," said Susy. It seemed to ease her heart to say the words which are so meaningless, but which sometimes mean so much, almost everything, at some moments. Susy lingered still. She had said what she meant to say, but there was something more she longed to say, as she stood with her true eyes fixed upon Max, while the words failed her. "Why do you look at me like that, madame?" he asked, smiling gravely, and yet not without some feeling, perhaps, of what was in her mind. "Ah, Max," she answered in a low voice, "I am trying to find courage to ask you to come away. You tell us to go, and we are going. Why do you yourself remain? What can you do? These Communists are no fit associates for you. I have here learnt enough in the last few days to know something of the truth. What part can an honest man take in this terrible confusion except that of his own simplest duty? Oh, leave these mad people. Your mother is your first duty now. For her sake, for my sake, if my wishes still touch you, come away." "Your wishes must always touch me," he said, simply and gravely. "But you do not understand. My mother can get on without me. I mean I am not necessary to her," he said, looking steadily at Susy as he spoke. "But my poor mother country wants me. It is true I am only one man in a stupid crowd, but if I go with the crowd, I may hope perhaps to lead it in some measure, or to help at least to lead it. For I ask you, madame," and his eyes began to flash as he went on, "if all the honest men continue to desert their posts, to take their tickets by every train, as they have done for the last few days, leaving Paris at the mercy of the undisciplined mob, who will be to blame for whatever desperate encounter may arise? I should like you, at least, to think of me as an honest man, and not as a coward, even though I tell you I am afraid to go, afraid to abandon a party where I imagine my presence may be of use for another faction, whose acts and deeds I reprobate with all my heart. Caron has elected to stay, and my convictions will not let me to abandon him, alone to face the storm which is ready to break. Our place is here, at our posts, even if we cannot keep back the horrible burstings of the floodgates, the hopeless reprisals which must follow." He had almost forgotten Susy's presence. He was growing more excited every moment, while she turned paler and paler, and at last sank down trembling on one of the overturned cases. "I have frightened you," he said, stopping short, melting. "Ah, forgive me. There is nothing for people to fear who are doing their duty as best as they can. You are in the same danger as I am. You are not afraid for yourself." And as he spoke he took her cold hand in his. She could not answer. Her reluctant sympathy, her utter goodwill, her generous love were his, but never, never again should she speak of her feeling to him. She could only faintly press his hand, and then she got up from the wooden case, and walking slowly across the room, opened the door upon the garden, dim with the night and starlit. Then she stopped. "Ah, what is that?" said she, starting. The muffled sound of a distant gun came bursting through the darkness with a dull vibration. It was followed by a second and a third. "It is the cannon from the batteries of Chaumont," said Max, following her to the door and looking out. "The fight has begun." As he spoke, two or three figures came up, crossing the dark garden. "Good night, madame. Be without fear. All will arrange itself," said Max, speaking very loud and distinct. He pushed Susy away with a gentle violence as he spoke, so anxious did he seem that she should go at once. She went back, agitated, but calmed by her talk. It was not what he had said which comforted her, but his voice, his bright, dominant looks breaking through the occasional glooms and moods she knew so well, the sense of capability and restrained power he threw into the most trivial details, all seemed to her full of help and life. He was no visionary, no utterer of professions. Of such men she had an instinctive horror, but he had told her his meaning. his aims, his thoughts, about which he was generally silent, and his looks spoke the truth from his honest heart. "We are all suspect, we upper classes," says Mademoiselle Fayard next morning, as she sat there in her skimp gown and limp gloves, clasping her old split parasol, the victim of the German Empire. She had come up to take leave of Madame du Pare, to talk over the horrible news of the outbreak, of the dreadful report of the murder of the generals. So Susy and her mother were also going. Had they secured their passports? It was as well to have passports in such times, said Mademoiselle Fayard. "Mr. Jo must go and ask for them," says Madame, pouring out the coffee and shaking her head continually. But where was Jo? No one had seen him since the early morning. He had been up betimes, and had started for the station to look for his bag, so Denise reported. "I would offer to go for your passeport, Madame," said Mademoiselle Fayard, "but they will see at a glance that I am not a British subject." "I am a British subject," cries Madame with dignity. "I will accompany Susy." "Your complexion alone, Madame, is enough to convince them of your nationality," says Mademoiselle politely. Max came in while they were all discussing their complexions over their breakfast. He looked fagged and anxious, and seemed more and more preoccupied. He also came in to ask for the missing Jo. "Ah, those young men!" cries Madame du Pare. "They are always unpunctual. He leave me and his mamma to get the passeport. Why do you not come with us, Max? I am going on to see Caron afterwards." Max looked doubtful. He could only accompany them as far as the Barriere, he said, if they would start at once, and they accordingly set out walking along the broad avenue that leads to the Arc. Madame du Pare and Mademoiselle Fayard were ahead. Once more Susy found herself walking beside her friend, but he seemed busy, hurried, scarcely conscious of her presence. A double supply of soldiers were mounting guard at the gates of Paris, and an officer, followed by an orderly, came forward to interrogate them. To this officer Madame immediately addressed herself with dignity. "We come to demand passes, monsieur," said Madame. "I am the proprietress of the Villa du Pare, where I have dwelt respected for nearly 30 years, and now that I am driven from my home by those who—" But here her son hastily interposed, fearing lest one of his mother's outbursts of eloquence might bring them all into difficulty. "This officer is busy, mamma," he said, interrupting and laughing at the same time. "He has not time to listen to all your reasons for leaving home. Madame is residing in Paris," Max goes on, pointing to Mademoiselle Fayard, "and is returning to her domicile. And Madame," says he, pointing to Susy, "is English. She is going to the English Embassy to demand a passeport for herself and her mother, who is ill. I will answer for these ladies. You know me, my lieutenant." "Pass, mesdames," says the officer, politely saluting, and he turns away and goes into his little wooden hut. As he was turning away, Maxwell came close to his mother, and said in a low voice, not laughing any more, "Mother, I conjure you to remember that if you say things to people in the street, you will not only bring trouble upon yourself, but endanger every one of us. Be silent, I beseech you." "This is a pretty country indeed," says Madame with a grunt, "where sons can impose silence on the mothers who brought them into the world. So much for your liberty." "Come along, dear Madame," said Susy, slipping her arm into the old lady's. Max looked after them for an instant as the three walked away, the sturdy old mother still protesting, the limp, one-sided member of the upper classes fluttering vaguely after her, and Susy, straight, majestic, walking steadily on, with her long black folds flowing round her upright figure. They turned a corner and were gone. The streets of Paris seemed strangely changed to Susanna from that chill morning only a few days ago when she first arrived. The city seemed suddenly awakened to an angry mood, noisy, excited. The sad women in their mourning were still coming and going about the streets, but there were also others whom she had not seen before, strange-looking figures like old-fashioned pictures of Jerome or Horace Vernet. "How the red has come into fashion! How much it is worn!" said Mademoiselle Fayard, stopping breathless to look about. Indeed, it was remarkable that so many people should have suddenly changed their looks and their mourning clothes. Men and women, too, wore bands of crimson round their waists and across their shoulders. One or two people passed in red pointed caps of liberty, and presently, coming up the street, appeared a figure like one of Gilray's caricatures. A huge man with a long tufted beard, with an enormous necktie tied in a huge bow, swaggering along as if all Paris belonged to him, with wide coat flaps, a tricolour rosette in his peaked hat. Into his sash he had stuck 2 pistols and a dirk. In his hand he carried a cane with a long tassel. As he advanced, puffing and strutting up the road, Susy pressed Madame's arm in terror lest she should address herself to this imposing apparition. "Oh, the abominable monkey!" mutters the old lady between her teeth. The man scowled at her as she passed, but fortunately did not heed what she said. They parted from poor Mademoiselle at a street corner. She had various commissions of her own on her mind, and Susy and her companion went on to the Embassy in the Rue St. Honoré. A friendly Union Jack was hanging over the British Lion upon the gate. The tall English porter, with his brooms and pails, was washing out the courtyard. There was a peaceful and reassuring aspect about the place, which restored their somewhat troubled spirits. The porter pointed up a narrow staircase leading to the bureau in a side lodge. The clerk would be back immediately, he said, and he left them in a little inner room with a stove and a pen and a half dried up inkstand. It was an entresol. The low window opened to the yard, so that they could see nothing of the streets outside. When the clerk came in at last, the 2 ladies immediately told him their business. He said he must consult a superior. Mrs. Dymond, of course, could have a passport for herself. He thought there would be no difficulty about her mother. As for Madame du Pare, he did not know how far she was still entitled to be considered a British subject. He would inquire. "Is Mr. Bagginal still here?" Susy asked. "He knows my name." "Mr. Bagginal is away on leave for a few days. He left immediately after the siege. We expect him back daily." Then the young man signed to them to come into the second room, of which the windows looked upon the street. How quickly events arise when the time is ripe for them! In those few minutes while they waited in the back room, the whole place had been transformed. The dull street was now crowded and alive with people. Every casement was open and full of heads. Women peeped from the garret windows. Men crowded to the shop doors. Where was the gloom of yesterday, the mourning sadness of a conquered nation? Mr. Bagginal's representative entered the room at this minute, with Susanna's card in his hand. He was another young man of the Bagginal type, well dressed and well bred. He knew Mrs. Dymond's name, he said, while Madame, as usual, began her statement. She gave a retrospect of her past life, her marriage, her early difficulties. She was proceeding to give her views upon the politics of the day, when a sudden cry from the street distracted the polite attaché. Madame exclaimed, and left off in the midst of her harangue, and ran to the window, and Susy turned pale as she followed her. Up the centre of the street came a mad-looking dancing procession. A great red flag was borne ahead by a man in a blouse and a scarlet Phrygian cap. Then followed a wild bacchanalian crew, headed by a dishevelled woman, also crowned with a cap of liberty, and dressed entirely in red from head to foot, followed by some others dancing, clapping their hands, and beating time to a drum and a tambourine. Half a dozen men with pistols in their belts, with huge boots, and a scarlet figure carrying a second flag, wound up the procession. The whole band swept on like some grim vision. It was there, it was gone. The window closed up. The street was empty again. The sight seemed so ominous of past terror, of new disaster, that even Madame was silent for once. "Oh, come, my child," she said to Susy, who was now standing with her passeport in her hand. "We have much to do. We must not delay. This city is no place for quiet people." End of Section 41. Section 42 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 8. One Old Friend to Another. A comfort of retirement lives in this. Second part of Henry VI. Madame had very much at heart her desire to say good-bye to Monsieur Caron. "He and I are old people. We may not meet again in this world," she said. "He has filled my son's head with many mad ideas, but he has shown himself a good, true friend. Are you afraid to come, Susy?" She looked pleased when Susy said she should be glad to go with her. She was not afraid. Monsieur Caron lived some way off in the Rue du Bac, and Mrs. Dymond, seeing a chance carriage in the road, signed to it and got in with her friend. As they rolled along, they passed the head of a second procession, coming up some side street and preceded by a blue flag carried by a man like a beetle. This procession, unlike the other, was not on tiptoe. It came steadily and quietly along, and consisted almost entirely of well-dressed and respectable-looking people, civilians, National Guards, and others, walking 5 or 6 abreast, with folded arms and serious faces, talking as they went. "That is a deputation going to parley with the Federals," shouted the coachman, turning round upon his seat. "Everybody has a procession. You will see the Federals with their barricade in the Place Vendôme. These gentlemen are going to mediate. That is why they are not armed." The carriage jogged on, and presently they passed 2 stacks of guns, piled at the entrance of the Place Vendôme, where the column still rose supreme above the heads of the encamped Federals. "Do you see the cannons?" said the coachman, a little old man who seemed of a military turn of mind. "Oh, they are strong, ceux-là." "It is all nonsense," cries Madame, very angrily, "all childish nonsense." One of the sentries looked up at her as she spoke. It was a glorious spring morning, and the sweetness and the sunshine seemed to be on the side of peace and happier promise. The stacked guns gleamed. The mediators and the soldiers alike seemed enjoying the beauty of the morning. A few minutes afterwards they were crossing the Pont Neuf, from whence they could see all Paris and its glories shining along the river banks, and soon they reached Monsieur Caron's house, on the far side of the Seine, where he lived in a high-perched lodging. The coachman would not wait for them. They paid him and let him go, and walked into the stone-paved court, where a porter, as usual, was collecting the broken fragments scattered by the Prussian bomb-shells. The house in which Caron lived was well known to the world. Many messengers of good and evil tidings had passed up its old stone flights. Chateaubriand had once lived there, faithful to his poor, blind, beautiful friend of earlier days. Madame Recamier had lived there, and her friend and disciple. Wise men had climbed those flights, and mighty men belonging to the world of action. There had come the Ampère and Mathieu de Montmorency, that loyal gentleman, all the shifting splendours of those early days, and ministers and kings and queens deposed, and courtiers in the ascendant. The place still seems haunted by those familiar ghosts of the first half of the century. Madame, who knew the way, panted up, followed by Mrs. Dymond. They rang the bell of a door which was presently opened by an old woman servant in a country dress, who nodded recognition and showed them through the dining room to Caron's study. How peaceful it all seemed, after the tumult of the streets full of the signs of war, of party strife and confusion. The old man sat reading the paper in his dressing gown and velvet toque. He sat with his back to the warm flood of light that came from the open window. He rose to meet them, looking surprised but pleased at their visit. His bright blue eyes shone like a young man's beneath his grey hair. "How good of you, mesdames, to take the trouble," said he, courteously, in his pretty, slow English, "and to find me out in my nest. It is a long way up, as I fear you have discovered. Will you have some refreshment, coffee or syrup? Madeleine will be proud to serve you." "Oh no, nothing of the sort," says Madame, putting up her hand. "We come to take leave, Monsieur Caron. I did not wish to go without seeing you once more. You and I are too old friends to part without a good handshake, although our opinions differ, and you know that I shall always detest yours." Caron smiled. "And so you are driven out," he said. "It is hard on you, my poor lady. It would take a great deal to tear me from my quiet corner here. You see, the Prussians have had some grace. They sent an enormous cannon ball into our courtyard, but it has done no great harm. Those are Chateaubriand's trees," he said to Susy, who was looking about with some interest and surprise. "He used to walk there in that avenue and compose his sentimental poetry, his impossible idylls. Will you like to come out on the balcony?" And as he spoke he stepped out into the sunshine. A sweet, peaceful sight met their eyes. The old gardens were shining green among walls and gables and peeps of distant places far away. As Susy leant over the rails, the twitter of the birds was in the air, and with it all the sweet spring fragrance of the hour. "That is the priest's garden next door," Caron said, pointing to a beautiful old garden with lilacs beyond a wall. "They have just come back with their seminarists. There is one of them reading his breviary. He is dreaming away his time, poor fellow. I fear he does not know what an awakening is before him." Alas, the old man spoke prophetically, not knowing what he said. Only a few weeks more, and the silent young priest was heroically giving up his life for his breviary. "One can hardly realise that this is also Paris," said Susy, "as one comes in straight from the streets, and from hearing the clamour and cries of those horrible people." "Ah, my dear young lady, do not call them horrible people," said the old man with a sigh. "They want good things, which pleasant and well-mannered people withhold from them and their children. They are only asking for justice, for happiness. They ask rudely, in loud voices, because when they ask politely they are not listened to." "Excuse me, Monsieur Caron," cries Madame, stoutly. "I cannot help contradic. They imposes on you. They asks, they takes, they gets rations, they runs away, but they will not work, they cannot learn, they will not fight. You will never teach them anything except to drink and shout. But I forgot. I did not come to argue. I came to shake your hand," said the old lady, with a touch of real feeling. "I go to morrow. Max will follow as soon as he has dispatched his work. He will come after me if you do not detain him. Caron, my old friend, I am here to ask this of you. Do not keep him from me. Do not lead him into dangers." Two tears stood in her little grey eyes, winking with emotion. "Would that you too were coming into safety," she said, "that you were coming with me, or even with Susanna. She go back to England, and there you would be safe." "Will you come?" Susanna cried, blushing up eagerly. "Dear Monsieur Caron, Jo and I would oh so gladly bring you home with us. Indeed, our house is always open to you, any time, any day." The old man looked touched and pleased by her eagerness. "I thank you warmly," he said, "but my work is here. Dear lady, what would you think of me if I abandoned it, my atelier, my employer my half-finished schemes. Then he turned to Madame du Pare and took her old brown hand in his with the same gentle courtly respect that he might have shown to a princess, to a beautiful lady. "You must trust me as you have always done hitherto," he said. "Max shall run no danger if I can help it, none that I do not share myself." And as he spoke a bright and almost paternal look was in his face. "Only you must remember," he added gravely, "there are some chances which an honest man must face in times like these, and Max is an honest man." His words struck Susy. They reminded her of her own talk with Du Pare. Madame turned red, snorted, jerked, tried to speak, failed, choked. "Where is Madeleine?" she said at last. "I will ask Madeleine for some sugar and water," and she left the room very quickly. Caron shook his head gently as he looked after her. Then he turned his blue eyes on Susanna, who stood silent with her pale face. Still without speaking, Caron went to a table, opened a drawer, and came slowly back to her, holding a packet in his hand. "I have something to ask of you," he said. "It has just occurred to me that I have some papers here which I should be glad to know of in a place of safety. Will you take them back to England with you? And if anything should happen to me, send for Max, and he will know what to do with them. They are papers relating to my works," he added, "and some private memoranda for my friend Max. I left another parcel in my old lodging in the Brompton Road with Mrs. Barry," he added, smiling. "It is only an unfinished article about my society, but Max may like to finish it some day." Susy knew that for some time past Caron had been trying to apply his socialism to his paper mills, and that he had turned the whole concern into a company, of which the shareholders were the workmen themselves. It was a society conducted on the same plan as that of Leclerc, which had proved so successful. The workmen gave zeal, care, thrift, as their share of the capital. Caron administered the whole, and reinvested the profits in graduated shares at the end of the year. "You have heard of my factories," he continued, as quietly as was his wont to Susy. "Do you know the story of the slave who fell with the bowl of grain, and of the swallows who flew to fetch each other to share and share alike? My work people are my swallows. And if anything were to happen to me, Max must be able to supply them with grain." "Do not look distressed, my dear lady," said the old man, shrugging his shoulders. "Death must come to us all. I care not by what name it comes, but I want to know that my children are provided for. I know that I can trust you, and for the present will you keep my little confidence?" "You know you can trust me," Susy said, with a sigh, and as she spoke, Madame came back with hurried steps and with red eyes. "Well, then, good bye, Monsieur Caron. Madeleine gave me all I wanted," cried the old lady. "Come, Susy, come." Caron followed them in silence to the door. "Good bye, good bye. Take care of yourself, Monsieur Caron," Madame kept repeating as she stumped downstairs. End of Section 42. Section 43 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 9. Past the Church of St. Roch. Higgledy-piggledy packed we lie, rats in a hamper, swines in a sty, wasps in a bottle, frogs in a sieve. R. Browning. They came away into the street again, and walked in silence for a time. Madame went ahead, incoherently grunting and grumbling to herself, quieting down by degrees, and finding some comfort in checking off her many plans upon her fingers. Luncheon, necessaries for the journey, a carriage to be commanded, then the omnibus, and so home. They crossed the bridge and went into the Tuileries Gardens. The first thing that struck them was that the sentries had been changed since they passed before. Two hideous little men, with straw in their boots, were keeping guard, and as they crossed each other in their zigzagging lines, they occasionally stopped and whispered together. A dirty-looking officer with a calico sash tied round his waist came strutting up and rebuked the sentries in a loud, familiar voice. Many people were about, staring at the strange-looking soldiers established in the customary places. Most of the shops seemed to have put up their shutters again. Madame's purchases preoccupied her, and she crossed the street to one of the few shops which still remained open. Just as she came up to the counter, the shopwoman suddenly put down the handful of things she was folding away and looked at the door. There was a crowd of voices outside, a murmur rather than a cry. One or two people came rushing by the swinging glass door. A man burst in, whispered something across the counter, and the woman with a pale, scared face turned to Madame. "They are shooting down the people in the Place Vendôme," she said quietly. "We must put up our shutters. Will you remain?" "Oh, no, no, let us go home to mamma," cried Susy, running to the door with a first terrified impulse of flight, and in an instant she and Madame found themselves in a tide of human beings flowing along the street. A minute brought them to the turning up the Rue St. Roch, that narrow defile where, near a century before, the young Napoleon, dictator, had ordered his troops to fire on the mob, along which the young communicants had crowded that day last year. Susy thought of it even at that moment, flying with the flying stream, children, women in their mourning dresses, couples arm in arm. An omnibus turning out of its way in the Rue de Rivoli began madly galloping up the steep ascent, along which every door, every shop seemed closed already, whereas the great church gates flew open wide, and something like a black wave of people came sweeping down the great flight of steps into the street below, flowing and mingling with the crowd. One or two people were standing outside their doors watching this flight. "Let us get out of the crowd," said Madame, coolly, as she hurried along. "Once across, out of the Rue St. Honoré, we shall be safe enough." Susanna, in those few moments of time, seemed to see more of life than in as many years of an ordinary existence. The people running, the groups rallying, the terrified women dragging their children into shelter. She saw a group of hateful young dandies leaning over a balcony with opera glasses in their gloved hands, and laughing at the diverting sight of fellow citizens flying for their lives. She saw a man in plain clothes suddenly attack a little man in a National Guard's uniform, clutch at him by the collar with an oath. "Ah, you hide away in your shops and corners, and this is why we are abandoned to these wretches," cries the assailant. Then a few steps farther on a door burst open. A middle-aged man, dressed in the uniform of the National Guard, and evidently prepared for action, sallies forth, to be as suddenly dragged back by one of those huge and powerful mégères for which Paris is famous. "Do you think that I shall let you go?" she shrieks, as she hurls her husband back, and the door bangs upon the struggling pair. As they were crossing the Rue St. Honoré, Madame said "Ah!" in a peculiar voice, and a couple of bullets whistled by. The insurgents were still firing from their barricade at the unarmed masses, at the formidable children, the dangerous nursemaids and servant girls. Once across the Rue St. Honoré, as Madame said, they were in comparative safety. But one more alarm was reserved for them. In the street leading to the boulevard they suddenly found themselves surrounded by soldiers. In a moment they saw that these were not insurgents, but National Guards, belonging to the party of order, with broad blue sashes round their waists. One of them, a big, fair young man, stopped short and stamped his foot in furious, helpless rage and indignation as he looked up at the lounging young men in the balcony overhead. "The country in ruin, and not one of you cowards to answer her call!" he cried, shaking his fist at them with impotent fury. An older officer said something, pointed somewhere, and the little band hurried on, glittering, clanking, helpless against the great catastrophe. On the boulevards everything was quiet and silent. The place seemed almost deserted. A few people were resting on the benches. The sun shone. The surly women were selling their newspapers in the little kiosks upon which the various placards and appeals of the day were fluttering. Susy saw one despairing cry from a friend of order, headed "Liberty, Fraternity, Equality." "I appeal to the manhood, to the patriotism of the population, to those desiring tranquillity and respect for law. Time presses. A barrier is absolutely needed to stem the tide of revolution. Let all good citizens give me their support. Signed, A. Bunn, Captain Commissioner, 1st Company, 253 Battalion." Alongside with this, and indefinitely multiplied, were the Federal manifestoes in their official type and paper. "Citizens, the day of the 18th of March will be known to posterity as the day of the justice of the people. The government has fallen, the entire army, rejecting the crime of fratricide, has joined in one cry of 'Long live the Republic, long live the National Guard.' No more divisions, perfect unity, absolute liberty are before us. Come, come, do not waste your time upon that barbouillage," cries Madame. "Here is our omnibus." And as she spoke she hailed a yellow omnibus that was quietly jogging in the direction of Neuilly. Everything was as usual when they got back to the villa, but Susy found to her dismay that Jo was still away. Max came in almost immediately after them. He seemed to have been chiefly concerned for their safety. Jo could take care of himself, he said roughly. He must follow them later in the day if he did not get home before they left. The carriage was ordered, and the concierge of the house they were going to had been forewarned. Section 44 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 10, Funeralia. Seul avec sa torche. V. Hugo. There was a great deal to be done before the time which Susanna had agreed upon with Max, when her mother was to be removed into Paris. Everything had to be quietly prepared, but the boxes were packed, and all was in readiness at the time appointed. Adolphe was outside waiting to help to carry Mrs. Marney in his strong, maimed arms. Susy anxiously came and went, looking out for the carriage. She gathered a last bunch of lilac and brought it up to her mother's room. She felt her heart sink as she thought of the pain she must give. "Let me tie the flowers up for you," cried Denise, meeting her in the doorway and anxious to show her good will. "Susie," said Mrs. Marney, as her daughter came into the room, followed by Denise, carrying the lilac, "come and sit down here beside me, dear. Michael has been here. He is coming again." She spoke gently. A very sweet expression was in her face. "When was he here, mamma?" said Susy, surprised. "I've only been away a few minutes." And then in a moment she knew that it was all a sick woman's hallucination. "He left as you came into the room. He wanted to see me. He came and stood by my bedside," said Mrs. Marney. "He comes when I am alone. I tell him he must not neglect his work for me, but he knows I like him to come." Her expression was so sweet, so strange, that Susy was still more frightened. She took her mother's hand. It was very cold. "How sweet those lilacs are!" Mrs. Marney went on. "The hot weather is here. I have been thinking the boys will be wanting their summer clothes. Susy, will you see to them when you go back? You must not stop away any longer with me, dear. It is a rest to my heart to know my boys are in your care." Susanna could not speak. She heard the wheels stop at the gate outside, and the thought of tearing her dying mother away seemed to her so cruel, so unnatural, that suddenly she realised that, whatever happened, Mrs. Marney must be left in peace. It was at this moment that the door opened, and Du Pare came in quietly, followed by Adolphe, prepared to carry the poor lady away. Susy put up a warning as they approached. Mrs. Marney smiled, seeing Max. "Ah, Max," she said, "have you come for us? Take her away. Take care of her. I have no strength to go with you, my dears. I shall stay quiet now, Susy," she said, putting out her hand. As Susy caught her in her arms, she gave a deep sigh, and her head fell upon her daughter's shoulder. Max sprang to the bedside. "She is gone," said Adolphe in a whisper. "Poor lady, poor lady." She was quiet at last, lying with closed eyes, with her hands crossed above the heart, which ached no more. Susanna had sat all that long night by her mother's bed. She had ceased to weep when morning came. She sat almost as quiet as her dead mother. Only yesterday, as it seemed to her, she had watched by another death bed. Here again the awful hand had come across her path, dividing those living still from those who had lived. Susy was a child to no one any more. All her past, all her childhood was gone. The room was in order. Madame and Denise had helped to put it straight. There were more flowers out of the garden, a mass of spring blossom which Max had brought to the door in his arms and given to his mother. Everything was put straight for ever. There would be no more work done, though the work basket was still heaped; no more travelling, though Mary's boxes were packed; no more talks, no more troubles. Marney's strange trade of pen and ink had travelled elsewhere. So had the cheerful noises and shouts of the little boys their mother had so loved to hear. Mary wanted nothing any more. She had longed for her husband, and she had seen him, though he had not come to her. Her daughter was by her side and held her hand, and death cannot seem anything but peaceful to a mother with her child to tend her to the end. A sort of altercation on the landing outside seemed strangely at variance with the stillness of the room. Madame's indignant "Oh, no, no, you cannot pass like that," aroused Mrs. Dymond. She went to the door and opened it quietly. "What is it?" she said, as she did so, and not for the first time in her life she came face to face with Marney, heated excited, strangely excited. "I have travelled all night, and this old devil would keep me away from my poor Polly," he cried. "She wants me, alive or dead, my poor, poor Polly, and that is why I am here," he went on. "D'ye hear, Mrs. Dymond? For all your money and grandeur, ye didn't love your husband as your mother loved me. Don't bear malice," he cried, more and more wildly. "You can give me a kiss, though you always hated me," and he caught Susie in his arms, and then pushed her roughly away, and went up to the coffin with a reeling step. "Polly," he said, "why didn't you wait for me? You knew I should come if I could. Ah, it's the first time you ever failed me, my poor girl. I travelled all night. I could not have got through the night but for a dram," he cried excitedly. While he was still speaking thus incoherently, standing by the coffin, the sound of music outside came into the room through the open windows. It was the funeral march of a military band following some famous patriot to his grave. To Susie, in her highly strung condition, the sound seemed almost supernatural. She laid her hand on Marney's arm, then, with one look at her mother's face, she burst into tears and went out of the room. She met Max on the stairs hurrying up with a pale face. The thought of her trouble quite unnerved him. "My mother sent me for you," he said. "Is Marney there? Has he frightened you?" She put her hand to her head. "No," she said, "but I cannot stay with him alone." They could hear him walking up and down excitedly, talking and calling piteously for some one to come to him. Then the steps ceased, the music went dying up the street, other steps came sounding on the wooden stairs. Madame's friend, the young undertaker, and his man came tramping up the wooden stairs, and all the dreary preparations for the funeral went on. The patriots' procession, meanwhile, travelled on its way, the car, covered with flags, slowly winding through the streets of Paris. People looked on or fell into its train. For 2 hours it paraded thus, amid cries and shouts, and in time to the beat of the muffled drums, and to the crashing music of a band, which was conducted, so it was said, by the great Bergeret himself. It was late in the afternoon before it reached the gates of Montmartre, where the women were selling their wreaths and immortelles. The great funeral had hardly passed on its way, when a second humble procession appeared, a bier drawn by a single horse, and driven by Madame's friend the young undertaker, followed by a carriage with some travelling cases on the top. Marney was sitting on the box by the driver of the carriage. Madame du Pare, her son, and her servant, and Susanna were inside. The carriage drew up by the roadway. Adolphe, who had come upon the bier, now joined them, and they all passed in together along an avenue of graves and lilacs. The place was looking beautiful in the setting sunlight. For miles around they could see the country lighted by its rays. They came to the quiet corner where poor Mary's grave had been dug under the golden branches of an acacia tree. As they all stood by the open grave, united together for the last time by their common feeling for the woman who was gone, the muffled drums and funeral strains from the patriot's grave still reached them from a distance. When Mary Marney was laid to her last rest, and the prayers were over, the officiating clergyman turned aside, pulling off his surplice and carrying it on his arm, and went and mingled with the crowd round about the hero's grave. The end of his funeral eulogium was being pronounced. His last words had been, "Vive la Commune," said a man in a black tail coat and a red sash, and suddenly all the people round about took up the cry. Susie heard them cheering as she stood by her mother's grave. She was still very calm, awe-stricken and silent. She had stayed alone after the others had all gone on. When she reached the iron gates by which they had come in, she found her stepfather waiting for her. His hat was over his eyes. It may have been the light of the setting sun which dazzled him. He did not look round, but he spoke as she came up to him. "You will go and see the boys and tell them," he said. "I know that for her sake you will be a good friend to them. As for me, do not fear that I shall trouble you. You can write to the office if you have anything to say. I will send remittances from time to time if necessary. But they will have their mother's money now. I shall give orders for it to be paid to you. It is little enough, but it will be enough for them." "Do you wish me to take care of the boys altogether?" Susy asked. "Just as you like," said he, turning away with a sigh. "Your mother would have wished it so. You are more fit than I am." A minute more and he was gone. It was the last time they ever met. Susy parted from him with something more like charity in her heart than she could have believed possible. He had made no professions. He had left his boys in her charge. And while Susy had Dermy and Mikey to care for, she still seemed able to do something for her mother. Madame du Pare, who had stood waiting a little way off, now also came up to take leave. "I, too, must say farewell, my child," said the old lady, with some solemnity. "I can delay no longer, and you are returning to your home. My son will see you off. Ah, Susy, we shall miss you sorely." Susy could not speak. She bowed her head, took her old friend's hand in hers, and suddenly flinging her arms round her neck, she burst into tears. "God bless you, my dear child. Write very soon, and tell me of yourself, of your safe return," said the old lady. Then looking about for the coachman, "Ah, it is insupportable. That man is not there. I shall miss my train." And Madame, with renewed animation, trotted off towards the crowd. She came back a minute afterwards, followed by the coachman and her friend the undertaker. Max and Adolphe arrived at the same minute with a second carriage for Susanna, which they had been in search of. As the undertaker helped Madame into the carriage, there came a parting cheer from the friends of the fallen patriot. "Listen to them," said the man, shutting the door with a bang, as if it were not better to die one's proper natural death, sa belle mort naturelle, than to be shot and shouted over like this. Max had delayed a moment to say a word to Susanna. "I must see my mother off," he said. "It is more than likely you may find the Neuilly road blocked up. If you cannot get home, drive to this address and wait till I come," and he wrote something on a card and gave her a key. "It is the house to which I hoped you might have taken her for safety. It is that of a friend. You will find no one there," he added. Susy was anxiously hoping to get back and to find Jo at the villa, but when they reached the Avenue de Neuilly, she found that Max's warning was well advised. The way was impassable. A barrier had been erected. The Federals had established themselves. It was hopeless to try to return to the villa. "Don't fear, madame. I will get through the line," said Adolphe, seeing her look of disappointment. "I will find Mr. Jo and bring you news of him later." And when Susy faintly exclaimed, "I show them my hands, and they always let me pass," said the poor fellow, laughing ruefully, and before she could say another word he was gone. End of section 44. Section 45 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 4, Chapter 11. In an Empty Apartment. Then go live his life out. life will try his nerves, when the sky, which noticed all, makes no disclosure, and the earth keeps up that terrible composure. R. Browning. The house to which Du Pare had directed Susy was at the corner of the boulevard and the Rue Lavoisier, near the mortuary chapel which Madame du Pare had once promised to visit with her. In this strange house, with the occasional roar and rush of the boulevard close at hand, the hours passed like some strange nightmare, so slowly, so long, so stifling in their silent oppression, that Susy could scarcely believe that another hour was gone when the gilt clock struck. The apartment belonged to unknown people who had fled hastily, leaving their clothes and their possessions in confusion. Shoes and papers, packing cases half packed, a parcel of silver spoons was lying on the table. The linen cupboards were open, with the neat piles disordered and overturned. The clocks were going, but the beds were not made. At first Susy set to work straightening, making order in the confusion, preparing a room for herself, another for Jo, in case he should arrive. She swept and folded and put away, and made the rooms ready for the night. She put by a lady's smart bonnet, a child's pair of little boots. Had she been in any mood to do so, she might have pieced together the story of those to whom the home belonged. But she was dull, wearied out, only wanting news of Jo. As Mrs. Dymond worked on the time passed. Then, when the work was done, when she had established herself in one of the two bedrooms, when all was straight, and the linen piled afresh, and the doors of the cupboard closed, though the clock still ticked on, time itself seemed to stop still. She was quite alone now. Neither Jo nor Adolphe rejoined her, nor did Max come as he had promised. The rest of the house was also empty. The concierge was down below in his lodge, but except for him no one remained in the sunny tall building, lately so alive, so closely packed. There was one lady still remaining of all the inhabitants, the concierge said, an English lady, a dame de charité, who would not leave her poor. But she was gone away for a day to visit a sick friend. Susy went downstairs towards evening to ask if no letter had come for her. She even went out, at the porter's suggestion, bareheaded, as people do in France, and bought some milk and some food from an adjoining shop, and then came back to the silent place. It was a most terrible experience, one which seemed so extraordinary that Mrs. Dymond could hardly believe that it was not all some dream from which she would presently awake. She waited till long past midnight, and fell asleep at last on her bed. But towards 4 o'clock the sound of the cannon at Montmartre awoke her, and she sat up listening with a beating heart. There was a crucifix at the foot of the bed. In her natural terror and alarm it seemed to her that the figure on the crucifix looked up in the early dawn. There was a picture beneath the crucifix of a Madonna with a burning heart. A longing, an unutterable longing, came to poor Susanna for her own mother Mary's tender, comforting, loving arms round her own aching heart. Surely it was on fire too. How lonely she felt, how deserted. Max might have come last night as he promised. It seemed to Susy that she understood now for the first time what the secret of Mary Marney's life had been, a secret that Susy herself had learnt so unwillingly, so passionately, so late in life's experience. If she had had any one to speak to, everything might have seemed less vaguely terrible. As she was listening with a beating heart came a measured sound from without, that of a drum beating with a measured yet hurried roll. The rattle came closer and closer, and finally stopped under her very window. She started from the bed and ran and looked out. The dawn had just touched the opposite houses. Another shutter opened, then a door creaked, and a man came out hastily buttoning his clothes. Then a second stood in the doorway in shirt sleeves, but he did not move. Then the drum rolled away again, and with two men only following, passed down the street to the boulevard. The sound came fainter and more hopeless. Then the distant cannon began to boom once more, and some carts with soldiers galloped by. While Susy stood helplessly looking from her window, the inhabitants of Paris were awake, and receiving the sun, as it at last dispelled the heavy morning fogs, with loud cries of "Vive la République." Drink was being distributed among the National Guards assembled in the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville. Many of the bewildered soldiers who had been poured into the town all the preceding days were looking on and sharing in these festivities. Others, who had been out all night, were still wandering about the streets, asking the passers-by where they were to go for shelter. A band of armed patriots crossing the Place de la Concorde were shouting out "À Versailles!" with the same enthusiasm with which their predecessors had cried "À Berlin!" a few months before. Those whom they met along the road take up the cry. The women assembling in the streets and doorways were uttering fiercer, vaguer threats of vengeance against tyrants, against Versailles and the police, and indeed, before many hours had passed, the first of their unhappy victims was being hunted to his death along the Rue des Martyrs. Alas, he was but the first of the many who were to follow, and whose nobler blood was destined to flow upon those cruel stones. Reading the papers of those days, we see that an imposing deputation was preparing to visit the Place de la Bastille, carrying a red Phrygian flag before it, that the new self-elected government was gloriously proclaiming that perfect unity, that liberty entire and complete, of which we have heard so much, for the people of Paris had nobly shaken off the despotism which had sought to crush it to the ground. Calm and impassive in its force, it was standing, so say Billoray, Varlin, Jourda, Chelelier, Blanchet, Pouget, etc., etc., and incontestably proving a patriotism equal to the height of present circumstances. What were all these echoes to Susy at her window, looking out with her heavy, anxious heart? Jo, Max, where were they? What were they about? Ah, would these terrible hours never pass? She dressed very early, lit a fire, and prepared a meal with the tin of milk which she had bought the day before. It was an unutterable relief to hear the doorbell ring about 8 o'clock in the morning. She found the concierge outside bringing up water from the pump below, and a note which had been left very early in the morning before he was up. Susy tore it open. The note was in Max's writing. It had no beginning nor date, but its news was new life to poor Susy. It was in English. "I have tidings of Jo. Marney, by good fortune, heard of him, and sent me word. He is in custody, and I have gone after him, and hope to bring him back safe to you. Meet us to day at 1 o'clock at the station by which you came. Adolphe will conduct you safely there. Monsieur du Pare." Susy burst into tears of relief and sank into a chair. The concierge looked on compassionately at la petite dame, as he called her, carried his pails into the kitchen, and returned on tiptoe so as to show his friendly sympathy. How the morning passed Mrs. Dymond could scarcely have told. At 12 o'clock Adolphe appeared with a porter's knot upon his strong shoulders to carry her bag and her parcel of shawls. He had been vexed to fail her the night before. He was coming off when a messenger from Du Pare had met him with a parcel of letters which he had been obliged to deliver. He had been about the streets till 1 o'clock at night. "It was a real corvée," said Adolphe. "But it was apparently in your service, madame," he continued politely. "It is necessary in these days to make one's plans beforehand, and if people won't agree to reason, one must use a little compulsion." Susy did not understand very well what he was saying. She walked by his side, questioning him about Max and Jo. He could tell her very little, except that Du Pare had sent him on these errands. As they were walking along, side by side, suddenly a quiet-looking woman in a white cap and black dress crossed the street and came up and caught Susy by the dress. "Oh," she said, "why do you stay here? You are English. What do you do here? It is not You're home. Go home. Go home. You don't know what dangers are about you here." Then she pushed Susie from her and hurried on wildly, wringing her hands as she went. "Curious woman," says Adolphe, imperturbably. "She is not so far wrong. Come, madame, we must not be too late. There don't seem to be many people left anywhere," he said, looking about him. "How strangely empty the streets are," said Mrs. Dymond. "The railway place is quite deserted, and the station, too, looks shut." Section 46 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. Book 4, Chapter 12. At the Terminus. "Bar we the gates, check we and chain we, and each chine stop, that no light leap in at Louvre nor at Loop. And thou, Ashtaroth, hoot out and have out our knaves, brimstone boiling, burning, outcasted all hot on their heads that enter nigh the walls. Set bows of brake and brazen guns, and shoot out shot enough." W. Langley, Ward's English Poets. The station was shut. The doors and windows seemed closely barred, but as they looked, they saw a side door which was held cautiously ajar. Adolphe kicked with his foot, and in a minute they were let in. Within was a strange scene of crowded confusion and excitement, baggage in piles, people in groups clinging together, women wringing their hands and weeping, men gesticulating. In one of the waiting rooms there was a crowd round a wounded man, in another a woman in hysterics. "Did you see nothing?" cried half a dozen voices as Susie entered, following Adolphe. "We saw nothing at all. We met nobody anywhere," said he. "What is the matter with you all?" Then they were told by a dozen voices of a fight which had taken place only a few minutes before in the open Place outside the station. Some of the Federal prisoners were being brought up to the station to be taken to Versailles to be judged. It was a grave affair. They were accused of participation in the murder of the generals. The Federals had made a desperate attempt to deliver their men from the hands of the escort. The escort had driven off the attack and fought its way into the station. The prisoners were all now safely shut up in the railway carriages and doubly guarded. The Federals had retreated. Whether for good or whether they had only gone for reinforcements, it was impossible to say. Adolphe's face fell, though he tried to look pleased. "They are all on a wrong scent," cries a man in his shirt sleeves. "They have got hold of Papa Caron, among others, who never touched a fly. I saw the man who struck down Clement Thomas. I should know him again. He is not one of these. The old man was lying on the ground. They struck him down with the butt end of their guns." There was a murmur of horror all round as the narrator, a natural dramatist, as most Frenchmen are, threw up his arms and reacted the dreadful scene. Susie turned sick with horror. "Your train will be starting in about 10 minutes," her companion was beginning, when suddenly his tone changes. "Take care, take care. This way, madame," cries Adolphe, suddenly thrusting himself before her. "Up, up on the seat." With a sudden cry the crowd began to sway, to fly in every direction. The great centre door of the station trembled under the blows which were being struck from without. There was a brief parley. From a window a man standing on a truck began to shout, "Let them in. They want to deliver the prisoners. They will hurt nobody." A woman close by screamed and fainted. As Susie was stooping and helping to pull her up upon the bench, the two great folding doors suddenly burst open, letting in the light, and a file of Federal soldiers marching in step and military order. Adolphe, who had thrust Susie into a corner of the salle, now helped to raise the fainting woman, with Susie's assistance, as she stood on the bench, out of the rush of the crowd, while he and his hôte made a sort of rampart before them. "Don't be frightened," he said. "No one will fight. The prisoner's escort will see it is no use making a stand against such numbers. Pardi, they are off!" he cried excitedly, for as he spoke the engine outside gave a shrill whistle and started off upon the lines. Susie, from her place by the window, could see the train slowly steaming out of the station. There was a wild shout from the spectators. What was it that Susie also saw through the barred window by which she stood? Half a dozen other heads below were crowding against the panes which looked to the platform. She saw a figure. Surely it was familiar to her. It could be none other than Max, who was flying down the lines to the signal posts, and in another minute the train, still snorting and puffing, began to slacken speed, then finally stopped, then backed, then stopped again. "The danger signals are all up. They don't dare advance," cried some of the men at the window. "This is it. Bien trouvé. Look out, madame. What do you see?" cried Adolphe eagerly from below. Meanwhile the detachment of Federals, still in good order, still advancing, came on, lining the centre of the hall, spreading out through the door on to the side of the platform along which the Versailles train had started. There was a second platform on the other side of the station, from which Susie's own train to Rouen and Havre was also making ready to start. It was curious to note how methodically common life went on in the midst of these scares and convulsions. Suddenly Susie, with a sinking, sickening heart, realised that the moment for her own departure had almost come. Again she thought of Max's note and of his promise. Alas, alas! It had not been fulfilled. No Jo was there. If she went, she must go alone. All was too rapid for her to formulate either her fear or her hope. But while she hesitated, there was a fresh stir among the crowd, and a functionary's voice was heard shouting, "Passengers for Rouen and Havre en voiture." "You see it is all right," said Adolphe, cheerfully. "You'd better go, madame. I will wait here in case your son should come, to send him after you. He is big enough to travel alone," said the young man, nodding to reassure her, though he looked very pale, and his face belied his cheerful words. She was in utter perplexity. She knew not what to do, what to determine. Of one thing, and one only, was she sure. Max had promised to find Jo, to save him, and he would keep his word. Yes, it would be better to go on. Her presence was but an encumbrance. Max could help Jo, that much she knew. What could she do but add to their perplexities? The fainting woman was already reviving. Susie sprang down from the bench with Adolphe's help, and as she did so she heard another shout, a loud cheer. The crowd swayed between the ranks of the soldiers. Came the triumphant procession of Federals with their red scarves, returning from the platform, and at the head of it Caron, borne in triumph on some of his own workmen's shoulders. Half a dozen liberated prisoners were marching after him, shouting wildly and tossing hats and handkerchiefs. Caron, who had been a prisoner among the rest, was smiling, undisturbed and quiet as ever, and bowing and softly waving his hat. To be safe mattered little to him, but his heart was overflowing with grateful pride and pleasure at the manner of his release, the rally of his friends, the determination with which his workmen had united to defend him against his enemies, filled his heart with peaceful content. Mrs. Dymond, speechless, open-eyed, was still looking after him with breathless interest and surprise when her own turn came, her own release from cruel suspense. A hand was laid on her shoulder, she was hugged in two strong arms, and fairly lifted off the ground, and Jo, grinning, delighted, excited, and free, was by her side once more. "I am going back with you, Mrs. Dymond," said he. "It's all right. I've got my return ticket." "He has given us trouble enough," cries Max, coming up behind him, breathless and excited too. "For heaven's sake, carry him off at once, now you have got him." "It is time you were in the train. The troops may be upon us again. He is not yet safe." "Nonsense! I was safe all through," said Jo, laughing. "But we know Caron has enemies. Lucky for him, Max remembered the danger signals." All the time Jo spoke Du Pare was hurrying Susanna along towards the platform for which the Rouen train was starting. It was approached by a turnstile, where they were met by an excited functionary, who let Jo and his return ticket through the turnstile, but angrily opposed the passage of Adolphe and the luggage. It was no use waiting to discuss the matter. The man was terribly excited, and time was pressing. "Take the bag and find some places," Max cried, handing the things over the barrier to Jo. Susie paused for 1 minute. "Good bye, Adolphe," she said. "I shall never forget your kindness, never, never." Then she raised her eyes, looking steadily into Du Pare's face. All the passing flush of success was gone from it. He was drawing his breath heavily. He looked anxious, harassed. Susie, too, was very pale, and she held by the wooden barrier. "I can't leave you in this horrible place," she said passionately. "How can I say good bye?" And as she spoke she burst into uncontrollable tears. He took her in his arms then and there before them all who cared, who had time to speculate upon their relations. "I shall come to you. Don't say good bye," he said. "We are not parting," and he held her close and breathless to his beating heart, and then in a moment more he had put her away with gentle strength and pushed her through the gate. The wooden turnstile was between them. His pale face was immediately lost in the sway of the crowd. A dozen people came between them. She found herself roughly hurried along, thrust into the first open carriage. Jo leaped in after her. The door was banged. Afterwards Susie remembered it all. At the time she hardly noticed what was happening. There were other people in the carriage, some sobbing, some talking incoherently, all excited, exasperated. Incoherent. "C'est trop, c'est trop, c'est trop." One man was shrieking over and over again, "I can bear no more. I am going. Yes, I am going. I am leaving this accursed city." Another young fellow, leaning forward with his face in his hands, was sobbing audibly. He was oddly dressed in the fashion of the First Revolution, with a high Robespierre hat and big flaps to his coat. Jo was very silent, and sat for a long time staring at his fellow travellers. It was not till they reached Rouen, and the reassuring German helmets came round about the carriage windows, asking what had happened in Paris, that Joceline began to talk to his stepmother. He had met Caron that morning after he left them at the villa, and was walking with him from the station, when they had both been suddenly arrested, together with a young man who had only joined them a few minutes before. They were not allowed a word. They were hurried off, and all three locked up in a guard house, where they were kept during the 2 days. Late on the afternoon of the second day they were moved to a second corps de garde. On their way from one place to another they fortunately passed Marney in the street. "I shouted to him," said Jo, "for I knew he would let you know, and I knew he had been at work when Caron received a message through one of the soldiers. They were most of them half Federals, that we were to be rescued. I don't think he or I were in very much danger," Jo added, "but the third man had been a soldier and would have been shot, so Caron told me afterwards. He was a fine fellow, half an Englishman. They called him Russell, or some such name." "Oh, Jo, I've got you safe," said Susie, beginning to cry again. "I can't think, I can't speak, I can't feel any more." "Why should you?" said Jo, practically. "Give me your ticket, for fear you should lose it." And then he settled himself comfortably to sleep in his corner, smiled at her, and pulled down the blind. Susie could not rest. She sat mechanically watching the green plains and poplar trees flying past the window. She was nervously unhinged by the events of the last 2 days. The strain had been very great. She longed to get back to silence, to home, to the realization of that one moment of absolute relief. She felt as if she could only rest again with Phraisie in her arms, only thus bear the renewed suspense, the renewed anxiety. But she knew at the same time, with grateful indescribable relief, that her worst trouble was over now, even though prison bars, distance, and a nation's angry revenge lay between her and that which seemed so great a portion of her future life. Circumstances were changed from the day when she thought she had parted from Max for ever. Tempy was married. her poor mother was gone. The boys were no longer dependent upon her for everything. Joe was a man now, and able to make his own life good. They reached home on the evening of the second day. The carriage was waiting at the station with Phraisie in it. The drive did Susie good after all these tragic, distorted days, during which she had been living this double life. Little Phraisie, blooming and happy, was her best peacemaker. A gentle wind blew in their faces. A gentle evening burnt away in quiet gleams. The sky was grey and broken. The soft golden gates of the west were opening wide, and seemed to call to weary spirits to enter into the realms of golden peace. The hedges on either side were white with the garlands of spring. The dogs who had been set loose came barking to meet them, as the wheels turned in at the familiar home gates. The servants appeared, eager to welcome. Joe silently gave the reins into the coachman's hand, and sprang down and handed out his stepmother with something of his father's careful courtesy. Little Phraisie, delighted to be once more at home, went running from room to room, calling to Joe and to her mother as she went. It was home, Susie felt, and not only home, but a kind, tender home, full of a living past, with a sense of the kindness that was not dead. Phraisie was put to bed. Dinner was laid in the library for the young man and his stepmother. Joe sat still silent, revolving many things in his mind. From a stripling he had grown to be a man in the last few weeks. His expedition, his new experience, Tempy's marriage, his own responsibility, all these things had sobered him and taught him to realise the importance of the present, of other people's opinion, of his duty to his neighbour. His neighbour at that moment was his stepmother, sitting in her accustomed place. "Here we are beginning our life together again, Mrs. Dymond," said he at last. "We get on very well, don't we?" "Very well, dear Joe," Susie said, smiling, "and so we shall, until some one who has more right to be here than I have comes to live at the place." "What are you talking about?" says Joe, blushing up. "I don't mean to marry for years to come, if that is what you mean." "Ah, my dear," said Susie, with some emotion, "make no promises. You do not know, you cannot foretell. One can never foretell." He looked hard at her. He guessed that Susie had not come back to them as she went away. She turned a little pale when she saw his eyes fixed upon her. It seemed to her as if her story must be written in her face. She might have told him. She need not have been ashamed. But she felt as if his father's son was no proper confidant. Long after Joe had gone to bed, she sat by the dying fire, living over and over those terrible days, those strange, momentous hours. End of section 46. Section 47 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Isabella Thackeray RITCHIE. Book 4, Chapter 13, Caron. Fear no more the heat o' the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. We must refer those of our readers who take any interest in the subsequent adventures of Max and his contemporaries to the pages of the daily Velocipede, for some account of those days which followed Susie's departure from Paris. Marney's eloquent pen, dipped in dynamite and gunpowder, flashing with flame and sensation, became remarked beyond the rest, and brought readers by hundreds to his paper. He was everywhere, saw everything, so graphic were his descriptions, so minute, so full of enthusiasm, that it was impossible for more experienced newspaper readers than Susie to say how much he wrote from his own observation, or what hearsay legends he translated into his own language, which, whatever its merits or demerits, did not lack in vividness. Susie scanned the columns day by day with anxious eyes for more and more news. She found so much that she was almost bewildered by it, and scarcely knew what to believe. As for direct intelligence of Max, scarcely any came to her, though Madame sent letters from time to time from her farm at Avignon. But Madame's letters chiefly described her olive trees, her cow, her pig, her eggs, and her tomatoes. Max delayed. He did not rejoin her as she had hoped he might have done. He let her to do it all, to engage the man, to contract with the hotels for her eggs and butter. Susie wrote Madame from time to time, telling her about little Phraisie and the two boys who were doing so well in their school. In one letter Susie also described a domestic event of which the news had reached Tarndale soon after her return from Paris. Uncle Peregrine Bolsover had died suddenly from the effects of a snake bite. He had left no will, but Charlie became undisputed heir to the Bolsover estates, and Uncle Bol now transferred to him the allowance which Peregrine had hitherto enjoyed. But this news did not interest Madame du Pare in the least. The price of butter had fallen, and her mind was preoccupied by more present contingencies. As the events multiplied in France, as the storms raged more and more fiercely, those who had remained, hoping to stem the waves, felt every day more helpless. The sea was too rough, the evil blasts too high. What voice could be heard? What orders could prevail? Captains and leaders were powerless now. For the first time Caron lost courage and confidence. The murder of the hostages seemed like a death blow to the dear old man, who could not believe in the wickedness of men whom he had trusted and loved with all his 80 years, during which he himself, though he did not know it, had been as a hostage for good and for truth among the irrational and ignorant people. He moped, his blue eyes were dim, his steps were slow. Max hardly recognised him one day when he met him coming out of his own doorway in the Rue de Bac. He was carrying some letters to a post office hard by. He seemed glad to take Du Parc's strong arm. "I am tired, I feel ill," he said. "I feel disgraced and utterly ashamed. This is no liberty, no republic any more. This is tyranny, monstrous wickedness. These crimes of the brutal ignorant have only the excuse of ignorance. If others before me had done our simplest duty in life, such blank ignorance would not now exist." Max felt his heart sore for his old friend. He himself had hoped less of his fellow creatures. He was more angry and less crushed than Caron. "If these brutes had listened to your teaching," he said, trying to cheer him, "and to that of sensible men, it might all have turned out differently. They will still have to learn before they can cease to be brutes." "I have no more strength to teach," said Caron. "Max, do you know what I have left you all? All my theories, my failures, my ineptitudes, my realities, mes chères vérités," he said. "You must make the best use you can of it all. You can ask for the memoranda and papers. I gave them to your friend, la douce Susanne. They will be for you and your children, my dear son. If you escape from this terrible catastrophe, go to her. I think that with her you will find happiness." Max, greatly touched, pressed his old friend's arm. "One can scarcely look forward," he said, "from one hour to another. But you have guessed rightly. If happier times ever come for me, they could only be with her." Caron's eyes lighted up. "That is well," he said, with a bright smile. Then giving him the letters, "I had been about to post them," he said. "Will you leave them for me? They will be safer if they go by hand. You have done me good," he added. "I shall return home quietly." Max left him at the turn of the street. Is it chance? Is it solemn fatality? By what name is one to call that flash of fate suddenly falling upon men as they journey on their way, that lightning flash which falls without warning, irrevocable, undreamt of, rending the veil of life for ever? While Caron turned slowly homewards to his quiet study, where old Madeleine was at work against his return, a mad crowd had gathered in an adjoining street, and was pursuing with cruel rage a wretched victim who flew along a narrow alley, and came rushing across the pavement upon which Caron was walking. The victim, a gendarme, torn, wounded, bleeding in the temples, ran straight against Caron, and fell helpless at his knees, pursued by the yelling mob. The old man seemed suddenly roused to a young man's strength of indignation, and flung himself before the victim. "Stop!" he cried to the mob. "What are you doing? I am Caron. You know me. Let this man pass." For a moment, startled by his voice, his fearless, commanding look, they hung back. But out of the crowd a huge, half-drunken communist came striding up, and putting out his hand with a tipsy chuckle, tried to pull forward the poor fainting wretch. Caron pulled an official scarf from his pocket, and holding it up in his left hand, struck the man in the face with it. "That man is drunk," Caron cried, appealing to the crowd. "And you people, you let yourselves be led by such as he?" The people looked at the scarf, hesitated, began to murmur and make way, but the drunken leader, still chuckling and stupid, seized the miserable victim again. "Let him go, I tell you," said Caron. "It is the will of the people." "Silence, or I shoot you too," cried the brute, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at the fainting heap upon the pavement. With the natural impulse of one so generous, the old man sprang forward to turn the arm, but he was too late. The pistol went off, and Caron fell back, silent indeed, and for ever. The murderer, half sobered, stood with his pistol confronting them all, as Caron had done a moment before, and then began to back slowly. The crowd wavered and suddenly dispersed. "Silence!" cried the blasphemers to those who from generation to generation, by love, by work, by their very being, testified to the truth. And the good man dies in his turn, but the words of his life, and the truth he tried to live on. There is neither speech nor language, but their voices are heard among them, their sound is gone out into all lands, and their words into the ends of the world. Susanna was spared the shock of reading the news of Caron's death in the paper. Marney wrote to her, telling her of the event as he had heard it, simply, and without the comments he afterwards added in print. To the papers this was but an incident in those awful times. The readers of M. Maxime du Camp's eloquent and most terrible volumes will find many and many such noted there. They will also find an episode curiously like one in which Max du Pare was, according to the Daily Velocipede, concerned, and which happened upon the last of those terrible nights during which the flames raged and fought on the side of madness in furious might and irresponsibility. Was this the end of it all, of the visions of that gentle old teacher of a gospel, which was for him indeed, but not for frenzied demons and desperate madmen, thought Max, as he tried a short cut across the carousel, round which the flames were leaping madly. The gate into the Tuileries, by which he had come with Susanna once, was closed. He had to turn back and fight his way along the crowds and the ramparts, by the Rue de Rivoli again, to the Ministère de la Marine, whither he was bound. Some weeks before, Caron's influence had appointed Max to some subordinate place under the Commune in the Ministère de la Marine. In his first natural fury and heart-rent grief at his old friend's death, Du Parc's impulse had been to wash his hands of the whole thing, and the guilt and wicked confusion, and to come away with the rest. Then came the remembrance of the lifelong lesson of forbearance and tenacity. The strange sense, which some men call honour only, awoke, that strange sense of secret duty that keeps men at their guns, faithfully fighting for an unworthy cause in the front of an overwhelming force. Was it also some feeling of honest trust in himself which impelled Caron's disciple to stand to his post? He remained, protesting shrewdly and intelligently, using every chance for right. He had been at the Central Committee just now to protest in vain against the destruction of the building where he had been left. He represented that it was full of sick people. The lower rooms were used as hospital wards. The sick people must be moved, yelled the chiefs, but the fiat had gone forth. The Versailles had reached the round point of the Champs-Élysées. They should find Paris a heap of charred remains before they entered her streets. Max got back through the wild saturnalia of the streets, where dishevelled women were dancing round the flames, and men yelling and drunken were howling out that the last day had come. He reached the Ministère at last to find that a band of officials with signed orders were deliberately smearing the walls and staircases with petroleum in readiness for firing, while down below, with infinite pains and delays, the sick were being slowly moved from their shelter into the street. In vain the Communists swore and raged at the delay. Slowly and more slowly did the doctor and his nurses get through their arduous work. Max saw at a glance what was in their minds, a hope that the delay might be long enough to save the place, for the Versaillais were within a quarter of an hour's march, and once they were there all danger would be over. "Good God," said the poor doctor in an undertone, wiping his perspiring brow, "why don't they come on? Will they wait till doomsday?" Max shrugged his shoulders as he stood looking on for a moment. The band of incendiaries, having finished their preliminary work, had adjourned to a small room or office on the first floor, where they sat gloomily drinking round a table and awaiting their summons, and the news that the hospital wards were evacuated. Du Pare passed on and climbed the stairs, and went and stood upon a flat terrace on the roof, from which he could see the heavens alight with the lurid glare of the flames now bursting from every side. To the right the Rue Royale was burning; to the left, on the other side of the waters which repeated the flames, the whole of the Rue de Lille was in a blaze. Close at hand the offices of the Finance were on fire, while the Tuileries were an ocean of flame. At his feet was the Place de la Concorde, silent, deserted, covered with wrecks, with broken statues and monuments. Beyond the Place de la Concorde lay the sombre green of the Champs Elysees, showing here and there some faintly twinkling bivouac fire. Suddenly, as he looked, his brain reeled. Then he put his hands to his head, and tears came into his eyes and seemed to save him. The clock below struck the hour. For a moment he hesitated, then his resolution was taken. He made certain observations, and down the stairs by which he had come hurried back. When he reached the door of the room where the Communists were still sitting, he passed his fingers through his hair, he tore open his shirt. He had deliberately smeared his hands in some black cinders lying in a heap on the roof, and with his fingers he now blackened his face, and flinging violently open the door, hurried in, crying out the terrible password of those sad times: "We are betrayed! We are betrayed! The Versaillais are upon us! They have surrounded us! Stop! Not that way! I will lead you!" he cried, as the men rose, half scared, half drunk, looking for an exit. "Follow me!" he cried, flying up the stairs once more, and followed by the gang, and turning by the upper passages to the lofts and back garrets, he left them suddenly, promising to return. Then, shutting a heavy door upon them, he double locked them in. When he hurried down to the ground floor, he found that 3 wounded men only remained. They were lying on the ground, ready to be carried out. "You can take your time," he said to the doctor. "The incendiaries are upstairs, under lock and key." The doctor immediately gave the word to his assistants, and the wounded, who had been carried out with infinite pain and patience, were now brought back again, and were lying in their usual places when the Versaillais marched in an hour later. End of Section 47. Section 48 of Mrs. Dymond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie. L'Envoi. With the London hubbub overtired and pestered, I sought out a suburb where I lay sequestered. The Idler, W.M.T. When the flames were extinguished, when the great panic was subsiding, then came the day of reprisals, and the unhappy Parisians who, after enduring so much with patience, had broken out in their madness, now fell under the scourge once more. Perhaps nothing during the war, not even the crazed monstrosities of the desperate Communists, had ever been more heartbreaking to hear of than the accounts of the cold-blooded revenge of the Versaillaise. But for this, again, we must refer our readers to the Daily Velocipede, in the columns of which Max was reported to be among the condemned prisoners. But Susy was surprised and reassured by an ambiguous letter which reached her at Crowbeck Place, from no less well informed a person than Mr. Bagginal of the English Embassy. "I have executed your commission," so it began. Susy had not given Mr. Bagginal any commission, and she turned the letter over in some surprise. "I am sending you the photographs of the ruins and of Paris that you wished for, in its present changed aspect. I hope also to have some pen and ink etchings to forward at the same time. They are by our companion of last year, who has been doing some very good work lately, though he complains of the light of his present studio. He hopes, however, to be able to remove before long to some more commodious quarters. If you should like any more of his drawings, you can always find them at a toy shop in the Brompton Road, which I believe you and Miss Phraisie are sometimes in the habit of patronising. Pray present my compliments to that young lady, and tell her I shall bring over some bonbons when I next come. They are making them now, of chocolate, in the shape of cannon balls and of shells, filled with vanille creams, which I assure you are excellent. Believe me, dear Mrs. Dymond, always most faithfully yours, C. E. Bagginal." The photographs arrived by the next post, and with them a sketch of the well remembered studio in the villa, and another very elaborately finished drawing of a dark box room in Mr. Bagginal's lodgings, where the artist must have spent a good many hours. The third drawing was a slight sketch of the little shop front in the Brompton Road, with Mrs. Barry's name over the doorway. Susy recognised it at once, for she had been there and had often heard of the place from Max himself. 2 days afterwards, Susy, with Caron's packet in her hand, was driving along Knightsbridge towards the little shop. In a strangely anxious and excited frame of mind, she got out of her hansom, dismissed the man, and stood for an instant in the doorway, gathering courage to go in. It seemed to her as if all the toys were feeling for her as she stood there, the dolls with their goggle blue eyes, the little donkeys and horses, the sheep with their pink and blue ribbons. They all seemed sympathising and to be making mute signs. She saw the little trumpets in their places, and the sugar candy stores. She could have bought up the whole shop full, but the small assemblage would not have seemed the same to her in any other place. Here in the suburban street, with the carts passing and repassing, and the hospitals and buildings, the quiet little shop, haunted by the children's smiling faces, seemed to shrink away from the busy stream outside. As Susy stood there, all the dolls seemed to put up their leather arms in deprecation, crying, "Don't come in here. We belong to peaceful Toyland. We have to do with children only, not with men and women with grown-up hearts." The woman who kept the shop had left the parlour door open, and Susy could see the window and the old London garden beyond, the square panes with autumn creepers peeping through. As Susanna entered, Mrs. Barry came out from her parlour, and Susy, with faltering lips, asked her if she could give her any news of Monsieur du Pare. "I have some papers which I want to send him," said Mrs. Dymond. "I will call him, ma'am," said the woman, very quietly. "He came last night." And almost as she was speaking, the door opened, and Max was there. "Clap your pink arms, oh goggle eyes, baa woolly lambs, play musical boxes, ring penny trumpets, turn cartwheels, and let the happy lovers meet. Two more people are happy in this careworn world. They are together, and what more do they ask? Du Pare had escaped, although his name was on the list of those attainted. Mr. Bagginal could perhaps, if he chose, give the precise details of the young man's evasion from the back room where he had spent so many dull days. Mr. Bagginal sent him over with a letter to Mr. Vivian, that good friend of art and liberty. I know not if it was Sir Frederick, or Sir George, or Sir John, to whom Mr. Vivian in turn introduced Du Pare on his arrival, and who received him with cordial deeds and words of help and recommendation. He was bade to leave his toy shop and take up his abode with the Vivians for a time, and work and make his way in the London world. His admirable etching of Mrs. Vivian and her two daughters first brought him into notice and repute. It was followed by the publication of that etching already mentioned, of a beautiful young woman gazing at a statue. Du Pare was able, fortunately, to earn from the very first. Later he had more money than he knew what to do with, and his old acquaintance in Soho, Mr. White, more than once had occasion to acknowledge with thanks communications which passed between Max and Susie and his own particular branch of the Society for the Organization of the Relief of Distress. The papers, of which Maxwell du Pare had not at first realized the importance, and which Susanna brought him, contained, besides many theories and verses half finished, a duly signed will, which very materially affected Max's future prospects. Caron had left him his heir and executor, his trustee for his works and his men. It is true the old man's fortune had been greatly reduced by late events and by the expenses of his establishment, but his houses were standing still, his machinery and his workshops were still there. Most of the workmen had clung to the enterprise in which they had a personal stake, and though it was not possible for Max, an unwilling exile, to return to France, yet Adolphe was found capable and able to replace him for the time on the spot. Mickey and Dermy, it was hoped, would be in time able to take their share in the management of the works. When the general amnesty was proclaimed about 4 years ago, Max was once more free to return to France. Susie most certainly would not like to leave England altogether, but she is glad to go from time to time to the low white house with the shutters among the willows and poplar trees in the little village near the paper mills. Les Saules is a happy meeting place for her English friends, and there upon the iron bench by the shining glass ball in the garden sits old Madame du Pare from Avignon, admiring her northern grandchildren. They come up in a little file, headed by Phraisie, who is perhaps also dragging a little Bolsover by the hand. Promenons-nous dans les bois, pendant que la loupe n'y est pas, sing the little voices, taking up in their turn that song of childhood and innocent joy which reaches from generation to generation, which no sorrow, no disaster will ever silence while this world rolls on. The end. End of section 48. End of Mrs. Dymond by Anne Isabella Thackeray Ritchie.